Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC as we continue this third tour. The road towards TI is beginning. And of course, today we're all going to be starting in Division 2, witnessing IG taking on the side of CDEC. A matchup which I'm expecting to be quite intriguing, but we're going to be getting into the details in just a minute. My name's Snare. I'm joined by R Cryptic and Black. And R Cryptic, I'll start with you. Good sir, how are you doing today? And what time is it there on your side of the world?
I'm always doing swell. It's been a good day today. I played a lot of Dota. I won every game, which bodes well for my future. It's going to be exciting. It's only about 9 p.m., so not too late. It's prime casting time, real degenerate hours as normal here for a regular North American Dota player.
And what about you, Black? You're on the far east. How are things looking on your side of the world, and how are you doing today?
Early morning, went to the gym, had a good class. In case you don't know, I instruct my own classes now. So the entire class was like, whoa! I was like, yo, I got casting later. And they're like, yeah, we're going to tune in and stuff. So they're probably all in chat right now. And it's going to be great. But yeah, it's going well. It's going pretty good.
Very good to hear. And of course, that going well means that we're going to be having a good day of Dota. And the two teams that we've got on the card here, gentlemen, IG and CDEC, they occupy somewhat different parts of the division, right? And just their general journeys in the world of Dota. IG having reformed, or at least adding Kaka into the mix, making things, or FY, confusing them with RNG, making things look a lot more solid for themselves. And they occupy right now the top of the leaderboard, Ricky. They are, though, being chased by CDEC, who I'll admit are doing better than I thought they would here in the division. So what are you anticipating in this matchup between these two who are at different parts of their journey?
I think a lot of people are really just hoping IG continues to show up. So far, all of their games have been like massive convincing wins. I don't think it's that surprising that IG is like a top team here in Division 2, because a lot of people wouldn't expect this roster to be a top team in Division 1. So it does show that there's still a lot of competition, though, as CDEC, like you're saying, doing a little bit better than maybe expected. But I do want to point out that 7E's addition to the team is something that I thought was like pretty solid for this roster, and 7E had a lot of really good performances in Division 1 previous seasons. So I think they're overall a really good team. I think IG definitely has the advantage going into it, but nonetheless, still super exciting series.
It's definitely an exciting series. And one of these series, though, Black, that's going to come down very heavily to the draft, right? Usually when we do see these games in China with a bit of a lopsided matchup, well, one thing that can bridge the gap is a very good draft in one direction or the other. So if IG find themselves out-drafted, based on the play that you've seen from CDEC, is there an opportunity still for them to try and take down IG if they don't show up properly?
Yeah, I would say so. But as you said, it would definitely have to come down to a big outdraft. I can't see IG, something lit up in them. Maybe they're just tired of losing finally, because those players, we all know they don't belong here. They all don't belong here. So they're definitely the heavy favorites. And unless CDC massively outpicks them and then probably on top sort of outplays them as well, it's going to be very, very difficult, unfortunately. I just see IG as not just the favorite, but probably 90% chance to win. They have to at this point.
Yeah, before the season started, I was obviously all in on the Team Fusion bandwagon, and I'm still going to back them. The way that IG's been playing, they've been looking definitely like the standout team in the division. 3 wins so far, enjoying no losses, and like Ricky was mentioning, it's been stomps all the way. But here they are, it's IG themselves, the introduction that we normally would be expecting to see in Division 1, Ricky, as Black was mentioning. Now that they have won 3 games, and crucially that they've won against Team Fusion, are there actually any other squads in the division that make you think that there's even a chance that they can properly beat IG and take their slot?
It feels like this is the equivalent of in Division 1 where you're like, can anyone beat PSG LGD? Is it going to happen? It could, it absolutely could, but I think Black is right, where it's this team is probably favored to win 90 to 10 in almost any series that they take here in Division 2. But every team has off days and every team has good days, and if that lines up, not in favor of IG, we could see CDEC come ahead. The hard part is that it is a best of 3, so very, very rarely will a team drop the ball of this caliber drop the ball in a best of 3 when they are definitely favored as much as they are.
Yep, that's going to be a huge thing to see, whether or not they're going to be playing up to their favorability or if there's going to be some surprises. One thing I'm looking forward to, though, in terms of heroes that can help turn the tide, it's a hero that we're seeing here that CDC do pick already, and it's been looking hella good lately. Treant Protector, boys. Treant Protector. It's going to be highly contested, of course, because IG play this hero as well, but I have a feeling that this is actually the premier pick that should be looked out for in general in the Chinese DPC right now.
Yeah,
I got
I'll definitely agree with that.
for you later too.
Oh, and some secret picks. I'm looking forward to those. But it's just about Trian. I can't believe he isn't being first faced in every region in almost every game. The hero just brings so much to the table. The laning phase is just almost unlosable. The mid game presence is massive. You counter BKBs. It's just such a strong overall hero. You delay the game for your late game carries. Has so much synergies. It's a bomb of a hero.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen it executed extremely well so far in the DPC. Mostly only here in China. I don't think we see it a lot in other regions either. But
yeah,
this is just one of those heroes that if you have someone who can play the Treant and you have a line, you do kind of have to have a lineup that utilizes it. And I think that's one of the big drawbacks of this hero. It's not like you can pick this every game, kind of like Dawnbreaker, where it's like you don't really have to draft around Dawnbreaker. You do have to draft around the Treant Protector a little bit more, and I think that's why it's maybe not as common, but still very strong if you do have that draft that works.
I mean, it's one of these heroes where, in the records and how it's been doing in China, it tends to perform best when it's paired with the Ember Spirit and or with the Death Prophet. Either way, just kind of way to get forward and play super aggressively. There's been a couple of games that's played with Razor as well, but the rationale is just there immediately, right? This hero that if you can't kill him, will kill the rest of your lineup just by remaining alive in these fights. And we don't see it elsewhere in the world, which is kind of surprising to me as well. But every time I do see it perform well, I'm like, wow. And Black, especially with the rise of heroes like Nature's Prophet, you'd imagine that the natural response would be this Treant Protector, right? So why do you think it is that it's only seen here in China and not as much elsewhere?
I really don't know. Like, as you said, whenever I see this hero, it's just such a strong hero. It gives you like a free plate mail at level 7 already, and then if you ever reach level 20, it like doubles the armor of the tower. It gives heroes 2 double plate mails for free. It's like, what did you do? You literally can't kill a hero. You just have 50 armor suddenly, and then oh wow, we're gonna pop our BKBs in this team fight overgrowth. Yeah. Or I guess I'm stuck here for 4 seconds. Well, what do I do? Nothing, because I'm dead.
Yep.
So I don't know. The hero is super strong.
We saw a Sven like bonus armor strat utilize a Treant Protector recently, and he would put the living armor on Sven, and he had like 68 armor or something at some point in the game, and we're just like, how? Like, how do you ever kill this guy? Like, he has a BKB and 68 armor. It was ridiculous. So yeah, it's definitely got a lot of really good synergies. I agree.
Some of these heroes are kind of ridiculous, and honestly, not just that. I've been just despairing a little bit about this upcoming sustained meta. You know, we all thought that the lack of salves would mean a big more of a diverse hero pool, and we were right. But it turned out that diversity only really affected the supports and a couple of offlane picks, you know, the advent of Dawnbreaker, such things. But does mean that the game itself is not, I thought it was going to be a little bit faster than it actually is right now, but with all these healing supports, the game, ironically enough, Black, between that and the nerfs to BKB, things have slowed down a little bit in terms of how long average games take these days.
Yeah, which is also something I was fearful of. Like, I believe the last patch was already pretty slow, and as you said, this slowed it down even further, which amplifies the strength of a hero like Treant, right? Like, as Ricky already said, you have to draft around it, sure, but it's so easy to draft around Treant, because you just draft this like Medusa Treant, you just sit back, come to our triangle, kill that Dusa. Oh, I'm already here in the trees, waiting for you guys. 4-man overgrowth. We all dead. We won the game. It's so tough to deal with. This meta right now is brutal.
Fortunately, though, Ricky.
Oh, go ahead. No, ask your question.
I was going to say, like, you will keep talking about heroes like Sniper and Pyja as the answers to heroes in the meta, and we've been seeing it more. It's actually legit, real talk.
Dude,
like,
I literally said so long ago, I think Sniper is going to be like one of the most overpowered, like one of the best carries in all of Dota. As soon as the patch came out, I thought he was going to be absolutely insane. And it is getting first pick, first banned in NA right now. Literally first phase banned or literal overall first pick in NA right now. And it is winning every game. This hero is ridiculous.
That's what happens when you give a hero like 1,000 attack range, right? Like it's literally blink dagger over attack range.
Yeah, like
it's
like,
ridiculous.
He's incredibly strong in lane. You can't bully him out of lane. And that's what this whole meta is, right? Like you can't just like fairy salves to like your melee carries previously, and so now everyone's drafting around like ranged carries. I think we might honestly see like some carry enchantress come into the mix sometime soon as well. Like there's a lot of heroes that really benefit from this change, and Sniper is absolutely one of them.
Yep.
When I knew that the sniper hero was busted, when I was actually in an NA game, that EG TSM series, where I saw Dawnbreaker casting Solar Guardian. And Sniper is hitting the hero on the other side of the Solar Guardian. And I was like, this doesn't seem fair. Something about this seems a little bit broken right now. So Sniper is certainly making life extremely difficult at just all phases of the game for everybody. And unfortunately, when you are playing into Sniper, and if you pick him last, and there's not that many catch-up options, most of the heroes that we see being played mid, sure, have that said catch-up, but the meta in the carry lane is changing, Black. Very few heroes are buying blink daggers. Hell, even in the off lane, we're getting these more tanky style, fewer just raw initiating style heroes. So if you can get away with the sniper, it just feels a little bit busted. Is it one of these things that you have to absolutely address in the draft by either banning it out or just ensuring that you have that long range catch in the early hero pickups for yourself?
Okay, so personally, I do believe Sniper is a really strong hero. I don't know if it's like first phaseable all the time, especially with heroes like Lycan on the rise. Like Lycan is a hero that can really terrorize Sniper. But probably if you first phase it and then you have like 3 bans to cover it, like we have seen that so many times, like Medusa and that kind of stuff, it can definitely work. And again, the meta heavily favors a hero like Sniper because it's so much easier to be defensive. Like how do you invade a triangle against a Sniper that has night vision now too, for some reason? They gave him full night vision. Why did they do that? I have no idea. I hate it. It's like literally a Slark running around with 1,000 range.
It seems fair and balanced to me. I don't actually see the problem here, Black. Everything just seems okay. Dota's a game that's best played and most enjoyable to play when it's absolutely broken and busted, and there's nothing that makes sense in this. But Cryptic, you were going to mention some secrets that you had there in the background. What did you want to bring up a little bit earlier?
No, I was going to say, I think we're due for some Sniper and Enchantress in CN. I think it's gone on a little bit too long without it, and we're going to start seeing a lot more sniper picks. We could potentially see that like Alk 5 that's popped up here and there, which has had a lot of success. But yeah, I was going to say, I think sniper is top tier. I think people were like overestimating like how good heroes like Terrorblade and stuff like that were going to be, all these like illusion carries. But then you just like pick sniper and you win the lane, you crush the lane, and then he farms incredibly fast, and then you just lose because you can never push high ground.
Yeah. And the shot is way too broken too. It's like a free blink to get it disarms and pushes everything back. Yeah.
It's
also
like
it works through stupid leashes. Why does it?
Yeah.
Why does it do that? You profit sprout him. He's like, I don't care. Oink.
There was there's just a lot of item builds too that make him really strong. Like there's obviously he's one of the few carries that can avoid going BKB, and I think if you can do that, you are at a massive advantage. So it just allows you to output more damage, and more damage on sniper is always good.
And his attack projectile is like a mini bullet that you can't see. The damage actually comes out so fast before you even see it. Like I don't know if that's intentional or not, but if he crits you for 1,000, you won't see it until he hits you like 3 or 4 times. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm dead.
You just hear the headshot, you hear the quacking from afar, and you're like, what's that? And you're just dead.
Suddenly dead. And you're just like, what the hell is happening? I'm just hating life. Oh, yeah, it's sniper.
Classic.
I'm just hoping
sniper
that we don't go all the way
let's
back.
Go.
That actually sounds pretty strong, honestly. That sounds hella busted, and that might be... I hope that's not the direction that this meta is going. I mean, it's just not an enjoyable time for anybody in the game when you don't have... when you have the sniper meta, it's... Please let
sniper. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
I love this hero.
You also love Pudge, Ricky, so... Yeah. It's... Then again, I can't really talk too much trash because some of my most favorite heroes to play are like Bristleback Viper, which is a lot of enjoyability. So we all have our own disgustingnesses. Black's on the other side, smiling as an anti-mage player. So I don't think any of us really have that much impetus to say what's fun and what isn't. But what's going to be fun is to see how these two teams match up against each other. I am hoping, especially for CDEC, that they ensure that 7E has the best possible game. Oftentimes when you're still back on eHome, they'd look very strong when he looked very strong. So I'm hoping CDEC continue that fine tradition. Really quickly before we get into the game, Black, give me a time prediction. How long is this series going to take?
The whole series?
Series, yeah, the whole thing.
Okay. Post draft, I'm gonna say we're gonna have 2 25 minutes games.
2 25-minute games. Woo! That's some confidence in CDEC that you're showing, Black.
Of course.
Cryptic, what about you?
I would say it's likely to be 2-0 from IG. I think the draft will dictate a little bit. IG does like to play fast, though, so I kind of agree with Black. I think it's going to be a quick one.
All right, let's see if we're going to be having an early morning today or if it's going to be a bit of a long series as we often get here in Division 2 of the Chinese DPC. And with that, we have a draft already and available for y'all to peruse. So let's get into it. Game number 1 of CDC versus IG. And we're leading this one off, thank God, with a ban on this Visage here, Ricky.
Yeah, that hero's pretty annoying. I mean, you can deal with it. I actually found a really weird interaction with Visage today that I don't think is supposed to be the case. Black, I'm actually going to pick your brain about this. Did you know that Wraith King skeletons are not affected by a Gravekeeper's Cloak?
You mean they do full damage, right?
They do full damage through Gravekeepers, even when they are breaking Gravekeeper's Cloak. And you can break it if you have Vlad's or the talent.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen that interaction before, like some other summon type units. Like
Yeah,
it's probably
it
the
was
same
very
with
weird.
Brood Mother Spiderlings and stuff.
Oh, it
is weird.
With Brood. Yeah.
Yeah, it is weird, and I don't know why. It's probably some coding thing, as it often is. But
we saw it today, and we were just like, we had to like go test it. We're like, is this actually what's happening? But
it's good though. It's good though. The hero's so OP, you know, like screw yourself, man.
Yeah, Jeff Hill, don't fix that one quite yet. Thank you.
Yeah, like never, please.
But yeah, I like Visage Band. Puck Band, unanimously considered the best mid laner in the entire game. There's really no debate over it at this point. Like, Puck is just the best mid hero in Dota. And the main reason being that there is just no one that counters you. You just can't be countered. You're going to farm, and there's no stopping that.
And then you get a Witchblade, then you solo kill everyone.
Yeah, so it's just one of those heroes right now that they're going to just... It's either going to be first phase or banned pretty much every single game. Like, very rare exceptions, of course, but I like the first phase ban. And they go ahead and grab the Pangolier, which this is one of 7E's best heroes if this ends up being 7E's Pango. So I am actually pretty excited for that right out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that it is because for the most part, like you say, whenever they have played this in any team that he's been in, this is usually his hero. And we started seeing in the last season into this one as well that Pango decreased in pickability in the off lane, started ramping up massively in mid. And we even heard Somnus telling us that he believes that there's one of the most busted heroes in the mid lane. So can definitely see them picking that in that direction. This Brewmaster, though, I don't know, boys. I've been feeling that this hero is a bit temperamental of late, especially when it's been played in a support role. I don't know if CDC wants to play it support this game. Imitator has done so in the past. But this game, what are we feeling here, Black? Is this an early past 5 Brewmaster just to set the tone, or is it going to be a bit more flexible as the draft unfolds?
Well, I hope it's going to be offlane because for me, Brewmaster still does need some levels of farm. Oftentimes when we see it as a support and the game doesn't go super well for them, like you split and you end up just doing absolutely nothing because you just like kill the split in 1 second or ignore the split. Like so many times when it was picked, even in Div 1, Brewmaster splits, even with Axe Refresher, runs in, nobody cares. You know? Like it feels like Brewmaster in this meta is just not very good, to be honest. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I'm not the biggest Brew fan anymore.
I kind of agree. I think especially
good.
from the support position, it struggles, like you were saying, because people can just kill the pandas. You're not going to have like the higher level of your ult, and then they can just focus down the 3 pandas. You don't have Ags early enough, and then you can't cancel early, and
health talent up somewhat quickly. You are going to fall off so massively. Like if you don't get that before you have the refresher axe, you're completely useless.
Agreed.
This draft's unfolding now. JT, Death Prophet is the likeliest option with this early DP pick. But this other hero that they have right next to it, with this Marcy, I'm still hoping that this is going to be the FY Marcy, not going to be the Ollie one. I'm not very much sold on these past 5 Marcys, but given how early it's been picked up, and given that there's still availability of treants down the line, that may just be the option. If they do that, Black, do you have to pair this Marcy with something that can play aggressively in the lane? We've seen it oftentimes being paired with just like a stable farmer, and it just feels like a waste of this hero's talents. Hell, we've even seen teams that pick it in the 5 position decide to run it in the off lane just to get this hero some much needed experience and some much needed aggression out of the lane. Is that a requirement to get the most out of the Marcy?
Yeah, I think you definitely always want to have kill threat on the lane. Like I don't like Marcy Medusa lanes, something like that. I really want to have like a Marcy Ursa or Marcy Sven, something that really just I throw you back and you're dead every time. That's when the hero is most broken because you can't touch the lane anymore. And I also agree that a +5 Marcy is just it's just not a thing. I feel like you need items on that hero. Like if you can rush BKB, for example, you're literally just a core.
There's the Treants,
our
DP.
boy.
Yep, there we go. So whether we like it or not, we're most likely. This is not going to be fun to play into. This is very, very awful. This
How
is
do you
at the
pick
very
Pango
least-
and not ban it? Like we always see this as a Pango answer all the time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that they were anticipating
more
that,
worried about
well,
carry.
we want to cover the mid lane matchup with the Queen of Pain and the carry matchup with the Fly AM, but I don't know here, Ricky. Black is very much right. This Treant Protector, not only is it generally very good into the Pangolier, but it's phenomenal with the Death Prophet. And this duo is one that IG has done before. So CDC, they had to have seen this coming, hadn't they?
I'd imagine so. Yeah, I hope CDEC has some sort of plan for this. It's not like there aren't any options at this point. You could go ahead and pick something like a Hoodwink on the 4 position. That's like pretty decent at scouting Treant Protector. You could also go for the Clockwork 5, which I think Clockwork might be your best answer here at the moment. He's just incredibly good at finding Treant Protector. He's really good at dealing with heroes like Marcy and Death Prophet as well. But yeah, it's not the easiest. They go for the Warlock. Okay, so they just respond with more team fight is the idea.
The Asta special.
Yeah.
I
This
love
hero
Warlock.
is really strong right now.
Yeah, I'd agree. Super, super strong. Fatal Bonds. Just, I just don't know if they're going a little bit too ham. Like, there's still a glaring lack of damage. Like, they need something that actually just bursts the hero down.
I was going to say that when you brought up the Fatal Bonds, I was going to say that it's very good to have Fatal Bonds. You know, the sustain is very nice, but the overall amount of damage CDC does, you know, you need to actually take advantage of the bonds themselves. Otherwise, you're just tackling these heroes, especially with how much sustain they have between DP3. So we need more damage, and this is more team fight, I guess, and more interesting stuff happening in these engagements. Doesn't mean that Brewmaster at the very least is an offlaner, so he's going to be getting some degree of farm, but doesn't fix our damage issue here, Ricky. Just more control. Where's the hurt? Who actually gets killed here on the side of IG?
Yeah, you're gonna have to bring a pretty strong carry into the mix, and it's hard to think of what it's gonna be quite yet. I mean, at the moment, Sniper looks absolutely like perfect. Like this is a very good sniper game in the safe lane. But the problem is you have like a Warlock 5, which doesn't synergize extremely well with it. So they can't really go for it.
Knowing them, they'll go for Spectre, man, with that lineup.
I mean, you could, yeah. I mean, Warlock Spectre is definitely something that we've seen in the past.
But I don't want to see it, though. Like, Spectre could only work with this lineup if you actually get up to, like, a Radiance, which makes your early game even less potent. Like, they need a hard damage carry, which is like a Terror Blade, something like that. Really just pure DPS.
Very hard hurt. I mean, another hero that they have played in recent times here, Black. It's a hero that I know you love a lot. And it's a hero that there's a bygone era where you would see this kind of draw from IG, and you would actually be thinking, I could actually get away with the Morphling here. It is something that they've played. It's something that they've won with as well. What do you make of it? I don't like Morphling. You know how I feel about this hero. I hate it, but I had to at least admit that it's a possibility for some of these squads.
Yeah, it always is a possibility. Like many teams have tried it, even in Div 1, but after usually one game, they kind of steer away from it. They're like, oh yeah, it doesn't actually have any power spikes, guys. Let's go with something that does.
They're gonna ban Medusa here. With the Dark Seer ban, my thought process is probably Medusa. Yeah. So I would here pick Monkey King. I think that would be your best bet.
Yeah, damage. Just damage overall. I like it. But Monkey into Death Prophet Marcy is not the easiest lane. Yeah, I would still like it. It's the same with Terror Blade and stuff, though. Like, the lane is not going to be easy.
Yeah.
They have played the MK and the DPC, 50% win rate on the hero so far, so certainly something they could pull out of the pocket here for QAQ. Let's see. They don't have that much reserve time either. Needs to be a hero that does decently in the lane, can exploit some of the damage output from the Fatal Bonds, that can make use of the team fight aspect of Brewmaster Pango. I mean, Monkey can fit the bill here, but I don't know. I'm also a bit on the fence about it. But it's one of these situations here, Black, where they've sort of corralled themselves into a corner draft-wise, where they need to have an extremely high impact safe laner. Can't get away with anything that just like plays the mid game and falls off as time goes on. And it's going to be Terrorblade. All right, TB for QAQ coming out here. It's another hero that they've played before. What we just spoke earlier, we're talking a little bit of trash about the TB and not putting as much respect on the hero's name. Now that he is here, do you like it, Black? Especially now that IG has Ember Spirit, so they have the dual combo with the Tree and Protector and a hero counter into the Terrorblade.
It's a very tough TB game regardless, but I think it was the only option they really had because they were lacking not just damage, but also damage through BKB reliably. And like, if Terrorblade focuses you down, you're still going to take a lot of damage, right? But his lane is going to be hard. The team fights, sure, you have like a lot of team fight, but Juggernaut just spins away, Ember just gets out. Like, this lineup looks very, very one-sided. I don't know. Like, IG is massively favored in my opinion.
Oof, Cryptic, tell me some good news. Nah, you're not allowed to agree. Tell me good news. Get into CDC's corner right now and advocate for them. Tell us the hype.
70s on Pango. That is the best thing you got going for you at the moment. My biggest complaint is that you picked this like Rubik Warlock support duo who just like, I think make their mid game pretty difficult because you just have so many squishy heroes into an Ember Spirit. And
what's the synergy?
Pretty sure yeah, it's like there's also just not like really anything that synergizes together unless you steal like Overgrowth or DP ult. Like I don't quite know. And I think that's what makes this game too difficult for the Terrorblade, where it's like he has way too much on his shoulders to find farm. And I think IG is just going to run at him relentlessly at like 18 minutes onward. And I don't think you're going to be able to do anything.
But the good news is, if it's a hero that can do it, it's Terrorblade.
If it is a hero that can take the entire game on his shoulders and carry a squad to victory, it is TB. And not only Terrorblade here, Black, it's a Terrorblade in China, which is the premier region to see those kind of shenanigans out of this hero. So we're going to be hoping that CDC make this a competitive contest and hoping that IG treat them with some kid gloves at first. Make this an entertaining matchup to watch. So for said entertainment, we've got the two highest MMR casters on the planet bringing you the action. We've got Cryptic and Black on the mic. Take it away, boys. And Black, you wanted synergy? Imitator is playing Rubik. That's all the synergy that you need. So enjoy the game and see you afterwards.
Yeah, very, very smart comment there. He is indeed on the Rubik on Imitator. So in theory, he should be the best Rubik in China. Maybe, if you can showcase that here, they have a chance. But yeah, like what do you think, percentage-wise? Maybe TB is going to die here.
Yeah, I was going to say, for me, the biggest thing is, like, TB just doesn't have an easy game. And I actually don't think this... I think this hero is, like, massively overrated at the moment. And so I don't know... I don't know. I just don't have faith in the Terrorblade. I really don't, in terms of, like, just this hero in the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, because it just makes the laning phase like, even weaker. I really wanted to see a hero that just stabilizes the draft a bit better, which would have been a hero like Sniper or Medusa, but Medusa was banned. Just a hero that's strong in the lane, and it's very hard to get to for IG. Now, TB is going to be on the front line anyway, which is exactly what IG wants. They're just going to run at you, he pops meta BKB, overgrowth, you're done.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's my biggest issue. And like Terrorblade, the one thing that he did get a pretty substantial buff in the most recent patch, right? Like, which is pretty surprising because I didn't feel like this hero necessarily needed something, but they gave him an extra 15 damage level 1 on Metamorphosis.
Level 1 is ridiculous.
Now, you just have 30 bonus damage and the bonus attack range. It no longer slows you. It's ridiculous how good this level 1 spell is. So maybe he can use that to try and win the lane at level 1, but as soon as that meta is over, I do worry about like the future of the lane.
Yeah, that is my biggest issue also with the Warlock Terrorblade. Like, this change literally made aggressive lanes with a Terrorblade super strong level 1, right? But now they have a Warlock there, what can you really do? Like, he uses it straight away to get some lasters and denies, but yeah, after that, you are free food.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice little courier pick off there by FY. That's going to take away the Tango and a Sentry, so he will not be able to unblock the easy cam.
Yeah, it's actually a very big deal because they do want to be the ones pushing out. Yeah, the push and pull is the only thing you can really do with a Warlock. If you take that away from him, hero isn't that scary anymore.
I guess we could talk about some of the shenanigans happening in the top lane as well. The good old classic like wave pull, right? They don't want to actually fight into the Juggernaut, it seems, at these early levels with the Treant right by his side. And would you agree?
Yeah, that lane is very scary. Like, Treant plus any hero really is very strong. Juggernaut, Notorious is one of the strongest level 1, 2 heroes even. I mean, just as the level gets higher, he's not gonna get weaker though. So you can't keep pulling the waves forever, you know. At some point you will have to face them, and if you do, I think you're just gonna have a very tough time. In fact, the double wave is already coming back, you know, so the lane's gonna be stabilized. And see what they can do from here on out.
Warlock's actually doing a lot of work bottom in terms of damage. Like, he's just spamming out the Fatal Bonds and the Shadow Word out onto JT. And it has kept them away from the Terrorblade for the moment. But he has to send out a lot of mana here with his next Courier.
Yeah, actually, we didn't really speak about it, right? If you do get Fatal Bonds on both heroes and then a Reflection on both of them, there can be quite a bit of damage.
That's true, yeah.
And honestly, they don't have the most amount of kill threat on a Terrorblade with a Warlock there, right? Early on. It's just like in the mid game where it's going to get really, really hard. But if the Terrorblade completely free farms in the lane, there is a chance it can take over the game. Like an early BKB Manta, you have options against the Overgrowth combination as well. There's possibilities. It's just, I'm a little scared because I'm looking at the Ember CS. He missed like one creep so far.
Yeah, Emo's doing pretty dang good in the mid lane, yeah. 16-1. I mean, Pango's really not that far behind. Like we said, this is one of 70's better heroes. He does have a lot of games played on it. Did really well in Division 1 last season, and so see if he can keep that up. FY bottom lane. To be able to, yeah, that's the worry here. He is just going to go ahead for the TP out back to the tower, and so he will be safe. Does commit his heal, has some more regen coming out on the Couriers, so he's going to be just fine.
A little bit surprised they didn't start with the rebound, to be honest, and keep the dispose for a bit later.
Yeah. The slow and damage from rebound is pretty substantial.
Like, how comfortable are people with Marcy still, you know? It's still pretty early. I see a lot of people not being super comfortable with it yet. Missing spells here and there. This hero is going to get a lot more busted when people get comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. And also when people like realize, like get more familiar with like different ways to like skill her, because she does have a really versatile way of building your skill set out. Like whether or not you want to max, you know, dispose, rebound, or sidekick, all three of the abilities are viable depending on your allies. So yeah, that's like super rare in terms of heroes, right?
I gotta admit though that my favorite one is just the 1-1-3, because as soon as you hit 6, you can actually solo kill cores with that damage output.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really, like, if you max the dispose or rebound, you don't really have the same ability. You're much more reliant on enabling your teammates rather than being that damage yourself. You know what I also
actually
realized?
Double Wraith Bend.
Oh, he did, yeah.
What'd you say?
Going super stats heavy. Just in the mid lane. Like, because there's so many resources and mana, like, heroes with double spam out abilities are becoming much, much more popular, which is why Dawnbreaker middle is so strong, Pangolier, right? Like, you just clear the wave instantly, and you do whatever you want.
Yeah. It's not as much about, like, outplaying the enemy mid laner as much as, like, just kill the wave as fast as possible, and, like, see if you have time to go farm the easy camp.
Yeah, I really don't like that, and I hope it does get addressed before, like, the next big event. Because these water runes, it's just too much sustain in the mid lane.
The mid lane used to be like the real test of skill, right? That used to be the lane where you're just like, how good are you at micro movements in lane and punishing people? And then now it's kind of just like, throw some spells, farm some creeps, try not to feed.
Looking at mid lane though, 70's actually pressuring Emo a ton. Is now also ahead of Network of Terrorblade completely free farming. Things are looking pretty good for CDC actually.
Yeah, Emo's actually got to be very careful. 7E, if he managed to get Zide of him.
FY stop soaking XP, bro.
He forts the wave. They're going to try and go for it. Emo is level 6. He does have the mana. Oh my gosh, Emo gets it. Sniped by Imitator, though. The triple Remnant in.
Yeah. You remember how people said...
Remnant, sorry.
the Flame God thing was a buff. Well, he just died because of it, because he took damage from the Fate Bolt rather than absorbing all of it.
Yep. It's a buff in some scenarios, right? But not all.
Yeah. I mean, usually in the sense where most mid laners can't really take it off anymore, right? Now, Penguin is TPing top. Spin is on cooldown, so 5 seconds? I don't think I can get him though.
He is so deep behind the tower.
Yeah, they were going on the Brewmaster. Just scan him a
Overall,
little
this was
bit.
great for Emo.
Yeah. I'm very surprised that 70 actually TP'd up there. Because that was never gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
Brewmaster Tranquil Boots in the off lane. Interesting.
It is strange. I guess he's really fast with the Drunken Brawler.
Goodbye, Warlock. Taking over the lane as a support against the Master Dual lane is so difficult.
And this is
I'm
what
showing
we were
anywhere
kind of
I'm
afraid of, right? Like,
Yeah.
once Terrorblade kind of wants to leave and go farm, it's like, you know, okay, but then you're just going to get ran at. And JT should be able to take this bottom tower relatively soon.
Yeah, but they're smoking straight away to the bot lane. I like that preemptive rotation from 70 and Imitator. They might be able to catch a DP, but of course, Emo is like, you know, he's gone. He's not here anymore. Careful, bot. Because you can't really rotate
real smart.
top. You can't kill the Juggernaut. No way.
Speaking of
Oh,
which,
FY is ping
they're
top.
actually going to TP FY top.
Yeah. He has ult
I mean,
though.
he has... Yeah, he has Soul Ring as well. Yeah, there's no way you get this kill. And instead, he's going to go ahead and try and chase down Tree End. FY is going to toss him back a little bit with the Dispose, but Ollie, he might just die underneath his own tower. A few more seconds on this split. They're going to be able to chase him down, burn him at the end. But FY is here.
He has a TP
He
still
will
though.
get tossed right back into the jug, and yeah, he will just TP out like you were talking about. Beautiful play there by the Brewmaster.
Yeah. Now he must be careful
On
too.
mid lane.
He doesn't ram it out straight away. He must be dead now. Man.
He underestimated that damage.
No safety remnant either when you go for a rune like that. Little cocky from IG. And CDC making him pay for it.
I mean, they're gonna get a lot of damage on the mid tower. Is it? There's no way it dies here, right?
You can't give up the
They have no
split
fort.
already.
They actually don't have a fort. It's dead to a Terrorblade. And when you have Treant, this is like the most important thing to do. Not let these towers go down. Meanwhile, bottom lane 7, he's going to TP in as JT's already committed the Exorcism. Ollie will be fine in the trees, but I think JT might be getting a little spooked out here as some more heroes are going to start showing up.
Yeah, this early game is definitely going CDC's way. Like, I feel like the moves IG are trying are not bad, but they seem like a little bit forced. For example, the kill on the Brewmaster top was never gonna happen, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Unless they caught him without mana, but he got Soul Ring delivered. So, and he had Stick. Like, there was absolutely no way it happened.
Yeah, I really want to see them now just kind of unite their forces in the bot lane and get the tower gone. I'm surprised Juggernaut didn't actually go bottom, to be honest, when DP was ulting, because you need to open the map yourself now.
Yeah, Ember Spirit's not like a known tower taker, I guess you could say, in the mid lane, right? Like, he can kind of push it in with Flame Guard, but he doesn't do a ton of damage up the tower. Doesn't have his Orb of Corrosion by any means, so it's going to take a while for them to actually even out that playing field.
Yeah, TB also very happy with the Possessed Mask, one of his best items. Low health pool, high armor, very happy with 7 HP per hit. Falcon Blade Juggernaut. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
It's not bad, but I'm not the biggest Falcon Blade fan, to be entirely honest. I'd rather just build like a Wraith Band and go straight for my Maelstrom.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, is this better than just building something else and going into the Maelstrom? That's exactly what I was going to ask. It's just, he's a little tankier, I guess. An extra 200 health does, you know, tend to go a long way, but...
Yeah, some nice mana regen as well. But yeah, you know me, I'm a big fan of the casual raindrop. I think it's super undervalued.
Yeah, same.
On every hero. Like even Juggernaut, you love that 0.8 mana regen. And you love not
Yeah,
dying
I've been
to spells
actually
too.
getting it a ton more lately. Just like, especially on carries, like you just jungle so much faster with a random raindrop.
Yeah, you do. And it's surprising how many more ganks actually survive too because of it. It's a lot of sustainability.
Bottom lane looks like he might be gearing up for a
He's
play
level 6 on the
here.
Warlock.
No, and 7E will find Ollie behind the tower, but you're right. Yeah, level 6 on the Warlock is going to make this a little bit scary. They are going to try and jump onto 7E, but there it is. The Golem comes down, the Rolling Thunder. Not going to end up getting committed, but they will just try and chase FY, but he just leaps out of there, sniped the last second by 7E. So, they do get the Warlock Golem. A little bit of a commitment.
You know, I'm starting to think that it's my fault that IG isn't winning. Because whenever I'm not there, they absolutely ruffle stomp the enemy teams. When I'm there, it's like, they look like timid cats. Kittens.
I'm
sorry, IG fans. I'll repent.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, I'm getting a ton of packet loss on my end. Hopefully it fixes itself out soon, it's fine.
Hey, a Sleight of Fist is not bad on the Ruby. That's quite a bit of damage.
Wait a minute,
No way.
Emo? He's got a remnant, right? Okay.
There's no way he dies like that again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, if you go down like that more than once on an Ember Spear, your game ends up being so difficult.
Yeah. He has a Maelstrom already though on Ember, and Juggernaut is decently close to his as well, which is their early game power spike, right? It's going to be a lot of additional magic damage that it can really use to kill his Terrorblade as well. Who's farming up a Storm though? He's really rich on his Terrorblade.
Dire's middle tower.
Alright, attempt number 2 for the bot tower, and this time it should be a freebie.
There's going to be your Omni Slash. Ends up taking down Imitator in the river. So Fly putting his first one to good use.
Honestly, level 1 Omni Slash is so underwhelming. Just kill a support with it.
Exactly, yeah. Top lane though, looking to defend the tower. They're going to go onto the Terrorblade, pull him back with FY. But yeah, he does have the Sunder, and he's got the Warlock and the Brewmaster behind him. Here comes the split. You're going to be able to throw one into the air. Oh, they get the nice stun to start this one off, but Fly able to just back away. They're going to continue the chase here with these pandas, but I don't know. It doesn't really look like they're getting a lot out of this. They'll just, like you said, it's kind of like level 1 Brew Splits. Seems a little underwhelming sometimes, especially this early into the game. Unless it's, you know, just to pick off a support, but Emo's going to continue the chase.
There's
a little bit of time left on the Exorcism. There's the blink reveal from 7E, just mowing down the backline. 3 heroes held in place. Marcy going to pop that Unleash to try and get herself a little bit of space out of here, but 7E, that Rolling Thunder is going to expire. The Silence does come out. FY going in for more, swaps him back. Imitator's going to do the same, but 7E swashbuckles his way out, so he's going to survive. Fly thinking of coming in, has that Blade Fury ready to go, and they're managing to keep this tower alive for the moment thanks to that Treant Protector, and they are trying so dang hard to keep it alive here on IG.
And probably for the moment they will be able to. They traded pretty much all the spells out, and all that ended up happening is they lost to Marcy. So nobody really gained any ground, but now that you committed hard on the top tower and didn't get it, IG is probably still relatively happy with this. E is getting really scarily big though. He almost has that money for the shard, which of course is a Treant counter. Even in your ult, you can just activate a roll up to get out of that immediately. We almost have the Manta on the Terrorblade.
Closing on Manta, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Treant counter as well. And honestly, I expected the early game to go quite a bit worse for CDC. Now that they're in this position, they are very strong. Once they get up to that Skadi on the Terrorblade, the DP is not going to be happy.
Yeah, not at all. I actually do wonder, you know, if they can start pushing the objectives on IG. Like, they've only really scratched this bottom tower, or they're taking down the bottom tower, but scratched mid tower. Still managed to keep himself alive. Treant just doing his absolute best to keep top tower alive, and I think we might see meta come in. Oh yeah, in the jungle. Yeah, they'll get Rubik, but 7E with the chain stuns are there. Fly, he does have an Omni Slash, debating on using it, will do so, but just getting tanked by the creeps instead. And here comes the split. Fly's got no spin. He's so dead. 2 kills go to CDEC, and they lose the top tower to the Metamorphosis.
Man, we might be up for an upset here in game 1, to be honest. The way this game is going, CDC got IG's number for sure. They're always like 1 step ahead. Even spinning up the catapult in the mid lane for like half a minute.
Oh my god, I forgot how long it lasts on creeps.
It's ridiculous.
So
What's Terrorblade going for next?
Rune, it's gonna be bottom lane. DD for FYs takes it away from 70. What was that? Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering what Terrorblade's going for next. It's going to be that Skadi that we spoke about. Once that's up, honestly, they don't have burst damage on IG. Like, it is going to be relatively easy to get a Thunder target if you get low. And of course, you pretty much hard counter all that lifesteal that you have. And the healing ward, and the sidekick, everything. It's a perfect Skadi game. I'm just a bit worried that without BKB, he might still be, you know, in a little bit of trouble in those team fights. It's pretty cocky to go for a straight Skadi. Must be feeling himself.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of space so far. And the other thing is at any point, Undyne has never left his side this game. He has just been following Terrorblade around. He's always behind him, ready to drop that golem if he ever needs. And that's like just enough time of a window to allow Terrorblade to get a Sunder target, you know, in almost any fight. So,
yeah. And then there's almost definitely going to be a Pangolier TPing and with that rolling Thunder follow-up. I like the position CDC is in here right now. Like, they will have a very hard time clearing those Terrorblade illusions split pushing, especially once that Skadi is up, right? Like, who has enough damage to actually clear those illusions? Pretty much no one. And he also has that infused raindrop, you know? So he is on the meta, and he just sold it. Damn you.
Sold it for an ultimate orb, though. Yeah, that's pretty worth it.
Yeah,
He does
I'll
have
allow
the
it.
Grove bow, too, no?
I'll allow it.
Swap that bad boy in when you pop the meta.
What do you think is the...
They saw Fly. There's gonna be the Rolling Thunder to initiate. Can they chain stun him? Oh my gosh, they got him, but not quite. He'll be able to TP on home. Swashbuckle.
That golem needed to be held. Like, if he has a golem there still, he's dead. I don't know why he dropped it before the spin TP. Getting a little bit overexcited.
I think they were just hoping to chain stun, yeah. But you're right. If he can't Blade Fury and TP out if you just golem him, so.
Yeah. Overexcited.
70 got unfortunately stuck playing ping pong, yeah.
Yeah, just to confirm, you can 100% spin while you're getting Rolling Thunder, right? Every time. Yeah.
There is like a slight window where you can now.
Yeah, because I've seen yesterday in a pro game also, the TA just didn't pop her BKB when she was getting Rolling Thundered. And she died. I was like, huh? You can't do that now.
Yeah. I feel like people just like underestimate the amount of damage the spell does.
Yeah,
because you only get like the damage. You can only do that. I think you can only get the BKB off. It's not on every stun instance. Some of them you are like chain stunned, but I don't remember exactly how it works.
Yeah, that sounds very intentional. Now, how's the game looking? He has BKB on DP. That's very good. Gonna build it through Lotus up 2 to prevent some Thunder action potentially. BKB almost on Ember Spirit as well. So they are getting their core items up, but almost Skadi on Terrorblade already. They might be
so you have the Treant Protector team, and you don't have the late game, so it's a little bit scary on IG here.
Yeah. I mean, Juggernaut is still known as like the anti-carry, right? But TB is definitely one of the best answers to that. Getting all that split damage on the Illus.
Imitator, just role-playing Juggernaut with the Blade Fury TP out.
On the other side of the coin, though, like they will have an immense amount of problems, right? With late game Ember Spirit, they have really no way of locking them down.
Dude, they're just getting Roche. You got Pango Disarm in the meta up from Terrorblade.
They don't even know what. No, they don't know. Like, maybe we can get a pick off bottom
down, but
there's no one there. And there's a DD as well for the Terrorblade.
We'll just grab that and head to the jungle, I'm sure.
Ages to 7E actually, okay. He's feeling really confident on Terrorblade. Skadi first, I don't want the Aegis. Alright.
Yeah, that one's a little bit surprising to me, but I guess he is like one of the worst Aegis carriers, right? Like, in terms of you die with meta and then you just come back without it.
Yeah, but people also do underestimate the damage Terrorblade like puts out without meta even. You have that Skadi, you run in, you right-click people, it hurts.
Yeah, it's true. All right, 7-4. It's 20 minutes into the game. A slight gold advantage here for CDEC, and Emo will finally take down. Oh, nice little blink deny on the mid tower. Cheeky play there by the Brewmaster.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I know,
And that actually
I love
refreshes
this.
Fort for bottom. So they actually get
Yeah.
to clear up the creep wave now.
But healing ward Juggernaut also very balanced. You can just tank the tower forever.
Yeah.
Fight though.
Now they're going to go in 70E with the roll up, protecting himself for the moment. Question is, are they going to be able to get anything out of this?
Dire's top tower is
Look
under
at the early basher pickup on 70, just so the Juggernaut can't spin TP anymore. I love that. Skadi's up already. Meta up in 40. Ooh, the next team fight could potentially break IG, to be honest. If they lose that with their BKB timings, they're gonna have a very hard time getting back into it.
Yeah, that is going to be a big moment. Sorry, my Dota like completely froze and kicked me out of the game. I'm trying to get back in.
It happens.
Oh, Emo going in a little bit maybe too aggressively. There's the first
He didn't
stun.
pop
Can they
BKB
chase
again?
on him to lift? He didn't. There's going to be the golem. They got him. Emo's down.
He could have definitely BKB'd at some point there. He was way too confident he was gonna get out.
under attack.
Oh, it looks like I am completely out of the lobby. I can't get back in. All right. Well,
What's
that's
that
cool.
up?
I have no idea.
Dota doesn't like you
It's just
today.
Dota client.
You
just
want too many
literally
games,
breaking.
man.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I just keep picking Pudge, man. It's just that easy.
Same. It's always banned every game.
Top lane though, Terrorblade's doing
Wait,
some
all by
work onto the
himself?
tower. Ooh.
Well, you have
Eh.
Movement there, but
With no Aegis, mind you,
This could be
he
a
decided
throw.
not to go for it. And then comes the DP. There's going to be the Exorcism. Toss back.
we just run away or what?
That Manta does have that Sunder. The stun's there. He will finally drop it onto FY. Try to turn around onto JT, but the BKB is there. There's going to be the Omni Slash. They've got the damage, and 7 E's come too far forward. That's going to be his Aegis. Comes the Brewmaster. Nice Cinder Brew Stomp. There's going to be a good slow in here
what?
from Undyne, but Fly with this Blade Fury is doing work. 70 with the roll up, trying to get him out, but he's not going to be able to do so on the Warlock, and
You can't
they're
blink.
continuing the chase. Oh, he can't, but he does get the Rolling
One more
Thunder off
slide,
at
one
the
more
last
slide.
second.
I can't get it.
Unfortunately, Slide not going to make it in range. You were right, man. It seemed like they were going in a little bit too far. CDEC did. IG punishes them heavily for it.
You can't, like, if you had that Aegis there, I completely agree with this play. It would have been perfect. But because you don't have it, you can't make this kind of move on the Terrorblade. Like, that death was very unnecessary, and you're the highest value kill. Obviously, you're so far ahead of everybody else on the team. Gotta be very careful how you play when you're this far ahead. He's definitely feeling himself. You can tell by the way he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, that fight's really good for Fly, though. I mean, you can see his net worth just skyrocketing after that one. Manages to pick up a couple kills, gets a lot of experience as well. That being said, Terrorblade is still level 16, almost 17. And that is going to be a little bit of an issue for IG if he does manage to get a BKB. What is the Terrorblade going for at this point? Do you know?
Yeah, he's gonna go for the BKB, which I think is the correct choice too. Like BKB Daedalus would probably be optimal. Just
Did it be a really
amping up
good
his
Daedalus
damage
game, right?
output.
Is under attack.
Ruby gets caught and you're gone. Now
That's pretty
Juggernaut
much
has
expected at
Skadi
some point.
queued up. You like that? I feel there might be a lack of damage through magic immunity.
Is under attack.
Yeah, so a lot of like what we've been seeing is just the Blade Fury build, right? Where you just go like this Maelstrom Manta Skadi type of scenario. So you can just constantly Blade Fury and you take the Blade Fury duration and Blade Fury damage talents. But yeah, I think you're right. Into Terrorblade, it's a little bit weird because if you do pop the Blade Fury, he'll just kill you during it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was hoping for a little bit more damage. Perhaps like a butterfly or like some MKB or something. But his choice is the Skadi. Gives him more sustain. But I don't know if they need more sustain.
Is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to find Undyne. The smoke does pop. They're going to try and chase down
Terrablade's up there again.
Couldn't find him. Yeah, this is the Warlock just doing the good old get down, Mr. President. You know, just tanking the gank, allows Terrorblade to escape. I feel like he probably could have escaped himself as well, so it's just like a little bit of a weird one.
That's kind of what we spoke about, right? Like, as soon as the Skadi's up, the big benefit is they can't deal with the Terrorblade to do this anymore.
Oh, he's fine, rolled up. Nice dodge on the silence.
Roll up is also very balanced. I just can't believe some of the shots we have in the game, honestly.
Yeah.
Roll up is just like an instant spell immunity. 30-second cooldown.
Yeah. Pretty sick. I was looking, there was another, I was playing someone earlier and I was just like, I can't believe this spell exists. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Terrorblade, 100 gold away from BKB. And honestly, I feel IG is a little bit too laid back. I feel like they have most of the timings up, but they're not really trying to pressure anything just yet.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're correct. Like, there is a little bit of an issue here where, like, I feel like IG is gonna be their strongest, like, right about now, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is about as strong as IG is gonna get, but CDEC really, I don't think are too afraid.
They are not. They shouldn't be. TB has his BKB completed. He's an absolute monster now. Like, Juggernaut will never be able to kill him. They have an axe and a Brewmaster as well, so the teamfight control is gonna be massive.
Yeah, they're smoking up right now, looking for their next target. Brewmaster just commits this play. He's looking for the Treant Protector underneath the tower. No, he's just gonna commit to do damage to the tower. Wait, those don't have the extra health. He is making a little space as the fight's breaking out bottom, potentially. Question is, will they find one? They get Fly. Oh, no. That is about as bad it could be.
There was a massive pickoff and very well executed, but I really want him to keep this rock a bit more. He just throws it out quite freely.
He just lets it rip,
worry free. Yeah. It just has like a 1 minute cooldown. No. It's 3 minutes, my friend. That spell is massive for your team fights. Oh, Titan Sliver instantly for the Terrorblade too. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, this is a real assault.
Oh, he lost
and I
his
like the
courier with the
MKB
point
choice.
booster.
Oh, that is really big, actually. Mid lane, they do manage to get on top of the Brewmaster. The question is, does he get rid of the silence? Not in time. So, likely to see a Lotus Orb or an Andis coming out of that guy at some point here, but they're continuing the chase, looking for more. Undyne would be a decent target. They will find FY and Emo. They have a great ward here in the mid lane, scouting these heroes. This
Imitator Alright, that's DP ulti down though, and Roche is up in 18. That could be a freebie, honestly, for CDC. Terrorblade still has everything. They have 2 brew splits for that fight. No exorcism, no overgrowth. Oh, the Elo just times out just before it sees Roche spawn.
And he's just so far away. He's on the bottom half of the map too. There's just no way for him to scout now. But yeah, I don't think either team has found it quite yet. One thing I wanted to point out, 7E does have his Ags and Basher completed. This dude is enormous. And that is just such a terrifying thing to deal with when you're playing against a Pango, is just this constant swashbuckle, shield crash, and then just getting bashed all the time.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage output coming from him. A lot of disable, a lot of annoyance, really. And we did just see the point booster drop from the courier, so no axe on the Ember Spirit for another 1.5 minutes. I feel like if CDC just commits on Roshan, there's nothing IG can do.
Yeah, they're going to smoke. I think they're getting ready to go for it. Question is, who's going to get the jump? It will be the smoke popping, so 7E going to back up just a little bit. He doesn't have vision on the rest of IG. But obviously, Roshan, the big objective here for both teams. No one's going to leave this area, right? This is pretty much where everyone's going to be for the next, several minutes until Roche at least dies.
Yeah, but you can see the massive amount of experience difference here. If IG was in CDC's shoes right now, this Roshan would be gone. 100%. Like, the fact that CDC isn't pressuring this Roshan now actually gives IG a chance at making, well, not really a comeback, but at seizing an advantage soon.
Addy, this game is almost like according to the numbers, right, is dead even. But there it is. Terrorblade's finally going to go into the pit. And
Right
I
late
think
though. Exo's up.
they're listening to you. They're listening to you. They're like, all right, just go. Blackside gets in the pit. Start Roshan.
Yeah, but that was like a minute ago.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too late. Yeah.
Oh,
See,
it's
Emo
so
trying to
scary
poke there,
now.
Get some vision. Exorcism is available. The question is, will they go into the pit? The smoke comes out right away. They are gearing up to take the fight, and there's going to be the split from the Brewmaster.
Everything preemptively used.
He gets fly. He's in the air, and now they're going to jump onto JT. The golem comes down. He's just dead. So much damage from the Terrorblade. Pops the BKB. FY is gone as well. The Brewmaster just removing the Juggernaut from the fight. In comes Emo. He's not going to get the Aegis either, and he's going to have to disengage. One Remnant still available thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. But, oh boy.
Yeah.
What a scout by the Brewmaster there.
Yep. Massive teamfight victory once more. Terrorblade gets an Aegis, and that's really why I love that Terrorblade pick. Like, if you get ahead like this, DP runs into you, you're dead.
You're right. You just buy Scotty and clicks her.
Nothing you can do. Like, how long was she alive? Like 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Did she have?
And you were correct again. The Daedalus, it's up.
Is under attack.
Yep, Daedalus. Like, it's just pure damage from this point on. I love this itemization. Monkey King bar afterwards against the Heaven's Halberd. Imitator.
They're managing to keep the tower alive, and they're going to get aggressive there as they take down the Rubik. FY, though, does need to be a little bit careful. The Brew split is doing some damage. Again, taking Fly out of the fight. Undyne will be the next to join his comrade, but the rest of CDEC looks like they might escape. Where's the other Brew plant split? Oh, it's like way into the north. Yeah, okay, he's fine. He's in the trees. He's fine.
Yeah, he's inching in on his refresher as well. But we have seen many games go like this, right? Even when Terrorblade gets a big lead, the big test is really, can you break high ground?
Yeah.
Which, to be fair,
no,
they have
he bought a
Brewmaster.
Silver Edge.
Who did?
I thought he went Daedalus. He bought a Silver Edge instead, which is still a lot of damage either way.
Yeah, but for what? There's nothing
know.
to break. He has no sort of initiation with an Abyssal Blade or Hex or anything.
Just that.
I would have loved
Just the Invis active,
Daedalus much
maybe?
better. Yeah, but just doesn't really feel like they need it. Like, he's like a stationary tower right now, like a turret. You want to output as much damage as possible. Let's see, he's initiating. Or sees the tree end, and then he doesn't.
Radiant are scanning.
He just gets that blink away. Nice done. Oh, he might get the vision on him again. No, he does not. He is. I didn't see Ollie has the shard though, so he is invincible while hiding in trees. Is what I believe how that works.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, not invincible anymore. Back to invincibility. A tree and shard is also. Remember how you just used to get it as a talent for free at level 10?
Yeah, dude. It was so good.
Wasn't it inbuilt at level 1 even before?
Yeah, it was built into the ability originally.
Yeah, and what was it called?
They had a
Grass
pretty
or
long
something?
fade time though.
It was, but it's still.
Emo?
Oh, Emo
He's
gets
gonna-
BKB.
he's-
Wow.
Dude, I mean, you're just underestimating this Terrorblade at this point. This guy just does a ton of damage, and just the telekinesis into a bash is all you needed.
Yeah. I don't know. IG just seems really, like, almost borderline surprised by a lot of these things happening, you know? Like, there should be basic damage calculations, but IG have been failing the math tests.
And they're
Now
just gonna
there's a
pop that
Terrorblade
meta,
saying
go onto
hello.
the high ground.
Yeah, Instructor Terrorblade
Scott
says,
Manta still
time.
Aegis. Ooh, nice disposed back. He's in a rough spot, but in comes 70 on the Rolling Thunder. They managed. He just displaces the Terrorblade back outside of the base thanks to the Rubik. The Shard just doing wonders this game. Gonna try to turn around the
Juggernaut
Golem, comes down onto Fly. He pops the Manta trying to get away, and now a nice overgrowth there, but there it is. The BKB comes through from the Terrorblade, turning his attention back onto Emo. He did buy back for this. He cannot afford to go down twice. Juggernaut spending some time in the skies. FY, though, able to escape for the moment, thanks to this Halberd doing some work. The Omni Slash. No shot. He gets the Sunder. Oh my gosh. You know, sometimes invisibility is invincibility in this game, and they are just crumbling here one by one. He's still got that Aegis. It will finally get popped, but most of your spells already committed, and the second Brew split getting to work here as he stayed on top of JT. Emo makes it back into the base. I mean, it still ends up being like a 2 for 3, but you had to buy back on 2 heroes for IG. And you didn't take down Terrorblade twice. 2 for 4,
also bought back though.
Yeah, I didn't see 70's buyback, yeah.
Yeah, he thought there would maybe like be another little bit of fight, but you can already see that like this fight was not supposed to go like this, right? The Terrorblade got super lucky. Like he had like 50 health, and then Flyfly doesn't die, etc., etc. I feel the damage problems are becoming really obvious now. Like the Terrorblade at the pit had enough damage to kill the DP because DP didn't have Lotus Orb at the time. Now she does, so the extra armor is really helping a lot. And he's going to a Satanic now, and I'm just really worried that the damage is just not there anymore. Like every item you get from this point onwards on the IG side is just going to make this game harder and harder.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like the Satanic is good, but I still worry that if they just use the Halberd at the right time, you know, the Satanic's mostly wasted, right? That because they have done a pretty good job with the Halberd in these last fights.
Yeah,
he does need to be careful around that Halberd usage or around the Satanic usage because the Halberd is in the game right now.
And Flyfly, I like that he's going for the MKB now. But again, you know, if he had the MKB there instead of the Skadi, Terrorblade is dead.
Yeah.
You have no problems in life if you just kill them. I mean, in the game.
Yeah. There is some pretty good jungle items dropped. A leveler for the side of CDEC, which will almost guarantee, like for sure, make its way into Terrorblade's hands on their next high ground push. But
yeah,
the Rubik Shard, man, I kind of forgot about that ability. It is so good.
You mean the pullback on the lift, huh?
Yeah, the telekinesis and ally. It's like 800 range or something. He just like pulls, the Terrorblade from like behind the tier 3, just outside of the base instantly.
Yeah, Masti does the back flip, and Rubik does the some flip.
I don't know.
Reverse
some flip. Yeah. Dude, getting disposed plus having the shard, you can just like toss an ally like 1,000 units.
Yeah.
Like get back here.
I'm getting a little bit worried for CDC, honestly. Like Ember Spirit is getting to the point where he is going to do so much in these team fights. Like, there's no way to control him in the backline anymore.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that he's just picking off the supports, and if he's able to do that and they can't control him up anymore, and Emo's had a lot of deaths this game too, but if they can't control him anymore, he is going to be very scary.
Yeah. I would say though, most of Emo's deaths have been really like his own fault. He just underestimated the damage of CDC. So, that shouldn't really be happening anymore.
See,
oh, this tower. Oh my god, the Earth Panda, man.
That bonus damage to the building, it works. They got the. He's just been using the brew splits for this.
Yeah, but like, should they just kill the Bruling? They weren't in a position at all. They were like, yeah, that's fine. That tower could have been back to full HP. It's not fine. Big. It's not fine, Ricky. These kind of things are not fine. They lost the top tower too. When did that happen?
That is a good question. I actually don't know.
What the hell? So both lanes are just exposed. One teamfight win. It's gonna get pretty ugly for IG.
Yeah, if Terrorblade gets onto the high ground with like a hero or two diebacked on IG, I think your whole base dies. Like, obviously they can't push tier 3 bottom, but like those 2 lanes of barracks in mid and top are just done. He's got the leveler if he ever wants it. Yeah, I'm assuming he'd backpack it at this point, but so far hasn't held on to it.
Brewmaster now also with the refresher. There's gonna be 4 potential splits. Has 3 right now. Hex on the DP now though.
That's big.
He's suddenly so farmed on JT. He was so poor before, now he's so farmed. And the game is kind of developing into like a 4 protect 1. Like Pangoli isn't really keeping up anymore. Very supportive style with the Lotus Orb now, rather than itemizing for more damage. It's really all in on Terrorblade. We're just splitting top. They're not in position. They're gonna lose top Rex.
I mean, you're right, but they do manage to find the Terrorblade in the mid lane. That's huge. 70 is coming. He's going to buy back, though. A nice Rolling Thunder will be able to finish off that Marcy. Flyfly, his ult, pretty much unlucky bounce there. Ended up going on over to the Panda. Imitator trying to TP out. JT, he's on the high ground. They have a way to stop it. There's going to be the telekinesis. Your Death Prophet is done. No buyback.
Still in trouble.
And you're right, the Brewmaster's just...
Overgrowth.
Oh my god. He's role-playing Lone Druid at this point, man.
I would have overgrown those spirits. I would have, for sure.
I mean, he just gets the melee barracks and he's going to walk away.
Yeah.
So that Storm
There was the
Panda.
refresher used at least. But now the Midrex is next. They have no buybacks on those two heroes.
Yeah. Terrorblade, I mean, his buyback was committed for this, so he does need to be careful. He's got the BKB Satanic, everything still available for him. And it will be a very quick barracks down in the mid lane, so 2 lanes basically already now secured for CDEC, only a 5,000 gold lead. It feels like this game is way further ahead for CDEC, but IG has managed to farm a ton this game.
Hey, Roche is up in 5 seconds. If they stay in the pit right now, this should be a free Roche as well, and they are. Don't walk out. No!
Dropping a... Oh, he doesn't have an illusion. Oh,
No,
man, that
was
feels
the worst
so
time
bad.
out. Also, the timeout
He's
spot is at 0, but it's not there.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
There
it
it
is.
is. It's going to respawn. I mean,
They
it ends
could've
up working
gotten
okay
for
for
free.
IG.
I mean,
Yeah.
There was a
Undyne?
big
He's going to
mistake.
check it, right?
He's gonna check it, but now they're
Terrorblade's
all live
bottom?
again.
All right. Does it have an Ags or a Refresher?
Who?
Roshan.
Oh, the Roshan? A refresher.
Okay, okay. I mean, Refresher's pretty dang good for the Terrorblade if he gets like
It is.
Aegis and a Refresher. You also have double Warlock Golem. There's a lot of synergy here. And look at Brewmaster. He's just going to make space. He blinks into the base, pops the split once again. And he's just going to hold them back. And it's just like making... This is all he's doing. He's like, yeah, pay attention to me. Hello. You know, go after the splits, you know. Meanwhile, team taking Roshan. And he gets the range barracks.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is playing out of his mind right now. There's actually way too much space. Being said that, the game is not over yet. Like, there is still work to be done for AG. They have killed the
put the
Terrorblade instantly
refreshers.
once.
Hey, but the Refresher shard on Brewmaster, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
more
no.
splits. Let's go.
Smoke up. IG, they just want to take the fight right to CDEC. They cannot sit in their base any longer. They're going to find Brewmaster.
Yeah,
But he's got an A on this. He doesn't really matter all that much. And there's going to be the Terrorblade. Turns it on. Do they get Evo? He gets the Slide of Fist off for the moment. He's going to try to survive FY. Not going to be as lucky. Undone to the backside. Glimmer Cape giving him a little bit of space. He does end up taking down to the Ember Spear. He's lost
Man,
so
Emo's
many of his
just on
remnants now.
supports.
Over to Emotator. This guy is just owning, but he's out of mana. Emo needs to escape. Will he be able to? No bash from 7E, and that Remnant Distum takes him very far. So he will survive. Well done by Emo on this Ember Spirit. Managed to take down both supports and potentially keeping their game state alive.
Yeah, he's pretty much the only one that has a game right now, though. Now you can just see Juggernaut can't approach when the Terrorblade is there. DP can't approach. He's just like this wall, and only Ember Spirit can kind of slip through.
Dude, he is owning on the Ember Spirit still. Like despite the few deaths that he's had, obviously, it hasn't been an absolute perfect game, but his late game execution has been so strong. Count Disca pops, there's gonna be the Rolling Thunder onto Evo. He does have a BKB, does he? The Dispose trying to make some space with Blink from 7E. He's got to get out of here. He will be able to, and he does. And now onto that tower. The tier 2 will fall. 7E catches an Omni Slash, pops the cheese, turned into a pig. And will fall. His buyback is available, but a beautiful pick off for IG there.
Split again, the Panda.
I would say, do you see Brew right now? Do you see this nonsense? He's got the Void Panda as well, just to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and get a nice juicy disarm in there as well when they're hitting the Brewlings. The tower's almost gone from full health.
This is the funniest use of Brewmaster I think I've ever seen. I've never seen this before. This is so good.
Reminds me of the meta where you just split and buff the Earth Panda with like Electricity and everything. You know that's the reason why Brewmaster got nerfed, right? Because they all abused that. He just like 4 hits the Rex.
Yeah, he TP'd to the bottom outpost and he is running down bottom lane with a Refresher Shard, and I have a really strong feeling he's going to be running at that tier 3 tower in just a few moments. Fly mid lane, putting some damage onto the tier 2.
They're pinging it out, so they know.
Yeah.
But they need more heroes, so DP can't do this alone. Aeon Disc is ready again.
Yep, yes it is. It's gonna pop. He's got the split. He's gonna get the Wind Panda out and send the other ones on the tower, but they have vision this time. You gotta be a little more careful. He's running the Void Panda away. He still has another split available. Question is which one he's gonna go to. It's underneath the tower. He gets the blink. Another split. Oh my! He can't keep getting away with this.
Void is
He's
dead.
just gonna focus down the tier 3 tower. He's just committing for it. Will he take it down in time? He gets it. Oh,
Has fallen.
but he has another panda top. The Fire Panda. Dude, someone cue the music. He blinks out again. Okay. You have to be mentally destroyed at this point by this panda.
Dude, he went for the Storm Brawler so that all his pandas have more movement speed as well.
He's so good at this
Damn.
hero.
It was 550, dude. The Fire Panda had 550 movement speed.
Dude, I have never seen anybody make so much space on a single hero in a very long time. They just spent they have spent like the better part of the last 6 minutes of this game chasing this Brewmaster around.
Yeah, but you know the funny thing is, the gold advantage dwindled a bit. What was the rest of the team doing? Were they watching him?
Well, they were dead, right? 7E was dead for 2 minutes.
Yeah, but the Terrorblade had like so much space.
Yeah,
to farm
Terrorblade
up.
wasn't, yeah. And his
He
age is
was
about to
probably
expire,
like-
only 30 seconds.
Camera view on him, alright. Oh, he sees Terrorblade.
The problem with him is like he's still on dieback timer for another minute, so he does need to be careful when this Aegis is about to expire.
Yeah, but I
To
think
buy
at
a
this-
Monkey King bar.
you're probably pretty safe at this point, because once you die, it's actually like 20 seconds, and you're probably good to go.
Okay.
Trickster cloak still on the Terrorblade.
All right,
But
we
this
need a
game looks
Bruce
so
split
even.
status.
On the numbers, but yeah, split status is 3.
Refresher backup. Oh my god. There's someone. He can't keep getting away with this, right?
Yeah, it's tough though. Like you split like 3 pandas away. Which ones do you chase? Right? It's not easy.
All right, bottom lane. Bruce Split comes out. He's gonna run it in on the backside of the fight. Emo just
Emo,
goes
he's
and gets
got
caught by
destroyed.
telekinesis. He's all mistimed on that chaotic offering. It's gonna bite him in the butt, but they do manage to find FY. His BKB is gonna come out, try and get some escape. Helium for the moment. Actually, quite a bit. The Terrorblade doing some damage. They have backdoor protection. They managed to pull the creep wave out. Emo
Agent's
with the
fire,
BKB gonna try and chase down the TB. He's got JT on top of him underneath a ward. No sentry though.
Look at the
He's able to
Brewmaster
disengage.
on the Rex again.
Dude, he forces another fort. Alone.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot committed from CDEC here, right? They get the Chaotic Offering, they got the Rolling Thunder, they got TB meta. The only commitment that I guess doesn't matter is these constant Brew Splits, because he's just going to do it again. And he's
do it
in.
again.
Barracks are under
He's in.
attack.
He's just going to continue doing this shenanigans. And meanwhile, they find JT outside the base. 7E with another Rolling Thunder. Do they have detection?
Rex
He's
is
just
falling.
He's just in this. But you're right, the
Rex
Rax
is
is just falling on the top side. Ollie will fall, and Brewmaster nearly takes an entire lane of barracks by himself. And finally, Terrorblade's gonna join him on the high ground, but he
Not
gets
yet,
caught.
not yet.
Omni Slash Hex force snaps him out. He's alive. He's just in this. He's gonna survive. And there it is. The Rax falls to the Brewmaster. That's going to be the Mega Creeps, the objective that they've wanted all along.
Give me the
Meanwhile,
wall.
FY is going to find 70 on the side. Stolen Omni Slash from the Rubik. Some fun stuff there. But they're just all surviving. They're able to kite this out so far on CDEC. They do take down Imitator. Eventually, 7E will not be able to TP home. But
No.
it's just, it feels like it's not enough for IG. They have lost all 3 lanes of barracks now.
Is under attack.
They have, but again, the gold advantage is not really getting up there. The Ember Spirit is definitely one of the heroes that can carry games like this, right? You have the perfect hero to defend too, which is
He's
the
got
Divine.
Divine.
The Ember has.
Fly just bought a Divine Rapier.
Oh, Ember's also gonna buy one. I'm almost 100% certain. He has 6k gold. So careful, though, Flyfly. You're alone, bro.
He does have the ward there, but yeah, if he dies, the game's
Alright,
over,
so
right? Like if he
I
dies
do
with the
actually think-
Divine, like I don't know what you do.
Oh, another split.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, is he in the
Tower's
base
gonna hit.
again? Hold on. Brewmaster? All right. This is...
But now it's a lot harder, though, right? This is a lot harder
It
than
is,
down
it
these
is.
towers. So
It is.
if Ember also gets a rapier eventually, I still feel like IG is actually a little bit favored, perhaps. Like, this game is going to get really difficult now for CDC to close out.
Yeah.
Like,
It is,
all
yeah.
the shenanigans they've been doing doesn't work anymore now because they don't have any Rex to worry about.
Yeah, you've already like lost everything you could lose on the side of IG that isn't your throne, right? So at this point, you have one last target to defend, which just makes things a little bit easier. But CDEC, the question is, can they actually like split this up enough?
He has to focus on healing the buildings, though. They're both pretty low HP. Like, you gotta heal them off cooldown. There it is. Every time 200 HP heal. Roche is up in just 5 seconds. Brewmaster on the bottom again. They see him, but can they prevent it?
I mean, he's got that A on this and a flicker. This hero is just impossible to kill, I feel like. He's going to be able to throw Emo into the sky. There's a fight breaking on the other side. They get the Terror Blade. 7E is in. He's got the buyback. They did commit the Omni Slash for this. Fly is looking to take down Undyne. He will be able to do so, but in comes Terror Blade. If they get the Juggernaut, you are in a terrible position. They've caught him. Emo gonna go ahead and use those bots to try and join the fight. JT is here with that Exorcism as well. But you're dealing into the meta of the Terror Blade. You've got to find a way to get out of here, but they've managed to lock him down. JT is down. He's going to buy back Fly, BKB. Oh, the Abyssal! They've got him! The Juggernauts! He's got the Divine! It's on the ground! Oh, no!
And that's Terror Blade present. Or is
And
it?
all your tier
Tango
4s
here.
are gone. I actually kind of like it being on 7E at the moment.
Me
Because,
too.
yeah.
Target splits. They have to.
Yeah.
They can't just focus on Terror Blade now.
And with
And now that's
Roshan
the motion with
respawning,
everything.
literal perfect time.
Yeah, there's a great goodie bag. Mega creeps in the tower. And Fly actually got away with murder twice there. Like, he was completely out of position without any defensive capabilities, but they didn't quite manage to catch him.
And now you have
Now-
Terror Wave. Pretty good.
I'm so confused. Like, I thought for sure Emo is the kind of guy that goes for Rapier, but he went for Travels 2 instead.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep.
And this, I mean,
Now
they
it's
can probably still
difficult to
hold on.
defend.
I mean, 300 step for 20, so they don't have the bonus armor, but yeah, now it's even more easy.
Oh, they found a
to
DD
defend.
rune. They found a DD rune though. You wait. If you bottle that one up and wait until next meta, you have Metamorphosis and Terror Wave, and that is
Yeah.
like your game win condition, right?
Now, one thing we have to mention though, obviously Swashbuckle doesn't matter how much damage you have. So that Rapier
Yeah.
and Pango is pretty wasted. Like, he won't be sitting there right-clicking most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, he could just find the supports on the backside, right? That's what makes this a
Yeah.
little bit scary. Like, if he finds FY or the Treant Protector, like, he could get to them easily with, like, Blink Rolling Thunder and then just come out of Rolling Thunder and just bash kill them.
Oh, Brewmaster again, man.
Brewmaster's just in onto the throne. You've got a fortification. You will eventually have to commit this, as this dude has endless splits at this point.
Yeah. He also went for the AC to buff all his Brewlings and reduce the armor by 5. But yeah, if you're Treant now, your duty is permanent armor onto the throne. They're taking so much damage, they have a cliff though.
There's the Terror Wave. They get on top of JT. He's hexed as well. Can he
buyback.
get out? He gets the invis, but it's not going to be enough. They bring him down, and they're just focusing the throne. Terror Blade, he's got his eyes on the prize. Meta's going to come through now. There's the Chaotic Offering. Emo doing what he can to split this one up, but 70 with the Rapier on the throne. The game one goes the way of CDEC, baby. What a sick opener.
Man, like, I don't know if it's really me, but IG looked nothing like they did in the other games, and CDC looked like absolute beasts. Like, honestly, I have no idea how the tides turned this much. Just the early laning phase, man. CDC, absolutely impressive what they did there. I did not expect them to win 2 lanes like they did.
Dude, it's just the Terrorblade did not. He just didn't feel the pressure at all this game, right? Like, that was what made this so surprising. But heck of a performance by CEC, dude. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Cryptic, aren't you glad that I ended the panel by asking you to tell us how CDC could win this game? You said that a lot of this could come down to the Terrorblade putting the game on his shoulders, but what we did not expect was that I was going to be a Brewmaster basically carrying them to victory. That was... Wow. Honestly, if IG can somehow avoid getting Brewmaster into the next game, they have to. The psychic damage right here, Black, must be immense. But CDC, off the back of a game 1 victory, they should be feeling hella good about their chances going into the next one. What could they have done differently on the side of IG, Black, to win this one out? Given that, let's assume I don't think the draft was the main issue, but there were a bit of interesting decisions in terms of how they played the game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would definitely say the biggest issue they've had, like whenever they had a power spike, like BKB on DP, they didn't force anything. Then double BKB on DP and Ember, they didn't force anything. They really just gave CDC everything they wanted. And then Emo stumbling onto a ruin in the river every now and then. It's like, yeah, I don't need to BKB. Oh, I'm dead. Happened like 3 times. Like, it just really felt like they were maybe a little bit too relaxed. Like, no sense of urgency, really. And CDC made them pay for it in full.
Yeah, make them pay for it quite heavily. And I thought they were going to be able to do more on the side of IG, given that they did have this treant with the Ember DP, can rush headlong into fights to make things happen for yourself. But Cryptic, they kept either getting pulled apart, or like Black was mentioning, Emo in particular just felt like he was a little bit of disrespect, if I'm honest. That's how it felt. The lack of BKB usages, the amount of times we saw Fly like all by himself elsewhere on the map just doing his thing. It really felt like they thought they were going to get this easy 2-0, but now that they've suffered this game 1 loss here, do you think they're going to be showing more respect in game 2 against CDC? Or do you think they're just going to feel, well, we just play better, quote unquote, and everything will be fine?
I mean, I don't know if it was like, it's hard, man, how do you even put this into words? Like, CDEC played incredibly well. Like, they played a borderline perfect game. And it's like, against IG, no less, who is a juggernaut of a team. So, I mean, I don't know if it's like you said, IG, like maybe a little bit of disrespect. Maybe it's the BKB change and they got into Emo's head a little bit where he just doesn't want to just, get first sign of danger, just use it type of scenario, because it does create a 90-second opening, right? But, yeah, I mean, CDEC just did not let up this game, but primarily that Brewmaster was just absolute menace, dude. This might be one of the best Brewmaster performances I've ever seen. I want to see, what was his building damage? Black, can you? I couldn't see the post game stats. What was this dude's building damage this game?
20,977 was the building damage dealt out by
the Brewmaster.
Yep, just for some perspective, the next highest building damage in the game was the Terrorblade, dealing out 16,000 damage, and third highest was a paltry 2,500 from the Fly Juggernaut. So,
impressive.
Great job, I suppose, from this Brewmaster.
Yeah. I mean, let's be fair, the stats are padded a bit because the treant was probably healing the buildings for, I don't know, a good 10,000 too. Like, they have, like, how much building damage between the two of them? Like, close to 40k? Yeah, which is not how durable a base is designed to be usually. Had some extra strong handy workers there. But yeah, like, as Ricky already said, the Brewmaster, like, I said I don't like the hero anymore, but if it's given that much space, if it's played like that, like, what can you even say, man? Like, the way he played and the way he prematurely canceled his splits because his blink takers off cooldown, where IG doesn't expect it at all. I was like, oh, I'm out. They're like, oh, he can do that. It's like, I forgot too that he could do that. So it was masterclass. But I want to say, you could see the glaring weakness of the hero in the early game. Like, his level 1 split was so useless.
Yeah, he got like the one split top lane when they made that like weird gank. Like IG did that weird 3-hero gank onto the Brewmaster, and it just like, you said it like before it happened, you're like, he can't die, right? And then he just like kills treant and walks away. But after that, the next like multiple splits were not that useful.
Yeah, and also the Sunder in this team fight was probably pretty game deciding. Like, that was not supposed to happen. If he dies there, he's out of meta, Fly is alive, this fight goes completely the opposite way, and maybe IG doesn't look nearly as bad as they did at the very end there.
Hell, it almost came close. Even situations like this fight here, like, this is where it sort of started for me, where they're killing QAQ, you're like, sweet. If you're IG, you've smoked this 5, and you find Terrorblade first, that should be a perfect situation for you. But in the meantime, the shenanigans are already beginning. Racks are being sieged right now, and At this point in time, you're starting to already feel that, okay, there's some panic. JT's trying to go home, can't get there in time. And you're like, well, we have to decide. Are we winning fights or are we losing the base? We can't necessarily have both outcomes at once. And it turns out that it's going to be both losing the base and setting up for the next fight losses. QAQ, the item build, there were some times I agree with you, Black, that like it felt a bit iffy, but once you got that Skadi, we immediately saw that maybe the rationale behind not fearing the Treant Protector with the DP combo is that once you get that Eye of Skadi, suddenly it's a natural item build-up for the TB, and the massive heal potential is immediately evaporated, and you can't really do all that much anymore.
Yeah. So I've demo tested this like a while back, and I just gave a hero for fun like 60 armor, and Terrorblade still shredded him. Like if like 5 illusions are hitting you plus the main hero, that's still like way too much damage for anybody to tank. The hero is just a DPS machine. We've seen it here. Like DP walks into the fight and he just gets shredded in 3 seconds. Didn't even matter at all whether you have the Treant armor or not. And just one thing I wanted to highlight, what was so amazing about how CDC played, they had like a Terrorblade illusion pretty much in every lane. They had a Pangolier pushing out the other lane, giving Brewmaster so many opportunities to do the ratting that he did. Like everybody really enabled each other in that team. It was super good.
There were several points in the game where you'd see this living armor being applied to a tower, but actually not healing the tower because, like you say, there's either a Bruling Split, a TB illusion, or somebody else just adding pressure all the time. And IG will find themselves unable to contain the tide of CDC, and they will ride their momentum into a Game 1 victory. Lots of damage being dealt, and not that much in terms of the economy. We saw throughout the game that they were never able to really amass anything more than a 4k gold lead, but ultimately it didn't matter how much farm IG was getting and distributing well. The CDC just understood exactly what their win condition was, and they achieved it for themselves. And I was laughing actually at the end of the game when we had enough net worth on the side of IG, or CDC, excuse me. We ended up with this Hex on this Rubik, but this Warlock bought the latest raid pack ever on this Warlock. He's like, well, the game's about to end. What's one way to make sure that we can keep these Brewlings alive? Let's get even more damage reduction. And IG, they bought the Divine Rapier on the Juggernaut, but Black, you mentioned it, they didn't buy the Rapier on the Ember Spirit, only going for these bots too. Didn't feel like mobility was that much of an issue at that point. Why do you think you went for that item instead of the flat-out damage of the Rapier?
I'm also not sure. Like I told Ricky straight away, yeah, Ember's gonna have a Rapier soon too, and then have 2 Rapiers, and Boots of Travel 2. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could just see in that last team fight, he couldn't even kill a Rubik anymore. The Rubik just walked away. 2 Sleight of Fist. He's like, I don't care. Didn't Rubik have a BKB too? I'm pretty sure Rubik had.
Yes.
No. He was spinning. He was spinning. Yeah. He had a Juggernaut spin. He's like, slide. Oh, I only took 200 damage.
Yeah.
I don't care.
He had Blink, 4-staff, Hex. That's item build at the very end of the game, with the Agonal Shard, of course, being picked up earlier for him. Lots of really good shards in this game as well, like y'all mentioned, but ultimately, IG could not find a way back into the game. We head now into game number 2, where they need to find a way to come back into this one, lest they go down 2-0 against CDC. But quickly before we go to a break, our Cryptic, this is the first loss that IG has taken so far here in Division 2, this tour at the very least. Is this going to be giving them bad memory flashbacks of their performance in Div 2 in the last season, or can they shake this off and move in strong with a strong mental attitude into game 2?
I mean, we gotta hope they can shake this off, right? Like this is a team with a lot of experience. They've played on the world stage. I can't imagine that this is gonna shake them too much, but nerves have got to be getting to them. Like the worst thing you could do is have a repeat of last season. So I expect that they would bounce back.
All right, we're going to be seeing if they bounce back in this next game as we go to a very short break here. And when we return, game number 2 of IG versus CDEC, winner of which, if it's CDEC, will be taking down the Juggernauts of IG. And if it's IG, we go on to a game 3. See you very shortly for more of this DPC action. Don't go anywhere.
向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back to the China DPC. We are continuing with the series at hand, which is IG versus CDEC. CDEC have taken a surprise game one, the first loss delivered to IG in this tour of the DPC. And now we're going to be seeing whether or not IG can bounce back, make this a competitive series, and take us to that all-important third game. We're very quickly going to get into the draft. We already have several heroes under our belt here, so let us get into it. Game number 2, Black. How do you feel about this? The respect from IG banning the Pango and the Brewmaster immediately. They're like, you know what? Well done, boys, but never again.
That had to be expected after last game. I mean, 7E on his Pangolier also was a masterclass performance, right? Brewmaster, we always spoke about it. Haven't seen anything quite like it in a while. But at the opening for IG, I thought initially the Tiny itself was very lackluster, but now that they paired it up with a Quap into a Razor, it seems a lot stronger than I initially thought it would.
I'm a little bit confused on the Razor first phase. It is definitely a strong hero. I think the only reason here is that it is somewhat flexible, because we have seen a lot of teams take this to the off lane and do some work with it. But a little bit of an interesting first phase pick for sure. Yeah.
And Marcy lost again. Isn't Marcy's win rate in China really bad?
It's really bad in China. It's not. The thing is, it is kind of exclusive to this region, though. Marcy has a really good win rate elsewhere. So I wonder if teams here have just found ways to play around it or something. I don't know. I don't quite know.
Yep, it's certainly not that great in China. It's not for a lack of attempt either. Across 21 picks, only enjoying a 38% win rate. Definitely not looking super hot right now. And now Marcy, of course, is on the other side. So CDC either will be contributing to that negative win rate or they'll be able to turn it around a little bit. I'm interested to see how they're going to perform, though, with the Emo Queen of Pain. CDC did ban this second phase last game. So they definitely must have seen something, at least in some scrims, that make them wary of this hero. But why Queen of Pain first phase? Usually, Black, when we see this tiny hero, when we see him successfully, either at the very least, it's either with Queen of Pain, the Puck, or the Void Spirit, some kind of massive tempo control. This game, they do have that, but with the early Queen of Pain, are there ways that CDC can still respond to this? Shadow Shaman still in the draft. Is that an option for them?
Yeah, definitely some sort of lockdown would be very desirable. They only picked the Quap this early because of the Razor, right? They probably want to just get the Quap matched up against the Razor no matter what. But as you said, CDC has the last pick. It's a very versatile hero, so they have a lot of options to really get the lanes that they want to have.
I'm just wondering what they're going to put off lane to try and get the same amount of space creation that they achieved in game one. Obviously, no Brewmaster being in the mix and no Pango either. I wonder, our Cryptic, offlaner extraordinaire, what you think? What would you want to play in the offlane to make that kind of massive impact? There's still Mars in the pool, which is traditionally what we see in China when there is this kind of situation. Is Pudge pickable here in this game?
So far, yes, but you want to see a little bit more before you go for the Pudge pick. Right now, I think Razor is still an option for the off lane. He does actually counter out a lot of heroes. If you go for a Medusa, you get absolutely just destroyed by the Razor existing in your lane. So there are a lot of things that you can still do. But Mars, I think, has disappeared. I think the hero has received too many nerfs to be too strong. He still features a slightly over 50% win rate, but I think he's not this staple. I'm picking Mars every single game for the offlane. It does need to be a little bit more of having a favorable lane to pick him.
Speaking of favorable lanes, this is the other tree combination. We saw it with both of the heroes. It's won with normally in last game, but it lost for IG with the DP and the Ember Spirit. The other combo has been the Razor. A little bit less to do, of course, for the tree here. IG don't have some insane pushing lineup, so you don't have to be committing most of your living armor just on towers. This does mean that it's much more likely that this could be a safe lane Razor here. But it also does mean, thankfully, Black, that we're getting another path for Marcy. I don't think the Marcy's loss was FY's fault, though, right? It felt like there were other aspects of the game that IG couldn't necessarily control all by their lonesome. As, hey, now we do get some push here from the Beastmaster for JT in the offlane.
I hate Beastmaster. I hate Lycan, these heroes, and Visage. These offlane heroes that just destroy buildings in 5 seconds. I absolutely hate them. It's just like you make one mistake and the game setting seems over. You know, like Tundra, obviously, they what's the word, connoisseur of Beastmaster and all these pushing heroes. 3-3 loves them like no tomorrow. At least they have a Treant to sort of stall it out, I guess, but that kind of takes away the Razor option into the safe lane. It still works against Beastmaster, but it's not that great. Like the boss, a big problem. So offlane Razor, I guess, because you don't really want to land it into the Quap either.
Let's see. IG, they get the Enchantress.
And you don't want to land it into the Eng either.
No. This is also just more stuff coming at you, right? More potential that you have to be spending all your time with living armor on buildings. And just, this is so annoying. Playing into the Eng lanes. Very strong laning phase from IG. I mean, that might be the side that they wanted to address from the last game, right? In the first 10 minutes, it did feel like CDC, surprisingly enough, were able to come out way stronger from the lanes than I thought they'd be able to. So now IG, with this pattern of drafting, they're like, well, we're not going to lose the lanes, but CDC is still going to be comfortable playing for the late game here, Ricky. They get the Medusa, putting Razor mid or off lane, but the late game is now completely taken care of. Treant Protector Medusa, baby. That seems very fun to play into.
It's just super strong. Black was talking about this in game 1, where like a lot of times like the Treant Protector ends up pairing well with the Medusa specifically. And they get it. The one thing I do worry about, though, is a pressure that Beastmaster applies from this offlane. Like Medusa actually can sustain the lane with just Mystic Snake spam and the Treant Protector behind her. So they will be able to keep the tower alive a little bit longer than normal against the Beastmaster. But if, like Black said, if he gets the opportunity to just take down that top tower, it makes Medusa's game a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Keeping the buildings alive is going to be #1 priority for CDC. And probably going to be seeing an anti-mage ban. Like, it's a super free AM game. You don't want to you don't want to give away any freebies, right?
Yeah, it's got to be an AM ban for sure.
There it is. AM, say goodbye to the anti-mage. Our anti-mage spammer residently knows exactly when to remove this hero from the pool. And IG, I was actually curious what you're talking about here, our Cryptic, with this Mars hero, right? And how he's fallen off. I think the proper writing on the wall is the fact that he's fallen off in China. 33% win rate in China for Mars. All right, never mind. Hero's dead. See you next patch, buddy. Very weird that they even ban him out at the end, especially considering that it's unlikely CDC get a Mars pick here, given that the Razor is the most likely hero to occupy that offlane. So now we're looking for challengers mid to this Queen of Pain. So what's left in the pool here? We still have the Void Spirit for 7E. I like the Void Spirit. I actually quite like it a lot now that I'm looking at
How about Underlord?
Underlord for IG or for CDC?
No, for CDC. And they just put the Razor in the mid. Like, Razor against Quap isn't super terrible. Like, you can still farm.
Yeah, it's not
You
bad.
have no kill threat, but you can get away with it if you really want to. And Underlord would really help them against the Beast Eng push. It's very good against Quap. And just taking the damage away from all the summons is very, very nice.
Yeah. You get like 1 point in static link at level 1, and then you just max Plasma Field and 1 point in E. And you just push the lane with Plasma Field, and that's it. You just don't actually fight the Quap.
Yeah,
it's not bad. It's not like it's unplayable by any means.
Maybe 5-5, 4-5 at most. Oh, dude.
Oh, now it's
Phantom
even better.
Lancer,
Oh my god.
Underlord is
right.
gone right now.
Yeah, I would say you either pick Underlord or Pudge here, and Underlord is like definitely the game-winning hero.
Underlord rinses this game, and it also gives them some additional way to just hold things out if things start going south. Just between Underlord, Razor, Treant Protector, how on earth do you actually get yourself into the high ground? Oh, come on, CDC. Make us look smart. Pick this Underlord, demolish the game, and make IG feel very, very bad. Black, we spoke about this hero, though, as they're deciding on who to pick in the offlane. We spoke about this PL last time out. Not that many positive things to say about it. Do you feel differently seeing this here as the last pick for IG?
Not really. Like, honestly, into the Dusa is not even that good. Like, Dusa can actually just itemize into Mjolnir, and PL will never have a game. Once you reach 25 on Dusa, PL just dies, even with full slots.
What about Lesh?
Lash can work. Then you can put the Razor in the off.
Yeah,
Also
you just
nice.
put Razor off and take Lesh mid.
Yeah.
It's not a bad matchup into the Queen of Pain.
Yeah. I mean,
they have so many options here, I feel like, right?
even Necrophos is like a Phantom Lance, a nightmare.
Oh my god. PL off
Or some-
Necro
some
off lane would be
Zeus.
so brutal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Out of the buffet of heroes, they go for the Tide Hunter.
What?
All
Now
right.
that I really don't like. It's a
The
mid-Tide Hunter.
It's mid-tide though. 7E's played mid-tide a handful of times actually. He did this last season on eHome and they actually did win with it.
But now you're giving PL a free lane instead of pressuring him out of the world.
Yeah.
This is only the second Tide Hunter pick in the entirety of the Chinese DPC. Let's talk
Zero's
about it.
dead
boys.
is why.
Yeah.
Zero's so dead.
I was gonna say we haven't seen Tide in a while for a very good reason. Talk to me about this, Ricky. What changes when you put this hero in the mid lane, get him a bit more farm priority, some more experience? What does that allow him to do from that position that he can't do if he's picked in the off lane these days?
I mean, you just don't go Blink Dagger like at all. Like you just itemize for like an Aghanim Scepter and you get like the shard eventually. You just want to be able to have like decent wave clear without committing. And the Ags does give it to you this game. You'll have tons of minus armor, but I feel like Black is right. You're just giving PL like a free game now, and I don't know why.
Maybe the idea and the rationale, right, is you rush this Aghanim Shard, therefore you get that bonus AoE, and that helps you control the illusions. Black, is this copium, or is this a possibility that they do in this mid lane for 7E?
Now, I mean, they are sort of playing for the late game, right? If you do it to late game with like a refresher Tide Hunter, I don't see them lose this game either. It's just I'm now afraid that PL actually is going to hit his timings too fast for them to control it. But if IG plays like last game, honestly, I could see CDC pull away with it if they don't pressure with their timings again, if they're a little bit too comfortable. But just that last pick, I'm swayed a little bit in PL's favor, unfortunately.
Woof. All right, that's a spicy pickup. Black favoring a PL draft. I never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. IG probably never thought they'd lose game one either against CDEC, but nonetheless, this is the place we're standing at. And now we're going to be seeing, will CDEC get that game 2 victory, or will IG bounce back to take this series at the very end of the day? We're going to be finding out our super high MMR duo of R Cryptic and Black. Take it away, boys, with the second game of CDC versus IG.
Well, we're actually going to jump right into a potential team fight bottom as Imitator goes in. Nice rebound. The Mystic Snake and a big plasma field. Flyfly will be able to doppelganger away, but they will chase down Ollie, and the first blood goes to QAQ. Yeah, that's about as good as you can get. I mean, obviously, you'd love the first blood to be on your mid laner, but your safe lane Medusa, not a bad second option.
Yeah, especially if you're playing into a pretty tough matchup right down the line. Beastmaster's not easy, so that gold infusion is definitely going to help. But yeah, like the pressure is again on IG, right? Like late game, they're not winning this game, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you actually made it. You made me kind of like swayed a little bit less in favor of IG because I saw a Tide pick and I was like, all right, 100% I'm voting IG. But you are correct where like if they just draw this game out, I don't know how IG win. Because there's going to be a point when like the Medusa Tide Razor, like this PL will not matter, right?
Yeah.
No matter how big he is.
And the big problem in teamfights is also, let's say, like down the line, Tide Hunter's gonna have a refresher, right? And you, like BKB the first Ravage, bam, you're gonna get Overgrowth, because you're not gonna have a refresher on Quap, probably.
Yeah.
It's not really a common item. And then, oh, I'm Overgrowth, BKB runs out, bam, second Ravage in your face, suddenly Quap is gone. While PL really cannot fight into the Dusa at all once Stone Gaze is up, right? It's not an easy matchup.
Dude, 0 armor Tiny getting just destroyed by a 90 damage Tree of Protector feels so bad.
Yeah, I like how he's trying to fight back with the Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's good. It's not bad. We've been seeing it. There's a lot of 5s in NA that are just going tree grab level 1. I think Dubu was doing it a ton recently. He just goes like tree grab level 1 and just starts hitting people, and it works.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
A lot of range too, especially if your tree is invisible like it is for me.
Yeah, it is. It's still bugged. I don't know how it has not been fixed yet.
Is it how that looks in the actual game too?
Yeah, in the actual game, it's just invisible.
Is that why everyone's running the Christmas tree now?
I don't know if it's just the Christmas tree. I know there's multiple ones that are invisible. Top lane, Ollie goes down again.
You are not supposed to lose this lane to Razor Marcy. Like, Ench is all about winning the lane and giving you PL free farm.
She did go Nature's Attendance to level 1 at the Rune fight, and bottom lane they managed to take down JT. I mean, CDEC off to a good start. I mean, this is one of those things where I was going to say this game is going to be decided mostly in the lanes for IG, just because if they manage to snowball the lanes, they're going to be in a really good position here. But if they allow QAQ to get the same amount of space he did last game, but this time on the Medusa, I do worry for IG.
Likewise, I think a lot will have to come from Emo this game. Like against Tide, the lane is very simple. He will free farm in the mid, so his rotations are going to be really, really important. Fly now is getting pressure.
Oh, he's got nowhere to go. Imitator's just going to chase him down, and Razor he has no mana for the plasma field, but he's got a rebound in 1.
Yeah, I mean he might not die, but his
he's going to die now. Oh. Yeah, he's able to get away with a nice doppelganger there. He's going to be just fine and healed up by Ollie.
Yeah, but still, the pressure on him, so much. Same CS as a Razor, but of course a kill and an assist down.
And the lane's like pushing too. It's in a rough spot for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, Imitator's also got this nice ward that's like scouting the jungle, so he's blocked the medium camp with it. The small camp's now blocked. Ollie just... he does not have a lot to work with here. He gets like the Hellbear, and that's going to do a little bit of damage, but...
yeah,
mid lane 7E is free farming on the Tidehunter now. 2 points in the Kraken shell, of course, as he's got that Bracer into Soul Ring queued up.
Do you like that he didn't really skill Shadow Strike? Like level 3, he was 0-1-2. He has the Kraken shell, I get that, but it still takes like 500 damage to proc that.
Yeah, I think especially like in the lane, it's not bad, but I do think he's just more worried about just maxing the Scream of Pain because he needs to be able to deal with the wave push, right? I feel like he's just going to keep getting shoved under his tower.
But the Tidehunter rotations with free farm are also very scary, right? Like if you just DPC him with a Ravage suddenly.
I mean, like I said, I saw 7E do this last season. Bottom lane FY, maybe in some trouble here. He's just taking a ton of damage, but just barely fast enough. He's going to be able to walk away. Leech Seed was not off cooldown.
Yeah, has a healing self too. But Medusa is definitely farming way more than I thought she would. And Tree's getting tossed in, but there's not an easy fight for them.
They're actually TPing in the Marcy. Dispose. Gotta go on to JT, actually, and that will pull him right back into the danger zone. Nice Nature's Grasp. He ends up sniping him with those axes, but they take down JT for the second time. Is that rotation worth it, though? Because you lost Razor top as he gets dove by Ollie alone.
Yeah, I'm also wondering the same thing, because you really just want to enable... oh, FY is getting tossed back. No rebound target, though.
He's got Avatos.
Is he winning that fight?
Oh, he's not. The Fairy Fire. And Unbinds here.
Right in the neck.
Dude, this game's a bloodbath compared to game 1, I feel like. There's a lot more action in these side lanes, but mid lane's just farm. I don't know, neither of these guys can do much anything. Just hit creeps, and 7E always has the damage advantage thanks to good old Anchor Smash.
I feel like he's farming way more than he should on the Tidehunter. This lane is not supposed to be this easy.
Yeah,
I
also don't like that he went for a point Ravage.
Yeah, usually you just hold the point, right?
Yeah.
You really need it, but...
I mean, I don't feel like he's going to use it anytime soon. He's not going on this Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
But I'm really worried now. Why are they giving the PL free farm? They were actually winning top lane, and they kind of just gave it up for a lane they were already winning on the bot.
Yeah. And now you're right. Enchantress is becoming a real issue. She's just got the ghost here, and it's just so annoying to deal with. And Razor just forced all the way back underneath his tower. They do have a potential wraparound here from Imitator. He is going to go ahead and get that static link for the moment. Maybe turn their attention on to Ollie. Nah, they will. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and maybe dive the Enchantress. Tidehunter did TP, did cancel though. Undyne's here. We'll find the Enchantress. Nice Nature's Grasp, but try and block her for the moment. She's just too fast. Okay,
is she?
they got her finally. Dispose if they need it. Yeah, we'll pull her back, and Imitator's gonna finish her off. Grab that kill.
Again, though, that's leaving bottom a little bit exposed. The rotations are not bad, but I'm just worried they might be overcommitting a little bit with them. Oh, Trian is actually TPing back. He walked up all the way. Okay.
I did not realize he had a TP either.
So Hood is now completed on Tide. He is basically unkillable at this moment. And I really want him to use that. And like honestly, if you're this Tide Hunter, just walk in between the two towers in the mid, get a ton of attention, and turn it around with the Ravage or something like that. Just open up your side lanes that way. I don't know how they're gonna kill him, even with like 3 heroes. Oh, Quap is dipping into the bottom. Dusa has 20 stick charges though. Very survivable.
Yeah, she is, but the question is, will she be able to, yeah.
Hey, Emo blinked
She's
in.
out of mana, but Emo gets pulled in. Doesn't have a blink for a few more seconds. Big Sonic Wave into the Scream of Pain as well. They will take down the Treant, and Imitator as well will join him. So JT grabbing that one ends up being very worth it.
And I'm really missing the Tide counter initiation. If he TP's there, 3-man Ravage, I think the fight goes the other way.
Oh, they've got a Hawk. They see QAQ. He's gonna go ahead and throw that snake. It hits JT for quite a bit of damage, and there it is. The Tide Hunter TPing in. Is he gonna cancel this time? No, he does not. But there is a hasted Emo on the horizon. He's looking for this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and he's gonna find him.
Yes, he will indeed. That is going to be a rough one for QAQ. He has no way out, and yeah, does just start denying creeps instead. Good attempt.
Got one deny.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
This is what worries me about the Tide, right? It feels like it doesn't have a lot of impact right now.
Yeah, I think he had a good opportunity earlier to TP in, didn't use it, and TP's in a little bit too late, unfortunately. That's the problem with Tide in general, right? You don't have to reach before Blink.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you don't want to go Blink on a mid-Tide either. You want to get that Aghanim Scepter up as soon as possible. Which, is he queuing Ags? He's got Phase Boots, Hood of Defiance for the moment. I will be shocked if he doesn't go Ags this game.
Yeah, it's got to be Ags after that. I like what they're doing though. They're now giving the Dusa the mid lane. Because it's much safer, and Tide is just going to take the lane where Beastmaster wants to push. Because we spoke about it, right? He's literally unkillable at this point.
Yeah, Tide can't die.
I would have loved for him to use a Ravage somewhere, though, before he does what he's doing now.
Yeah, this was my thing. It's like, if you're going to play mid-Tide, you either have to, like, TP into a Ravage at some point, or just don't bother leveling it. And just farm, go, full farm mode earlier.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. For now, keeping the bot tower alive is already pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And he should just be mirroring the Beastmaster, right? Wherever Beastmaster goes, he'll be going. And it's not like Dusa isn't very well farmed, right? She's still sitting top 1 net worth, top 2 net worth, whatever. Not bad.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of space. They can't invade the jungle, really. Like, mid tower and bot towers still stand. They are going to look to go into the triangle right now, but it's just going to be a Marcy stacking some camps instead, so...
Yeah, what are they looking for exactly? They know that the Dusa is in the mid.
I don't think they saw her initially. She just showed. Because she was pretty deep. She was farming the hard camp back. They're going to maybe head towards the top lane. Razor, they do have some vision of him. You've got Marcy behind him in the trees, though.
He's decently tanky too with the strength threats.
Yeah.
And that's a tight TP opportunity right there, right? The prime position to TP in.
Yeah, it really is. I kind of forget about that. That's what's so scary about going for these dives behind the towers. Like, if you TP in on 7E, suddenly this fight becomes very difficult.
Yeah, they do have a Beastmaster roll to cancel the TP though, potentially.
Imitator comes in. They're going to be able to TP in on the Treant, and Overgrowth is available, does drop it, and they're able to stay on top of the Queen of Pain. Emo barely gets out. And the Tide TP again, slightly too late. He just stays bottom, which, I mean, I understand because you don't want to lose this tower, but...
Yeah, but it's like the third TP now where you kind of feel like, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, do I want a TP?
Oh, it's
you
a
managed
long
to block
TP.
up the ancient camps.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried though. PL finishes the fusel already.
Yeah, he just got it delivered.
And this is where you start pressuring the Dusa, right? Like she's basically a free kill now every time PL is there.
All right, tight ass phase boots does queue up the Aghanim Scepter into a blink actually, which still don't know if I agree with. I feel like you just can't go. I don't know.
It's just a problem
It's
if you
hard to
don't,
say.
you have no one that can initiate
Yeah.
for you.
The question is,
I'm
like,
so
do you
surprised
need
they
to
went for
initiate,
Titan.
though, you know? That's the weird thing. Mid lane, Imitator, in a little bit of trouble. Emo trying to stay on top of him, but gets that rebound away. They're going to continue the chase, though. Emo should be able to pick this one up. Does he get the deny? Oh,
Yeah.
my lord, he does. Oh, man, that's what feels bad.
Radiant's top tower.
Turning their attention to the mid
forces
tower,
to
though,
go top.
potentially.
Yeah. So wherever PL is going now, that's where the danger zone is. And Ty's actually taking top, which leaves the bottom tower open.
Yeah, and he's got no mana. Like, he can't actually, like, deep push quite as easily here against Fly.
He's dealing 0 damage to him though, quite literally.
Yeah, he doesn't do any damage, of course, but he has to play around Soul Ring, and that's it. Can't play anywhere
They're
near
just
the wave.
playing
Mid-
3 lanes right now. So greedy for IG, but they're easily getting away with it. Pressuring 3
Yeah,
towers
it
at a
is
time.
working. Yeah, I see. That's how you deal with Treant, I guess. You either all in for a tower with 5 heroes, or you try and push all of them simultaneously. Bottom lane, Razor's caught, tossed back. Board does come out. Big overgrowth from Undyne will make the space. He is super low, though, and there is no regen coming his way.
And there's no
So
Tide
trying to protect the
either.
tower with living armor.
Tower is under
That tied
attack.
pretty far away. FY comes in. He's going to go for it. Eye of the Storm comes through. Fly just goes in. He gets the static link. But yeah, that's what we were talking about. The damage there.
Lifeline, the
Imitator.
damage!
He dies. They get the kill. Oh my gosh.
The pulse
The
is not too much
Unleashed
damage.
bless the Nature's Grasp. They got him. And now Ollie in some trouble. Imitator trying to finish him off. Getting healed up by those Nature's Attendants. They don't have the damage to finish off the Enchantress. They get a tower. They get Razor, but you lose PL.
Yeah. At least they did get a lot of damage on the mid tower too. Again, a little
Oh,
bit
they did,
surprising
yeah.
that Emo didn't decide to join the fray down there, right?
Yeah, I feel like so as well.
It's, I feel like it's becoming more of a trend lately though, that the mid laners are actually becoming more and more greedy.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think this patch specifically, we're just seeing a lot of greed out of the mid lane. Like,
Yeah,
Puck
which
is
sometimes
like
is
a
really
perfect
good,
example.
It
Puck
is.
just
it is.
farms so much and like is able to like do more on the map because of just how mobile it is, but
Is under attack.
that hero
Puck is kind
just
of like a
farms.
cheat code, right? Like,
Yeah,
because
it is.
whenever
It's like
you TP, you
activating
coil a
cheats.
guy, and you're like, okay. Same with Dawnbreaker, you just sit in mid lane forever. Oh, my team is fighting.
They just lost mid on IG.
Yeah, for free.
They're all bottom, but Tide is just here and they just put 3 heroes mid lane and take the tower.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah. He has level 2 Ravage now, but he has no mana ever.
He'll get Ags at some point though.
Yeah. Let's see. He has never gone to base just yet, so. Let's see if that changes soon or not. Yeah. I mean, they haven't really put any pressure onto the Dusa just yet.
No, it's just like last game. QAQ's got a lot of space.
Dire's bottom
And
tower
if they don't turn up the pressure soon on IG, I do worry about their late game prospects.
PL is running at the Dusa now though, so. But they see it straight away, the Treant sees it.
Undyne? They'll be alright. They don't want to overcommit here.
I mean, the new diffusal is pretty, for lack of better words, garbage on PL, honestly. Like, it's so much
It's not
worse than
nearly
it
as
used to
good.
be.
Yeah. But it is still very strong either way. Like, it's still like a must-build item.
But it's more like your actual hero has to now hit with your illusions, whereas before just your illusions was enough.
Alright, they finally take down the mid-tier 1 tower. Thanks to the Beastmaster's
Just the
rotation.
roar?
Roar comes out onto the Medusa. She is out of mana. No Stone Gate. Sonic Wave comes through. Imitator is dead. QAQ gonna join him. And finally, Tide comes in. The Ravage comes out, but it's all just too late. They're out on everybody. Emo with this Arcane Rune doing work. 7E. Yeah, you can't kill him, but who cares? Wait, can they kill him? He's out of mana. Nah, he's too tanky. I mean, this one feels like CDEC is just late to the fight here. I don't know.
Yeah, Dusa should not have died there for free like that, for sure. And also, of course, the Kaya Sanj keeping the Quap alive. Ravage duration not long enough for the Overgrowth to hit. First good fight for IG in what feels like forever.
Yeah, and JT's already bottom, pushing the tower as soon as that fight broke out, so he will be able to take another tier 1.
Yeah, exactly what they needed. And this is the problem with this like super early Razor, right? Like we haven't really seen anything from him yet. He's super poor. Glorified support at this point.
I feel like this was a mistake of the Marcy rotation bottom, right? Like they were dominating top lane, and then suddenly he's got nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's still over 1,000 gold away from a BKB.
Dude, I'm feeling so anxious when I see 7E run around without mana, like ever. Get some clarities or something.
He's just relying on that soul ring, I guess, until he gets to the Undyne in the jungle. Gonna get sniped there by Emo. Sonic Wave comes out. Nicely done.
Reblocking the Ancients again of the Dusa. Yeah, not this time, not this time. Alright, Manta Star is completed now, so it's gonna be a much tougher kill next time. Razor isn't terribly far off BKB either, so once that's up, his fight is also gonna be a lot stronger. Now what we have to keep in mind in the dire lineup, there's not a whole lot of burst damage, right? It's all Quap. Once BKB's there, you should be pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Imitator is...
wait, is he stuck? Okay, he will get down, but finds Emo. Pause him back, but Aurora comes through, and Emo will just blink on out.
And look who's coming, the no mana Tide again. I really wanted to get some mana, dude. He's like no threat at all.
He's just like an immovable object, but like he doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
Now Medusa is the top net worth, but the Phantom Lancer is not far behind, and he's almost got that Manta style. It is about to be picked up from the secret shop. So
yeah, Pierre's big as well.
Hanging top lane, dude. Medusa is alone
all the
right
way
now.
by herself. Stone Gaze?
She has to Stone Gaze, right? She's gonna hold it. Decides to stand her ground and will finally go ahead and commit it. But I mean, that's a big cooldown.
Alright, Tight Axe picked up now. Mana still below 10%.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And meanwhile, Beastmaster is looking to take a tier 2 tower. They do fort the wave to get that flag, try and clean that up as fast as possible. But you're getting spread thin on the map now. IG is farming everywhere.
Yeah, look at the goal advantage suddenly. It was like 1k 4 minutes ago. Now they're crumbling.
Top lane, Medusa's gonna TP in.
And this is PL's like paradise right now. PL is super strong. Now I hope they will use his strength as compared to last game where they kind of just sat back the entire time.
Alright, into Roche they go. IG just gonna force the objective. Can you even contest this on CDEC? You don't have Stone Gaze, you do have Ravage, but your Tidehunter's bottom. They're not gonna make it anywhere even close.
Yep. Aegis for the PL.
That's it. Aegis goes away to PL. We'll go ahead and reveal 7E's Ags off of that one. Looking to get on top of FY, not gonna happen. Undyne just dies soul on the backside to Fly. Dude, they're looking at the mid. They're gonna just take the fight. You do have the BKB on the Razor, but QAQ, he's gotta have the Stone Gaze going soon. In some trouble. Toss out from FY. There's gonna be the roar onto the Razor, making some space, but a huge Sonic Wave. Emo just melts that Marcy, and they even go ahead and let that Stone Gaze rip onto Fly on the backside. Ravage is available, but it doesn't matter. They don't have the damage, they don't have the follow-up. They're just gonna try and run away. FY goes in, he gets the toss back. Medusa in a terrible spot now. JT trying to hobble away, managed to take down the Aegis there. They will finish off the Beastmaster. 7E doing what he can here on the Tide to reduce the damage, tank this up as much as possible, but Emo gets the blink home. And now Fly looking to chase the Razor even further out, but he just goes down. They've got so much damage. Fly trying to hobble away. The rebound forward, he gets the doppelganger, he pops the stick, uses that disc. Oh my gosh. He doesn't have mana for the gush. He's got a Soul Ring in 2, but up onto the high ground he goes. He's got him, finally. The gush damage at 15 is enough to finish him off, and a lot of gold going the way of 7E. But, I mean, this is pretty good for IG still, I think.
Yeah, the real problem of CDC now is that you just don't have an offlaner to work with. Like, the Razor can't really do anything in these fights. You much rather have someone that, like a Centaur. With the same net worth, Centaur would be so much more impactful, for example. Like, if you have a Razor, you really gotta make sure that he has a game, because otherwise this will happen.
Yeah. I mean, he does come online eventually, right? Razor is one of those heroes that at some point, especially in late game with farm, is very dangerous.
Yeah, it's just, the question is just, is he gonna get there, because Medusa and Tide are absorbing so much of the map.
That's true, that's true.
He has a blink now on Tide, so...
now.
Yeah, exactly. Those initiations are gonna get much smoother.
Or
and honestly, Tide Dusa
right?
can.
Basing.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, they have a ward here that is scouting this Medusa, and they're smoked up, going for the wraparound. They do have They have 2 big ults still left. Oh, Overgrowth is available. He's going to drop it right away. Stone Gaze doesn't come out. QAQ drops it, trying to just get away. They will be able to freeze up the Queen of Pain, but they're just waiting. Fly looking for his opportunity to jump on into this one. Ollie almost goes down, but not enough in Medusa. So low, so fast. In comes Razor. Fly, he's falling low. Manages to hobble away for the moment, but in comes Imitator. He pops that Unleash. They finally take it down. PL falls in the end. Tideunder is doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, look at Beastmaster though. He's trying to pressure the high ground bot.
Oh, they want more here. Emo, they see him under a ward. Toss back. Imitator, unable to chase him, but they do get him with the grenade. But you're right. They're losing tier 3 bottom. JT's just on the tower. Ravage comes out, will connect onto 3. Can they take down Tiny? Toss back is going to be onto the Queen of Pain, but she gets the blink out. 7E does have a gush. He's just like, guys, we got to deal with bottom. We have lost our tower. Finally, but oh my goodness.
There's no mana.
Razor's... Did Razor just juke them? He did. He's actually out. What a play there by the Razor. Imitator doing great work there on the Marcy, able to give him that bonus move speed. Dude, no way he gets out, right?
No.
Yeah, there's Scream of Pain. He's going to grab him. Razor, one more quick Plasma Field to finish off the wave, and he will TP home.
Now, where does it leave us? It's nice that it killed the PL once more, but the problem is Dusa isn't really getting anything, right? Like, that is a really big problem. If Dusa wasn't the one dying all the time, I would give a definite advantage to CDC. But
yeah, she's the butterfly satanic, like, ASAP, and she is just not close.
Yeah. Honestly, if she gets Mjolnir, butterfly satanic, I don't see how IG wins this game.
Yeah, right. That's the PL build. Anytime you play against Phantom Lancer as a Medusa, you go Butterfly Satanic because he's not an MKB builder. You don't care about your mana being burned anymore. You just stand still and attack stuff, and it works.
Yeah,
it's actually a great build.
And then
he's still pretty far away.
Mjolnir is just like the lightning fountain, man. Like once you have the 25 plus Mjolnir, it's like
have
a light
you ever played
show.
Lifestealer into PL? It's like one of my favorite matchups into Phantom Lancer. It is so much
Yeah, it's not
fun.
bad at all. It's really good.
Oh, Razor BKB to the mid lane.
Misclick, I suppose?
Definite misclick. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Well,
he was microing Courier and hit his hero instead. So, not 90-second cooldown is gonna suck.
Well, they know it too. So I'm just gonna step on the gas a bit.
Yeah, they do have the blink on FY. He's doing a lot of work with it. JT also has his blink, able to set up a roar, and they've got a ton of Hawks here, trying to scout them out. But Medusa,
You have the butterfly
hiding.
finally.
Yeah, Butterfly's done. She's hiding. She's also got herself a Grove Bow, so, I mean, big drops for her.
Yeah, it's okay, but not like great yet. Needs
She's
to
still
plus one
squishy.
more item. Yeah.
Looking like IG want to try and take the fight onto the high ground, but they will not find QAQ. It's gonna be so scary. He's right underneath this bird, and they smoke actually right under it, so they have full knowledge of this on IG. The question is, can they avoid the gank here? You have the Blink Ravage to be worried about. BKB coming off cooldown from the Razor in just a few seconds. The Blink forward, they will go on to Ollie, but just 4 staffs away. They don't have the damage to bring down the Enchantress. And now Emo's up on the high ground. He's got the Sonic Wave available. Will just get tossed onto the cliff and blink away himself. So a little bit of a scrappy start to this engagement. 7E needs to be careful. He's going to lose a lot of his mana here. There's going to be the Avalanche as well. 7E has to get away. Rebound on forward. Imitator eats a roar, but just instantly dies. There's the blink. There's the Ravage, though, plus the Stone Gaze. They managed to take down one. FY trying to hollow away underneath the Eye of the Storm with that TP out. It's not going to be enough, but they managed to get on top of QAQ on the backside. The Sonic Wave. He's trying to stand his ground. The evasion is doing some work, but it's not going to be enough. And QAQ will go down. 7E out of mana, can't contribute. Razor tries to TP home, falls as well. Double kill for Fly.
Yeah,
And another
this is
big
really
fight
where you need
for-
to plus one item.
Yeah.
You can just see the PLs running in. There's just no consequences for him right now. There's just no damage to kill him. 5 heroes could be on him, he wouldn't die. They just don't have the necessary AoE damage at this point. And yeah, he's finally queuing up the Mjolnir after seeing that. I liked it a lot. But is he gonna get there? Now, this is the PL timing against the Medusa, right?
Yeah. He just got his Heart of Taras completed. Almost level 20 to get that Phantom Rush range is going to be huge as well.
Yeah.
And they will take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They actually flak for this and try and heal it up. Do you think they can actually come in and fight them?
Nah, this tower is gone. They can't touch the PL right now.
Middle tower
They need to get an item on Dusa ASAP. If she doesn't finish that Mjolnir before the next team fight, I don't know how they take it. And even then, you're
PL
still
is
squishy.
enormous.
Yeah, and Pia is going to go into the Silver Edge next. And then after the Silver Edge, probably into the Bloodthorn to counteract that evasion. Like, you never want to see a PL have more net worth than a Medusa. That is really bad news for the Medusa.
Yeah, 70's having a rough time this game too. It just feels like he hasn't been able to do much at all on the Tide. Like, he doesn't die. He has a lot of net worth, but this last fight, I mean, I saw, like, you see the Blink Ravage, they get the supports, but I feel like you've got to start getting a kill on the cords with these things.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my
the
gosh,
good news
70
is that his
is
refresh is
in.
almost there. He's not unkillable anymore, you have to be careful.
Yeah, he is definitely not. Fly on the backside, they get the roar onto Undyne. That's going to be a big one. And that will be a D ward on the high ground as well.
They're all scrambling for the last pieces of their build-up. Razor 500 away from Refresher. Tide 300 away from Refresher. If they go high ground now, that could be like the biggest timing to hit this entire game.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah,
is
they're
and
knocking.
they're going to try. Again, like I said, they got the heart here on the Phantom Lancer. JT has his helm of the Overlord. Plenty of gold to spare, and they're going to start chipping away at the tier 3 onto QAQ on the back foot, but able to still sit there pretty far back. It's not easy for IG to
Wait, no
dive
TP
this.
on the Razor.
Wait,
I don't know
really?
if they know this.
They have ward right there. They have to see it. They're actually running fly at him just to
Found a
try and keep him
Razor.
out of the fight. They might be able to bring him down, actually. The Avalanche, the toss, Sonic Wave's there. Razor's just dead. Without buyback, he bought out his refresher for this.
Yeah. I really want Dusa to not keep a buyback, just buy out on items. Yeah, exactly. You need all the damage you can get right now. PL is a hero that if you don't control him immediately, he will just run you over.
She also got her level 20, so the Stone Gaze duration as well does do wonders.
Yeah. Now it's gonna be free shot and ages for the PL, making him a whole ton stronger as well.
Dude, Shard is so good, too.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm pretty disappointed with the Tidehunter so far.
It's like Tidehunter and Razor, right? Like the Razor specifically just has felt like a non-factor this game, but the Tidehunter, outside of soaking damage in these fights, like he has Blink, Refresher, Ravage, and you did talk about the late game potential of this, but up until now, like the hero has felt very underwhelming.
Yeah. Now, if they can keep high ground intact and not fall like super massively behind, like 30k gold disadvantage or something, he will have the +1 second Ravage stun duration, right? So there is like a good 6-7 second stun on the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it's not easy to dive the Medusa once you have the Stone Gaze duration talent, especially once you get split shot modifiers. Like all these other things do definitely come together for CDEC in the late game. But you're right. Like you've got to not fall 30k behind, and you're already at 16. Like it's starting to become almost insurmountable in terms of that net worth. And IG, if they manage to keep their composure here, should slowly whittle away at CDEC.
Yeah, agreed. Just don't let him out of the base anymore.
All right. So what's the items here for IG? What do they need to close out this game?
Well, PL is definitely going to go for the Silver Age, as we said, and then I would love a Bloodthorn, because once you have these components, you destroy Medusa. You disable her split shot, plus the Bloodthorn negates the evasion, of course. So I think that's his items to go for. Quap, like literally just jump into the backline, cause all the chaos. That's why he's going for a Refresher.
Yeah.
He has a Shiva's Guard as well, which makes sure that he doesn't die to physical damage.
Did so much damage from double
down
Sonic
to the supports quite a bit. Yeah, it is. It is. How much is it actually modified? Doesn't show me. About what? 12? 1300-ish?
It's 1100 pure damage, but that's without any spell amp.
Exactly. So I think like 12, 1300 around there. What is Beast going for? He has the axe actually. So he's
he bought an axe. Okay. I was like, he was sitting on a ton of gold. All right.
Dude,
I mean, that's great wave push.
An AC would have been great for them.
Yeah, AC does seem nice, but I guess they just want to lock them in the base, and you just push waves super fast with it.
Look at Marcy and Razor. They smoked the enemy triangle because they can't get farm anywhere else.
They can't get jungle items. It's actually really important that they pick these up right now. They only have a Mindbreaker, and Elven Tunic is actually pretty sick, though, for the Medusa. That's going to go a long way. Fly here, just continuing to pressure. He does get the range racks. Yeah. Razor's going to wait for one more. No, he's going to TP back. Okay.
I'm surprised he TP'd back.
Or,
to be honest.
Wait a minute. Tidehunter Avalanche tosses him in place. He's got the Ravage, trying to hold him to break, kills him. He is dead instantly, but the roots onto the Queen of Pain. The Stone Gaze will not lock her down long enough, and Emo will be able to blink out. They get nothing on CDEC for this. The buyback of the Tide, FY actually gets out. Undyne stuck outside the base. They lose a third? Dude.
Yeah, FY is just outplaying them, playing with them. And yeah, as you said, all ults expanded. Wait, we still have double Ravage.
You still have double Ravage.
But Pia doesn't care about that. He still has Aegis.
No. They're just going to have to give up the barracks. There's nothing you can do, but they're just going to go multiple lanes here.
Yeah. Next.
All right, all 5 heroes alive, I guess. You gotta go soon. The thing is, you can't just double Ravage an Aegis PL, right? You have to get something else here. They're gonna try and push him off the back. Okay, that was a lot of damage. Gotta be careful, but we'll regen up thanks to the Heart of Tarask, and JT is just building these stacks on the low ground, up to 6 now on the Medusa.
Yeah, but the sad part is you can just Manta and then it's all gone.
Yeah, that's true.
I really don't like this axe on Beast, I gotta admit it. We'll see. Maybe it does something later on. I just feel like building this Aura Beastmaster is usually the much more efficient way to go.
Just or like even get the BKB AC on him. Out. Yeah.
Yeah, AC BKB. You jump into the backline. You actually start hitting pretty hard too. Buff up all your teammates. It's actually going to the Butterfly himself. Now, because they're snowballing, I like the Butterfly on PL. But if they at any point get repelled once or twice, this Butterfly will look absolutely useless. Because there's already a Mjolnir on the enemy team that obviously pierces evasion.
Plus, like, Anchor Smash and all these other things that clear up illusions. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Like, I feel like a more man-fighty build, like a Satanic or a Bloodthorn, would probably be a little bit more of a late game insurance, but he really wants to ride the snowball.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. QAQ actually going for a BKB as his next item.
I liked it a lot. Just be there and hit. Honestly, at this point, he's in a really awkward position as the Medusa. Can't really go for the standard builds anymore.
Is there any
They
reason he
need to
couldn't
somehow
go
give
for
it
Satanic?
25. I mean, he just feels very pressured right now to stand in the fight and hit, right? Like, I like Satanic personally too. Oh, the
Bottom
combo's
lane,
going up.
Imitator, goodbye. Emo snipes him, who's having such a sick game on this hero, by the way.
Yeah. They're going to the PL, there's no Aegis this time.
First Ravage. Second one
Where's
comes out, but it's a
second?
little bit too late. He's going to be able to get away, and they're going to turn their attention on to Ollie. Nice overgrowth, one of them in place. The Enchantress, is that all you get for this is the question. It has to be more than this. Big Sonic Wave from Emo with that Arcane Rune just doing work, and they take down the Tide. That's a dieback. Emo falling low, blinks out. He's going to survive. So much expended once again on CDEC for almost nothing.
What happened there with the double Ravage? They could have actually killed the PL, but it came out so late.
I think he ran out of mana. Is what like he went to double Ravage and like ran out of mana and forgot and like soul ringed and lost that like moment.
Oh, that must have been it. But these are the kind of crucial errors you can't make when you have this kind of miracle defense.
And off of that, it feels like it's going to be impossible to stop this PL now as he's just chunking down this melee barracks in the center lane. Doesn't seem to care all that much about this Medusa.
Yeah.
Dude, he is attacking so fast.
He is an inner beast. Plus, like, all of his attacks, items give him attack speed, other than the
Yeah.
heart.
Avalanche toss back. They found the Medusa. QAQ in a bad spot. No BKB for a few seconds. Roar does come out, holding her in place, JT. Nice use of the headband there to break that static link, but they're on top of the Medusa. She's dead. That's gotta be it, ladies and gentlemen. GG gets called, and IG will take game number 2.
Yeah, a much more convincing IG showing this time around.
Dude, I just can't help but wonder how easy this game would have been for CDEC if they just picked an Underlord.
I do have to agree. I don't know why they went with the Tidehunter. Honestly, it really just looked like comfort more than anything. But Underlord was like the perfect pick. It literally owns the entire Dire lineup. There's nothing they do to the Underlord. It helps you out globally with the split pushing and helping the Dusa out if she gets ganked. You know, it's... Yeah, I mean, whatever happened. IG definitely showed, though, that they can hit their crucial timings when really needed. And they looked a lot more urgent this time around. Like, they were hitting all their timings.
Yeah. Emo played so sick on this Queen of Pain, man. He had such a great game. Made a lot of space. Did a really good job at finding, like, essential pickoffs or at least forcing heroes into a potential buyback. I mean, yeah, it was just really sick play on the Queen of Pain.
We are seeing exactly why they decided to ban out that Queen of Pain from Emo in game number 1, because when given an opportunity, he can just take over the entirety of this game. You know that it's a very strong quad performance when her damage output is practically the same as this Dusa who was soaking up half of the map from CDEC. So great stuff coming in from IG here, but unfortunately, we do have to go back to how CDEC played this one. I mean, the draft, we'll all agree, I think, that a hero like Underlord would have absolutely demolished IG, but given the cards they were dealt here, Black, one of the things that CDC didn't really do was actually utilize the Tidehunter early on. There were several times when either he would be canceling a TP, showing up to a fight too late. It just felt like the timings that you need to hit with this hero, when you play this hero mid, it sort of reminds me of a Mars being played mid. You have to do stuff on the map, not just sit back and farm. And 7E unfortunately played the latter style of gameplay rather than the former, and allowed IG to play this early game much more aggressively than they should have been able to get away with.
Yeah, you could tell, like, from the way he was playing, every time he TP'd, he was very, like, unsure. When you play a hero like Tidehunter middle, as you said, you're going to see a situation, instantly TP. For example, on the bot lane, 3 heroes in prime Ravage position, he doesn't TP straight away. He's like, the fight is probably just over anyway. And then, like, 5 seconds later, he TPs. But the fight is already over. Same thing happens top. Fight already ongoing, 2 supports TPs. He has like a 6-second TP. He's like, damn it, I got to cancel it again. You know, it just keeps happening and happening and happening. And the more it happens, the more you doubt yourself. He was 0-0-0 20 minutes into the game which really cannot happen when you play a mid-height hunter. You gotta use that Ravage. That's why you pick it.
You absolutely have to use that Ravage. Another thing that cannot happen here, Cryptic, is when you're playing with this off-lane Razor, this hero is not allowed to have a performance where he's practically doing nothing for the majority of the game, showing up to a fight and then practically dying immediately. Or if he doesn't die, he's expending his life just to kill, or he's spending ultimates just to kill like an Enchantress or something. They very quickly run out of damage from CDC, and it never really felt like they got to a point where they had the necessary items or just the necessary levels to fully threaten IG in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Razor doesn't have to be like a big damage dealer. He can kind of just be this anti-carry, which is like one of the things that's always really nice about the hero. But you kind of like threw his lane when they TP'd the Marcy bottom to try and like punish this overextension early on. And then as soon as that happened, Razor just dies instantly top solo to an Enchantress and just never gets to rejoin the game. Like from that moment on, it was free farm for Phantom Lancer. Ollie was just shoving him out of lane. He's like levels behind the Phantom Lancer. He's like the lowest net worth core. This is not a hero that plays well from behind. Like Razor does want to be ahead and snowballing, getting his item timings and playing around them.
Yeah. One thing that makes me very unhappy as well is looking at the pattern of a lot of these fights, how much effort it seemed to take IG to kill CDC heroes versus what CDC could do in the opposite direction. And CDC, it's almost like they have to do everything, but just gets easier and easier for IG. And this fight in particular, I felt really bad about. Once again, we see this Ravage coming out fairly late into the engagement, and sure, they are able to take away the life of this PL, or at least the Aegis life, but this sort of was the harbinger of the fact that yeah, CDC will drop a whole bunch of spells at once, but afterwards they just get slowly chipped away on the side of their heroes here, Black. And could they have done anything to stop this from happening? Like outside of, I don't even know if they can itemize differently, can they, on their heroes? You needed to get this Aghanim Scepter on 7E. You needed to get this BKB into the refresher. I don't know, but like, is there a different way they could have approached these fights to make it so that they can kill heroes and move on to the next target instead of finding themselves committing everything just for supports?
Yeah, so the itemization is definitely nothing they can really do about. Like, they had to go for all the items, as you already mentioned. But what I did find a little bit concerning is the way they comboed up their spells in the team fight, which was really non-existent. There was like never a Ravage into Overgrowth on the Quap or anything like that, you know? It was always Overgrowth first, then 10 seconds later the Ravage, then the Stone Gaze. With a lineup like this, you really want to have everything combo together, kill 2 or 3 heroes, because if you don't do that, then they'll just run circles around you, which they did in this game. Quap blinks in and out, PL doppelgangers in, runs around the back line, cuts you off there. They just have so much spam ability. If you don't kill them straight away, you're just going to lose the fight automatically.
Yeah. And that's where like this refresher blink Ravage was like potentially that late game winning scenario, right? If they're able to just like chain stun down PL like you were talking about. But it just never happened. Like the one scenario in the mid lane where you almost got it, I believe he ran out of mana. And I mean, that was kind of like the story of this game for the Tidehunter, man. Like, where's his mana?
Where's my mana? Oh yeah, one thing I also wanted to say, if you play mid-tight, you need more clarities or a neutral item like the Arcane Ring, something that gives you mana. He had like 10% mana pool the entire game, quite literally. I was getting really anxious seeing it.
You can go raindrops even though. Like there's a lot of options. You can go Bassy, raindrops. Like there's a lot of different ways that you can just get that extra mana. Dude, Fly. Yeah. I keep saying Fly because I see FY and I just instantly think Fly for some reason. Oh yeah, he gushed and went low on mana. That's what it was. So that sees it right there. So he ravaged, gushed, went low on mana, had to Soul Ring, then ravaged. By that point, they forced out.
That PL is dead for sure.
To be fair, in that fight, right, yes, he did run out of mana on 7E, but you did see there that FY was revealing a 4-star that he had a little bit earlier, forces him away. So I think 7E also was assuming that the PL would have a harder time with the escape, but FY really did everything for his team in this game. And we've often seen a lot of these past 4 Tinies in China not always have the best performances. FY certainly changing things up in that regard, making the game look very easy for IG and giving them a lot of reach. We saw in the previous game when he played Marcy, he tried to do this, of course, while using the rebound dispose combos, way easier to do in this game. And Black, you already mentioned it, right? Given that they have such reliance on this big combo from CDC, separating these heroes away from each other and forcing them to move in atypical directions almost necessarily means that their team fight is worse on CDC. It makes it easier to pick them off one by one on the side of IG.
Yeah, and that's why they had the draft they had, right? Like FY was amazing with his toss ins, toss outs. Fly's positioning was great. We already spoke about Emu just darting in and out. Like the way IG played was definitely very well tailored to the hero composition that CDC had, and they just never got the chance to really execute their combo correctly.
Yep. We never got to see it, not a single time.
I swear, if I see a Marcy rotate out of lane to assist another lane one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. I've literally seen this. This is not the first time this has happened. But like, this has been the bane of this hero in this region. People are picking Marcy and then leaving lanes to go assist somewhere else, and then their lane goes absolutely terrible. I don't know why this keeps happening. This is like at least the 5th or 6th time I've seen this be the case, and I'm starting to think that just might be the issue with Marcy here in the CN region, is like they want to just like protect this safe lane so heavily so that they rotate their forward position out. And I think it's just causing them to have way too many problems.
Too many problems indeed ends up being the case here, as this Marcy once again losing the game in China, contributing to this very negative win percentage that she's enjoying at present. Yet again, we'll also see that IG are able to turn up and look very, very strong. Of course, it is their first game that they've had to do so from a sort of comeback position, but they did it, and they were able to play perfectly for what their draft was required. Unfortunately, this also means that Black has to enjoy seeing a PL win, so I know that makes him very happy on the inside. And for CDEC, fortunately for us though, means game 3. Sadly for CDEC, that does mean that they have to figure out a way to come back themselves and to show that their underdog prowess in game 1 was not a fluke. It wasn't just because of the Brewmaster cheese, but that they actually have the tools in their bag necessary to try and take down a side like IG. And with that, we're going to be taking the final break for the series. And when we return, the third and deciding game. Will IG continue their run of dominance, or will CDC put paid to that and figure out a way to remain in this underdog story, this tale of magic? And I hope to get to see from them. We'll find out in game number 3 in just a moment, right after the break. See you in a second.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all, back to the Chinese DPC. As we continue today's Division 2 run, we have IG taking on CDEC in a third and deciding game here. Most IG fans probably didn't expect that we would be here, but nonetheless, this is where we reside, and IG need to figure out how to take this series all the way to the bank. CDEC needs to come back here in this third and deciding game. Black, just before we get into the draft, what are CDEC's chances of doing this? What do they need to do if they want to have a shot at taking down the big dogs?
They really just got to execute a little bit better, and I think that's just about it. Execution was lacking. IG outplayed them. If they can show or have this similar showing as they did in game 1, it could be anyone's game.
All right, CDC, easy advice for y'all. Don't get outplayed. Hashtag get good. Let's see if they're going to be taking that advice into this third game, as we do have a draft on our hands. I'm very happy to see said draft. Our Cryptic CDC will not be happy to see this, though, because yet again, their heroes have been respect banned. No 7E Pango, no offlane Brewmaster. You have to do something different for this third game.
Dude, what is China's obsession with this Razor hero? I actually don't understand. First pick overall Razor.
Now,
I mean, they respond with Coddle Tiny. That is a very high damage opener.
just to talk about the Razor a little bit. So in Europe, some teams like to pick it really early to like first phase. Most of the time when they do, it goes into the safe lane, because Razor plus one strong support is really very hard to beat, right? There's almost nothing you can do with most offlaners. And that's just when you get into this free BKB timing and then a free refresher BKB timing. And that's when the hero is really strong. I feel like most of the time when we see it struggle, it's in the offlane. And then you do nothing, and you feed a bit, and you have no stuns or anything to really come back into the game, right? So I hope this is a safe lane Razor with like even a Nyx support would do wonders for him.
Dude, I was checking the numbers on Marts really quick, because I was like, I feel like it's getting so skewed here in China. The hero has like a 32% win rate in China, but a like close to 55% win rate in every other region.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It really feels like they don't understand this hero just yet.
Something's weird, man. Like I said, I think part of it is like every single time I've seen the Marcy like rotate out of that lane to go help elsewhere, the game just falls apart for that team. I don't know how or why that this is the case, but that has just been like a trend that I keep seeing. And I was casting a game just the other night with Lizard, and there's something he pointed out. He's like, Marcy went bottom, like left the off lane, and the off lane was like 3,000 net worth at 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the safe lane was like 5,400. And it's like, it's been a trend. I've seen it in multiple games, and I'm curious. Like, it's something I'm going to keep my eye on a little bit more now going forward when I see this hero.
Don't have this hero being employed in this game just yet for either lineup. I'm hoping that we don't get to see her. I'm getting a bit tired of her in China, honestly. IG, having this next assassin obviously is going to be limiting the options for what goes into this mid lane for 7E. But speaking of 7E, a hero that he has enjoyed in the past, gentlemen, Keeper of the Light. We don't see it being played mid as much anymore, but it's something that he's done in the past, something that we've seen them do very successfully as well. What are the options, or what are the odds that this is going to be a mid cuddle in this opening 2 for them?
Pretty high, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Like unless they want to take the Tiny into a carry position, which happens sometimes. It's pretty rare though, especially against the Razor. It's not as strong. But I'm not the biggest fan of mid cuddle anymore, just because it's really inconvenient now with the numbers. Like range creep survives at 5 HP, the small camp survives at 5 HP. You're like, it's so annoying.
It slows you down. It takes a lot more time to farm than it used to, and that was what made Coddle so good, is like just being super efficient and getting to that super fast spirit vessel or whatever item you wanted to go for. But now it's like that vessel is going to be slowed down by a minute maybe, which is a big deal. The one thing with the opener though is both these heroes flex 2-4, so it could be mid tiny, could be 4 tiny, could be mid Coddle, could be 4 Coddle. We've seen 5 position Coddle even, so it's
5 tinies even.
Yeah, it doesn't really reveal a lot about where these heroes are going, which is a strength. I would like to see a Darkseer ban here if I'm CDEC. There is no way you give them Darkseer next Assassin.
Darkseer next, what a combo. Like, it's been enjoyed before. Yeah, if they give it up, I'm also feeling very scared about the game. One of the reasons I also ask about this Coddle Black, do you remember which team it was? But I remember we watched a game with Keeper of the Light mid and Tiny support, and it looked terrible. It just felt like Tiny couldn't accomplish anything on the map. So I'm hoping that they can get some additional source of like jump damage elsewhere. Because normally when you see Tiny look super strong, it's like in the previous games when it has the quaps and the like. They banned Monkey King instead. Okay, so they're going to roll the dice. They're going to take the option of having this Darkseer play into them, and they'll grab the Treant Protector themselves instead.
All right.
I don't think the Treant's been the problem, right?
No, but it lost both games, so they want to make sure the win rate isn't too high.
Just making it look bad so the other teams don't pick it,
Yeah, exactly. You gotta play your own meta. But yes, I remember that game. I don't quite remember the series or the teams that were playing it. But yeah, like as I have been saying for a long, long time already, Tiny excels when you have aggression on the map. Kotal is very aggressive after he gets a bunch of levels and items, but early on, not as much. So definitely not the best combo. Tree and Tiny, yeah, it's alright, but again, not the best really, unless it's like a carry Tiny, then it could work maybe. But carry Tiny
mid
to
Tiny
Razor is
kinda
also
works,
very
right?
iffy. Yeah, mid Tiny can work, yeah, for sure.
I would prefer that if they put mid Tiny, the Cuddle 4, Shield Protector 5. It feels
Yeah.
a little bit better to me than having this Tiny be the pause 4 hero. But it does depend a lot on what we're going to have Emo play up. And he still has some heroes left in the pool, but they have gone out of their way here, Ricky. Just banning heroes from just one JT ban, but most of these heroes, they're like, sorry, Emo, you're not going to be allowed to dominate us, at least not in this third game.
Yeah. Puck, Quap, Void Spirit, all removed. The Ember Spirit's still in the pool, which is definitely a play, like one of the still very strong mid lane heroes. We also have Invoker, which is like kind of a niche pick. I don't think it's that great of an Invoker game personally right now. But there's also just something staple in the mid lane is just Kunkka. Like it's just a solid mid lane hero. You could go for the Kunkka. You can go for the DK. All still very strong.
Oh, there's the Invoker that you wanted as this hero is going to emerge now, the Emo special. In this game, there's a lot to set up for. I'm just wondering now, this definitely feels like it's going to consign JT to playing this Razor. I don't think they're going to go for a Fly Razor with the Invoker in the mid lane. So Black, as a carry player here, if you're a Fly, what do you want to play and what do you want to get buffed up on with Alacrity later in the game?
A hero like Terrorblade could be nice. Anything really that builds a Manta. Juggernaut could be great as well, because Trian's biggest weakness is that Manta just counters your ult, right? So if you can build BKB Manta on a hero comfortably, that's usually my go-to choice against that hero. And yeah, I mean, they have many, many options. They don't have the last pick, but the next pick of CDC will tell, or will be very telling, right, to what Flyfa will be playing, probably. Unless it is the carry Razor, which is possible too.
If you go carry Razor, you could take Dawnbreaker to the offlane too. It's not something that CDEC are capable of picking right now because of the Nyx Assassin. Like you actually can't pick Dawnbreaker in a Nyx. So a little bit of an interesting one. But yeah, I'm not... I mean, Mars is like good when it's countering out things like Medusa or like just these general range heroes that can't deal with
Force
arena.
Spirits.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a pretty random Mars pick right now.
I guess it's like decent into Razor if it's a safe lane Razor, and that's the idea maybe. But I don't know.
It is
This
decent,
hero
but it
doesn't
can
do
also
nearly
be
as much
terrible,
damage.
right?
Yeah, it doesn't do nearly as much damage as it used to, and that's what worries me.
This
Yeah.
is so awkward though. These three melee heroes, Tiny Tree, Mars. This doesn't feel that great into the Injoker here. Like a lot of the spells that you're going to be casting. Now CDC suddenly have to have perfect positioning every single engagement. And they still don't have that great damage output. Like they have the ability to burst individual heroes down, but Razor gets BKB eventually. Presumably whoever Fly plays gets the same. And then what? What's the option at that point? What, Overgrowth? Then Mars just tickles you a little bit for a while? I don't know. I'm not a fan of this Mars. And like we were talking about in game 2 here, it's not enjoying the greatest win rate. And if it's losing in China, then you know really the hero's heyday is practically over. What do we need here for CDC? It feels like they have a very difficult last pick for yet another game where their last pick is going to be like a do or die situation. And the execution has to be very, very high with a draft like this. It's not very easy to play around the map with these heroes.
3 chunky boys usually screams like a very strong range damage dealer, right? Like maybe like a Drow.
Sniper.
Sniper would be great. You play into a Nyx, which is a little bit annoying with a Shrapnel.
And the Razor,
Terrorblade could be an option again.
TV's banned.
Yeah,
TV is indeed banned. It's not an option.
The Medusa is still open.
Yeah, but you're playing into a Nyx as well.
Nyx Invoker,
Nyx
right?
Invoker. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
They actually ban Animation himself. So honestly, Dusa for IG looks not half bad into all the heroes.
I feel like you have to ban Dusa here too. I was thinking the exact same thing. It's not that bad because of like Mars, like being able to use Arena, but I don't know how you win late game if they pick Medusa here.
Yeah. Also,
So
what
that could
strikes me
be-
as really good for IG, like a Spectre, is very nice.
I was just thinking the Spectre. Spectre or Luna, I have my eyes on.
Yeah, Luna is also a very strong carry with them. Agreed.
Gosh, you know that it's a bad look when the team is looking at a Luna pick and it seems very, very strong. That means that CDC have put
They
themselves in a
banned
bit of danger
Morphling.
here. They banned Morph, man. So no Fly Morphling. Instead, IG will go for the
TA.
Templar Assassin.
Okay.
All right. So this has been another one of the range carries that we've often seen enjoyed in China. Normally, it's going to be, if it was Extreme Gaming, would have called this pick a long time ago, but TA now for Fly. Not something that he plays all that often in lieu of, say, the Morphlings and heroes of that ilk. What do we make of it here, Ricky? You like this here?
It's not bad. I mean, this is one of those games where it's like, if you just like didn't pick this Mars, you could have like a little bit of a like more to work with. Unironically, it's a very good Pudge game, but you just like can't really last pick Pudge here with no carry, so they will take the Spectre instead. I don't know. I don't know if the Spectre really answers any of the problems. You're playing into an offlane Razor as a Spectre, which is just not strong.
Mid Mars too.
Yeah, 7
Tiny
Mars.
offlane. You're playing a 0 armor hero into Meld Strike.
Not just in a Meld Strike, a Meld Strike with a Shadow Shaman who hits like a truck.
Yeah, and you have no disable for the shackles. Like Tiny just gets shackled and gets beaten down. I think this draft is unfortunately very one-sided once more for IG.
Yeah. I kind of feel you on that one. I feel like IG's draft is just so much easier to execute. And something like really has to happen, like for CDEC to come out of these lanes like ahead, because I don't see the lanes going super well for them.
You guys remember what I said? Like when you have last pick, you really got to make sure that you have a very strong draft before that. That Mars really messed everything up for me. Just like the Tidehunter messed everything up for me last game.
2 games back to back where 70 is going to be having to pull and dig deep to find something special for his squad.
Yeah.
Black, we gave our Cryptic the difficult job in game 1 of telling us how CDC could win the game, and he was right about it. So now it's on you, fam. Lost pick Spectre. This is what's QAQ? What does he have to do in this game, and how do they win overall for CDC?
I really think a lot of the pressure is going to be on Mars. Like if he does well in lane and finds good rotations, that's their ticket into the game, because they don't have great ways of killing TA. But if they can snowball and get the Spectre really big quickly, their global presence together with the recall of the Coddle 2 could be overwhelming for IG.
It should indeed be overwhelming. And our Cryptic, this is the 3rd time that we've been together seeing a Spectre in this game. So far, it's been 1-1 in that direction. Which way is this going? And are we going to get another Radiant Spectre, do you think, this game?
That's the thing. There's a lot of different item builds you could go for this game. Radiance is definitely on the table, but I just think, like I said, CDEC's draft is not the easiest to execute. I don't necessarily think this game is going to be on QCQ to win. So but for those reasons, I'm going to say IG.
IG, let's see if they're going to be able to carry this one 2-1, or if it's going to be CDC, the underdog story, continuing to reign here in Division 2 of China. We're going to be finding out with our Cryptic and Black on the mic. Take it away, boys. Bring us the hype. I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, I'm a little afraid this game might not be as hype as we wanted it to. It could be a very one-sided affair, unfortunately.
Yeah, like if these lanes go well for IG, I just don't know what CDEC do, right? Like, it feels like it can snowball out of control super fast. The mid lane Mars is just, I mean, Mars in general right now has felt very underwhelming as a hero just after the changes. He's got less base damage in lane and spear stuns for less duration, which means less damage against the arena wall. There's not like an easy target this game either. Like all of these heroes, when it comes to Mars, normally you just like arena and a support or arena and a core and kill them. But TA can actually absorb a lot of the damage. Invoker is not like super easy for you to get on top of because he can just tornado you as soon as that arena comes down. And Razor is kind of tanky too. It's not so cut and dry for the Razor or for the Mars this game.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue also when you lane against Invoker as a hero like Mars, your rotations are super telegraphed because almost always you're gonna have 0 mana in lane, and then you have to go back to base and then TP out. It's like you have like a minute to prepare for that. Right? Like, unless you find like a region rune or something and into a TP, it's really not that easy to make happen. And as we said, like the TA into the Tiny, it should be almost impossible for the Tiny to lane here.
Yeah. There's your Meld Strike, and he has to walk away. I mean, the thing is you do have the tree grab, which does give you some range in the early levels to work with, but yeah, I can't imagine TA is not going to just free farm this lane.
Yeah, and then on the bot lane, you have a Razor and a Spectre, which is also heavily Razor favored. So just on paper, all these lanes should be very, very good for IG.
Like, I imagine Mars will do fine the first few levels. But once he gets more levels on the Invoker, it's going to struggle. Because you can Bulwark toggle to like kind of grief the last hitting, which is always really funny. But at some point, Invoker will just kind of own. I'm actually a little bit curious about what Emo decides to build this game, because I have been really leaning more towards like the Trez Witchblade build on this hero recently, but we'll see.
I like Trez Witchblade a lot more when you actually go into the Exort.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing is the Exort build, Trez Witchblade, but he is Quas Wex, so
yeah,
a lot of times.
Of course, Wex is probably just like normal earn into Midas, is what most people do.
Yeah.
Vessel
like JT? Oh, he gets first blood on the Undyne. He almost thinks he's gonna get. He tried. He went for it, but JT stays alive with a Fairy Fire pop. So
that is the big problem, though, right? If you're falling behind in these kind of lanes, like Razor will just absolutely snowball. 2 levels in the link, the Spectre will not have a lane.
Yeah, and that was their time, right? To try and make a play there before he gets there.
If he gets a Shackle on the Tiny, he could just be dead. There's a lot of damage. Or is the TA dead, maybe?
Pause back the other way. A couple auto attacks from Imitator. Drops the Sentry for vision, breaks the salve, but you still lose the Tiny. And Imitator whiffs on the Illuminate, so Fly will live.
Wow. Yeah, Shaman just casually right-clicking for 100 damage under that melt. No problem.
And now
Fly coming, but Reflection is up.
Yeah. Ooh, Avalanche off the Mark II.
Yeah. This is when you start feeling real bad. Bot lane, the Spectre is getting pressured a lot. Full link on her, 72 damage stolen. Be careful how you fight here.
You can't do anything here on the Spectre. Until you have Desolate, that'll be like your only form of damage to a hero if they're out of position, but you just don't have any way of fighting into this Razor right now.
Yeah, he's just denying all creeps from half HP. I mean, we said it already, right? It's gonna be a lot of pressure on 70.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing well in the mid lane, 20 and 5. He's top of the CS, which is pretty surprising, but I do worry that he's not going to be able to make the moves this game. We'll see. Nice water rune denied.
The water rune denied too.
Yeah, but look who's also at bottom, FY.
Is he baiting it though? They could potentially get a 7E kill if he... Nah, he just takes it, goes back to the bottom. We don't want to make the same mistake that CDC did last game and abandon the Razor, right?
Yep. Yeah, overall, game pretty even, I guess, like in CS terms, but 7E mid lane, there's the rotation from FY, gets the stick off for the moment. Not gonna live though. That's a kill. And with that one, Emo is gonna be feeling very happy.
Yeah. Surprisingly, TA is actually struggling quite a bit right now. Didn't expect that to happen. But Coddle is a pretty strong laner, right? The Illuminate spam is pretty annoying, especially early on. But as a TA, you're always going to get back into the game.
Yeah, I guess you just get like avalanched to like remove the refractions, and then you just take an Illuminate to the face. So that's a little bit annoying, yeah, if they combo that correctly. I guess Tiny having this Coddle will make it so that avalanche spam is just always available. I need to go double Bracer, so he is pretty tanky, 1300 HP.
Oh, he went into the early solar bind. Interesting.
Bottom lane, Undyne in a rough spot here as FY as well as JT gonna find themselves another kill. JT is falling low. QAQ though doesn't really have any more damage left here on the Spectre, so 0-4 now as the lane's continuing to go in favor of IG. dude, this Razor is just 700 gold in front of the Spectre at 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's how you make an offlane Razor work, right? Like you have a good matchup like this, and you really double down on it.
Yeah, I feel like the Spectre pick is just a Hail Mary, almost. Like, I don't know at what point, like, the Spectre is going to really come online. Do you go Radiance this game? Do you go for, like, the Diffusal Manta and try and fight into, like, Ags? Like, what is your build, even?
I think you gotta go Manta simply because they have a Nyx assassin. You don't want to make your game even harder. It's tough.
Yeah,
like, it's not a free spec game at all.
Totally
Not
forgot
at
about
all.
just the Radiance, you know, into Spike Carapace. You just can't go Radiance at all.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Manta into Ags, and you just try to overwhelm them, like, globally. Because then suddenly Mars can get solo pickoffs, Tiny can, or maybe even like an Overgrowth.
Guess we'll find out. Meanwhile, mid lane, 7E hasn't really revealed what he's building quite yet, but he just keeps getting Tornado EMP spammed, and that is just so sad. He's just losing all of his
we
mana
spoke
every
about that,
time.
right?
Oh, bottom lane?
He's tipping bot now, but
Does he? He doesn't have mana for Arena, does he? Oh no.
he's
I
taking a
can't
lot of
see
damage
it.
too. Careful.
Oh, JT, QAQ, nice spear does come out from 7E. Maybe able to stay on top of him. They do finish him off. So Undyne will get the kill. Not quite ideal, but you do punish the Razor, and 7E's first rotation ends up paying off. But he's in the sights of FY right now. He did walk under a ward, and he is not super healthy. Looks like he won't go ahead and commit
And
for it,
Volker's
though.
there too.
Oh, they scan him. Oh,
Gets
they are
the
going to go
Impale
for it.
Tornado. He has no mana though, so no damage.
Oh,
he's
he's going to
fine.
bulwark back into the base. He's got a,
FY
he's got a
died.
stick. Oh my gosh, FY! They're going to turn their
Cannot
touchdown
run
over to
too tall
Evo.
like
I mean, Emo is fine, right? The Treant is coming, actually. He does have he has no mana for Ghostwalk. Not
He has
for a
10
couple more
sticks.
seconds, 10 stick charges. Alright, he's gonna be fine. Right? He is
Caught him
under a
with the haste,
sentry,
though.
but
Dire's turret has been
I mean, another dagger, solar bind, I'm sure is going to slow him down quite a bit. He's got the tornado and the EMP, pops the stick, goes
And
for the
the
TP
TP
out, and he's going to be fine. A little bit of space made there, but he did force Emo all the way back to base off that.
Yeah, look at Ollie though. He's taking the mid lane. He's almost level 6 on a 5 Shaman. Insanely leveled.
I mean, overall, I feel like that ended up being a pretty good series of events for CDEC.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I don't know why they just like ran up onto the high ground like that in a minute. Like, what's that?
I mean, I guess if FY gets the kill on the 7E, it's like definitely worth it. Oh boy, bottom lane, QAQ is getting a lot of pressure applied. Eye of the Storm is up here on the Razor. But being healed by the Treant Protector. Ooh, they're gonna go ahead and fort the wave, maybe go for a dive. JT, his ult has expired, and here comes the Mars. A second TP. This is what we wanted last game. Out of the Tide Hunter. He's going to punish JT one more time with the Arena and a God's Rebuke to finish him off. That's exactly what you wanted out of your Tide last game, right?
Yeah, make them bleed, as Mars said. Very nice punish on the overstep there.
attack.
And this time around it's also a lot easier, right? You have the Spectral Dagger that actually slows you down quite significantly. And JT realized too late that he was actually out of position. And yeah, nice TP by 7E once more. Really makes the Razor feel uncomfortable after such a good early game.
That's 2 deaths back to back, right?
Yeah. That being said though, he's still sitting top of the net worth. So his game is still good. He's rotating to the mid. If they get the 7E kill, they have mass up as well.
They do have Coddle behind him. Yeah, he's plenty. Plus an Illusion Rune there is going to be very nice for him.
Tiny also defeated middle. Premature again.
Does Coddle have a shovel?
Is under attack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, why did you just dump a salve on the Mars like that? Also, can't you just give salves from shovel to your allies instead of just casting them?
Yes, sir. Which is what
That's
you
what
should
I
always do.
So you should, I was like, with a shovel, it's like that's the big deal because you literally lose half the effectiveness otherwise.
Yeah. Man, Mars with the Tumbler's toy is sitting at 750 mana. That's not half bad.
Well, TA now taking the top net worth chart as she has just, you know, like we said, kind of had a free lane top. Only 4,200 net worth, 4,300 now at the 11-minute mark. Not the most that we would see from some heroes in the meta right now, but still overall pretty good if you're a safe lane TA.
Have the wards, drop it on the bottom. Get that tower probably for free. They don't really look like they want to fight anytime soon.
This is a big deal, right? Against a Treant Protector, being able to take these towers is absolutely essential.
Yeah.
And there it goes. Meanwhile, mid lane, 7E is underneath the tower, drops an arena, maybe defensively, but it's gonna be enough to save him. Well done. Pops the bottle and he will escape. Shadow Shaman was like 50 cast range off of a Hex or a Shackle there with that arena.
Yeah.
Does make the time for the
range
top.
for lightning either.
Yeah.
Or they're setting up on JT bottom. If there's an overgrowth, maybe some setup. They have a haunt too.
This would be a big kill. I mean, the mid lane Mars like has to go back to base. He's got nothing. And Fly
Imitator got solo killed by the
destroys
Fly.
Imitator top lane. Yeah.
Bye mana.
So what does this off lane Tiny go for, in your opinion? Is it just the standard blink, just rush blink as fast as possible and get these toss, like Avatos combos out?
That's exactly what he did too. But it's really weird, because now you have a blink dagger, but you're like level 8. You don't even have your spells maxed.
Yeah, you don't have like the 4-4-1 combo, right?
Yeah, that's why usually I like to go like phase boots and windlays maybe, just kind of run at people, try to get a kill that way. But they spoke up, they knew they quite blink dagger, see what they can make happen. They find Ollie, which was probably the prime target, honestly. If you don't have damage, Shadow Shaman is probably the best. Oh, he didn't toss it.
Yeah, he will use it now, but like you said, as a result, without the toss, he's just able to stall this out a little bit more. He's definitely going to die here, auto attack plus the tree toss, but this Tiny Coddle has a lot of potential. They're going to smoke again. They just want to continue the aggression here, find these kills. He's going to wait for the tree grab here.
Yeah.
And wait, or not.
Spectre top. It's getting scouted out by FY.
Yeah. They do have their vision on top. He had a sentry, actually. They knew he's there.
Though.
He walked under sentry for just a moment.
And they know that Spectre is pretty tanky too. Like, here's a Yasha, 4 levels in Dispersion. Not an easy kill whatsoever.
Look at mid. We've got CDEC set up here on the mid tower. So you're going to try and take this one
the Haunt
down.
as well.
Yeah, Haunt, Arena, Overgrowth, the Avatos, it's all there. They're going to start the initiation onto FY. There's the Blink and the Avatos, the Overgrowth onto 4, but 7E's falling low and fast. He doesn't have the Arena Spear. He used Spear to clear the wave. He couldn't turn it around, and now Imitator getting ran at here underneath the tier 1 tower. And there's an... Wait, what? Who did he... He didn't get anything off.
No range.
No range. Instead, he's just stuck out on his own. Okay, that's going to get swung back the complete other way with this push. They'll be able to take this mid-tier 1 with ease.
And I have a feeling that, you know, that's all the mistake you can get away with as CDC here. One more time, and the game might just be unwinnable.
Oh, the Tornado
7E again.
Through, finds 7E, Impale to fall. There's going to be the
That
EMP.
is so cocky.
Yeah.
He just walks up into 5 heroes by himself. No backup whatsoever. I mean, you're a Mars, sure, but you're not an actual god. They don't exist in Dota.
And off that, mid lane tower falls 4-6, a 2k gold lead for IG, and things getting more difficult for CDEC around the map, as QAQ is just not even close in net worth to where this TA is.
Yeah, and you're gonna have this Dazzle timing and just 100 gold. Once Shaman wards are back up, that's an easy roach right there. And just continue snowballing. Emo went for the earn Midas, as we spoke about as well, so he's gonna continue scaling as well. Things are looking a little bleak.
Yeah, they definitely are. 70 is just, man, his game is so sad.
Yeah, they smoke up again though. That's the blink they got down on Mars. He doesn't have it, that's in the courier, so they need a little bit more patience. And yeah, you see this Tiny, right? He just can't do anything. Like, after they nerfed his damage on his spells, I just don't think it's a good offlaner, in all honesty. I really don't.
As I was saying too, there's just not really a kill target. Like, every single hero on IG is relatively tanky, except maybe Shadow Shaman. So it just feels weird. And 7E, his smoke gets popped. There's a ward there that scouts him. There's the avalanche, the spear, the toss. They do manage to finish him off, but they're stuck underneath the tower with TPs coming in. It'll be all right. They do have the arena as well still available if they want to try and take the fight, or force it rather. Fly has to be their target though, right?
Yeah, if you ignore this TA, it's not gonna bode well for your heroes. But can you really burst them either? It's a question.
I mean, with
Well,
the
Ray's already done
arena,
his BKB.
Avatos, you could maybe with Haunt, but I don't know.
Now I think the priority has to shift actually. The Razor has now a BKB, and he's going to tear you apart if you don't kill him before he gets his BKB off.
Yeah, that's actually a huge issue. And they smoke up
We're just going
perfectly
to the
with
pit
this.
too.
FY gonna
Head
scout
before
under
killer
cover
two.
of Vendetta, and they're gonna run right into
Oh, they're
Spectre.
gonna
Oh
Spectre.
no, QAQ. The Impale off the mark.
Impale's off the mark.
Ollie though, gonna be able to chase him. Does have Hex, does not find it, but there it is. He gets the Hex onto 7E. Nice overgrowth on the backside. He doesn't have the chance for the arena. Will drop it now. Finds FY and Ollie on the backside. JT, like you said, has the BKB available. Avalanche does come through, takes a ton of damage. I mean, that BKB might not protect him here. He's gonna try and TP. Do they have the damage to finish him off? They do not. God's Rebuke just a couple seconds away.
Now, I gotta question the decision to run in that deep. Sure, you could have killed the Spectre if you hit the Impale, but you're still gonna lose a lot of heroes. Isn't it much safer play to just run into the pit with the Shaman and the newly acquired Desolator? Force them to run there, and then take a fight on your terms over there.
I mean, maybe fighting into CDEC's lineup at the pits is very scary, but I think if they get the Spectre, like if they don't miss that Impale, if they do miss the Impale, I think you just cut your losses and walk away, and I think that's a hard decision to make in the moment.
Oh, Tiny again, trying to get a toss back. Punished again for it. Tornado clips the Keeper. He's a bit too fast.
Dude, Grandpa is so
Speedy
fast.
Gandalf.
I can't believe the movement speed on his ult was not nerfed in the recent patch. I thought for sure he was getting like a nerf to his ult and not the Illuminate. Looking to go onto the high ground here. No arena for about 15 seconds. They found the Imitator here thanks to FY on this Nexus.
now to the
Having a
pit.
great game so far. And you're right. Yeah, now they have to go into the pit, right? Wards
Yeah,
drop
look at that
death, so
damage
just
coming
what you talked about.
Alacrity. It's kind of silly. Can the Nature's Grasp steal the Roche? No.
That would have been quite funny.
The 50 damage per second did not do it.
Spear back, finds Fly. That'll cancel the ult. They do pop the Haunt here.
Ah?
A little bit of a disconnected fight, though, as there's no real follow-up from CDEC.
You could
They
have
do
it
have
here.
the overgrowth.
Or he
And they
gets
actually-
trap slowed.
Oh, man, no way to blink in on 7E. If you get the blink arena, that would have been massive, but
Yeah. There were like 3 heroes in there.
CDEC just falling up short a little bit.
Yeah, kind of the story of the game, right? Every time they try something, falling short just a little bit. Nice toss back this time around.
There they go. Yeah, they got FY. Spike Carapace for the moment. Impale connects, but he's definitely dead. So this one working out well. And that is a big kill to try and open up the mid tower here. And off of that, looks like QAQ should be able to take it. Big tornado. EMP, they're going to buy back on the next 7E. Gets the arena down. Emo got pushed out of the arena, though. Avalanche toss on the backside. 7E hobbling away. Does end up falling. A 1-for-1 trade as Fly going to turn his attention on over to Undyne. Easy pick off for them. So a 2-for-2 overall, but there's the buyback coming in handy as FY. He's managed to find that Tiny. He's got a blink in one, gets canceled. JT's there, a trap to slow him. He is surrounded by the side of IG. They'll get themselves a third kill.
Yeah, the Razor is just pretty much uncontrollable at this point. The only one that will really be able to deal with him is going to be the Spectre at some point. Who's going to Basher after Manta on a Spectre? That is very unusual to see a Basher this early.
Yeah, isn't it normally like third item? Wouldn't you go Ags into Basher or something?
Yeah, I mean, usually it would be like 4th, sometimes even 5th item, depending on the situation. Like, you definitely want Axe and Skadi most of the time. So yeah, it's a very early one. probably just against the Razor because he has that BKB. If you do isolate the Razor and you do get a bash when he like chases you, there's a lot of damage coming out from the Desolate, right? So,
Yeah. Plus,
Maybe
like,
it's a thought
as long as
process.
you're the one not getting, you can also just like instantly break Static Link on Spectre with Haunt, right? Which is really nice. And then just come
Yeah.
right back. 7E,
7E
he's
gets
been
one
found
run.
out. He takes down Ollie, but dies in the process. So still a very worth kill for the side of IG.
Yeah. And the gold lead isn't getting out of control though. Very good news for CDC. As long as they keep it somewhat even, there's always potential for a Spectre to do a lot of work.
It's very true. It's very true. I just like with the comparison of net worth between the TA and the Spectre, which I know Spectre absolutely owns TA in the late game. It just makes me worry. I don't know if the Spectre's gonna be able to carry this one.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
They
I'm
do have
also
the tree to
expecting
slow
the
it
TA
down.
to go into Silver Edge at some point, right?
Yeah, it's
Just
a
against the
very
Spectre.
good Silver Edge game. I mean, you do want Scotty still, though. It's like Scotty, Basher, Ags are like god tier items this game. You're against 3 ranged cores. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
no one gets away from you
pause
once you
and
have
go.
those.
Yeah, for some reason the dagger also slows through magic immunity. Why? Who knows?
I don't know about that either. That's always been weird. I don't know why that's the case.
Yeah. But especially if you take that talent at 20, you can't move.
Yeah. I feel like Spectre's Shard is not bad either. Right? It's the one that it like auto sends daggers.
Is it
or
the fake
something.
haunt? Oh
Which
no,
one
it's
is
a different one now.
Yeah, isn't
That
it
was
like
like the
auto
fake haunt back then.
Yeah, it
Every
was the
300
fake haunt.
damage absorbed will trigger a spectral dagger to be launched at the last player controlled attacker. Oh, that's
Once
nice.
every 7 seconds. So you just get like extra dagger spam in fights, which is quite good. Big arena in the mid lane. Flyfly's forced to BKB early. FY trying to run away. Still protected for the moment. Flyfly looks like he's gonna live thanks to the ice wall. He did have Aegis anyway, but on cooldown. It's gonna expire in about 50 seconds, so we might see CDEC go for a smoke here in just a moment.
Yeah, I will say though, if the spec gets one more hit on the TA and she dies, without that BKB, she's just free food.
Yeah. Especially because
Like,
Tiny
if you
can
look
just
at
toss
it
her back
from
under the
that way-
tower and stuff too.
Exactly. Like if you look at it from this perspective, it's not a great TA game, right? Against the Mars, against the Tiny,
Not at all.
against the Tree and Protector armor. So if they do fall short in a couple of team fights, there is definitely potential for CDC to make it work somehow. I'm a little bit shocked, to be honest, by the indecisiveness of IG. Much like in game 1, I feel like they have a pretty sizable lead, but very scared to really make anything happen. Why is English so hard and so easy sometimes? Super weird language.
Yeah, I don't know. It is. I agree.
You have some super easy words like come, and then you have super complicated words like discombobulated. Like, what the hell is wrong with your grammar?
We also have there,
Vocabulary.
there, and there. So,
Yeah. Did you know she's over there? Where? There. Pause the game. Wow, that is illegal, by the way.
what? Was that washroom?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to pause for bathroom. In the
What do they say in
DPC, but
Canada?
It happens sometimes.
Water
They call it
closet?
They call it the wash. Yeah, they say water closet. Like Neff calls it water closet, but it's known as a washroom. I don't know what WC actually stands for.
I mean, like Eternal Envy is the same way. Maybe it's just a Canadian thing.
No,
always like,
it's like
I'm
in
going to the-
Canada, it's definitely called the washroom.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's like the actual term is the washroom.
Well,
I don't
Envy's
know
also
why.
from
Like
Canada, and he also says water closet.
that's just weird, man. That's I don't know. That's some
Same.
like weird like gamer term. Maybe I have no idea.
Yo, I want to sound cool. I don't say washroom. I say water closet.
I just where does closet come from? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, same.
Do you have water
Then
in
again-
your closet? I usually put
Yeah,
clothes
it's
in there.
overflowing, man.
Couple shrines, stuff like that.
Yeah. Got a worship Gaben in there. Dude, he's fast on the toilet. Damn.
Well,
I
hopefully
think he had to. Or now IG's on a water break instead. They need a little bit longer. Makes me wonder if CDC has those bottles next to their chairs.
Maybe.
IG obviously a little bit behind in the toilet meta right now. Might be the downfall of this game.
Toilet's too far away, man. He has to sprint.
Yeah, and now he's gonna be tired when he comes back. Misclicks the BKB. Things can happen.
Good.
See, he can't even ride G properly anymore. He does the weird dash thing.
He's exhausted.
Yeah. It's already happening.
We'll see how it affects his gameplay going forward. But for
I'm
now,
going to be looking at Fly very closely from now on. Auto trap not perfectly placed onto the hill. You can see a little bit of shakiness here.
Mine is truly a blessed life.
Yes, guys, we're just pulling his nose. Everything is fine.
We're not. We're trying to have fun. We're just joking. We do see, CDEC start to invade the side of IG's jungle here. Hold this kind of high ground area. They do just need to make sure to control this up until the next Roche, because that is going to be a massive timing. If CDEC managed to get the Roche, that's going to be huge. And he does queue up the Scotty here on Spectre. So Basher Scotty, man. Like I was saying, this is like such a perfect Basher Scotty game.
Yeah. It's very unusual to see a bash at this early on a Spectre, but let's see if we can do some work. They find the tree end.
FY, emo on the backside. He gets him on the spike. Carapace, beautiful. But there it is. Yeah, the bash, the haunt on in. You lose two right away.
It's like fated to happen, He haunts in first at bash right there. It's a lot of damage. It is.
Yeah. Desolate plus the Manta, you're hitting that 130 pure damage and auto attack or something. It's nuts.
Yeah, I gotta say though, it's kind of a novice mistake. You go for bash at first and Manta, and then you don't go for the Desolate damage. Yeah, that's a rookie mistake right there.
Wait, which talent did he get?
The dagger damage.
I mean, dagger damage is great for farming though.
It is, but if you're a real Chad, you gotta go with the build that you know.
True.
Again, guys, we're just kidding. It's fine. Relax.
Razor now with the refresher completed, dude. This guy is this guy. It's 26 minutes into the game, and he is more farmed than last game's Razor entirely.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
And the scary part rather is that TA is still 4,000 ahead of him.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It doesn't feel like IG are actually in the driving seat here though. Like they're 3,000 ahead.
It's weird.
But they're struggling.
Our scan.
Smoke out over to the mid lane. The scan does connect. No haunt for the moment. Imitator would be a decent find. Same with the tree and protector. Fly. Deciding on what he's going to do. Jumps forward. Gets the meld strike. Takes down the treant. Nicely done. And there's the blink. The arena spear. He does manage to find FY. Ollie going to get tossed on top of both supports in trouble. But FY will be able to make it away. And now BKB TP out from the Tiny. He's going to be fine. Now the chase continues. They're trying to get on top of 7E. Is that a haste rune? Baby's just too fast.
Gas. Cares about nothing. It looks so weird when Master's head. He's like sliding, man.
He's just Tokyo drifting, man. He's just like, he's hitting it. Hitting those corners hard.
They found the boss! I mean, the Knicks.
Yeah. FY gets caught out there. Sentry up on the high ground is going to pay dividends and take down the
game,
Knicks.
dude. Do you feel that the shift, man, is happening?
Is that a dieback too?
No. He just doesn't have buyback.
Okay.
But it feels weird, man. The winds of change. Can you smell them?
I mean, I can feel the winds. I don't know if I can smell the wind yet, but I can definitely feel the wind.
Have you tried hard enough, though?
Yeah,
DD on Mars, it's not
don't know.
bad. With the DD, the God's Rebuke is going to crit real hard.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. They are smoked up as 5. They would just want to keep the pressure up. They've got the Haunt available. Roshan not responding for another 30 seconds, so that is pretty good for IG. But if you lose this fight, you are in a really bad spot. They're going to smoke up themselves. 7E walking up onto the high ground. The ward position will favor the side of the Radiant. The Avalanche, the toss, they take down Ollie right away. JT gonna try and stay on top of 7E, but he's got that BKB protecting him. There's the arena. They've got to get out on the Tiny. He's just gonna turn out with his own BKB. And Razor, you're right, he's getting owned by QAQ. There's the Overgrowth finally coming through. Fly up on the high ground, doing work, but Avalanche toss the spear back. He's all alone on this. He's just surrounded, trying to do what he can, but then, oh my god, what a blink out there by Fly. Gets the space. He's gonna survive. QAQ not satisfied though. He wants to stay on top of him.
Roche is up and they know.
They gotta trap
Roche
here.
takers past Manta.
Yeah, with Manta,
don't
it's
tell
so
me
fast.
they're gonna. Oh man, you need a sentry in the pit. You're playing against TA.
Trian's on his way.
Don't-
He might drop one. They have to know. They see the Invoker up on the high ground.
He
They're like,
doesn't
he
have a
has to have
sentry on
vision.
Trian either. You can't let this happen to you.
Oh, he popped the trap. He popped the trap. Never mind. Okay, they're
Why
fine.
did he do that? So they can't even steal now. Okay. Wow. Okay. The winds of change. Can you smell them now?
I can. Yeah, someone left the bathroom door open from earlier.
The winds change, man. They're becoming stronger.
Oh no. I mean, with that one, like we said, next Aegis was going to be huge for CDEC, and with that one, the net worth lead has disappeared and is now finally in favor of this Spectre lineup.
And there's a Skadi completed on her. Going to the Butterfly next. Pure single target isolation damage. I like it a lot this game. Because Razor is so squishy against single target damage like this.
Yeah. 70 was looking for FY, doesn't manage to get him. But yeah, I mean, you're so right. No one can get away from Spectre once you have the Scotty, right? Like, that's what makes this pickup so important. I'm assuming after it'll eventually just be an Aghanim Scepter for that Shadow Step, because it is so important. Otherwise, you just go for the... Oh, wait, no, you said he's going Butterfly, huh?
Oh, they get the spear on him.
Bottom lane. Yeah, they're going for it. Nice interrupt on
can't DP,
FY,
it's
but Emo trying to hobble away.
Oh, the bash!
You can't get away. You actually cannot get away. Top lane though, FY with the interruption does manage to set up a kill there onto the Tiny, but yeah, that is rough.
He put BKB on GT, but he can't run away. The dagger slow too.
Dagger, yeah, plus Scotty, Basher. He's
No
just got
refresher.
Desolate working on him.
He
Undone.
can't run.
He's got Overgrowth if they want to go for it. 7E hits him with a spear as well, and that is it. Razor down as well. Fly up on the high ground, doing what he can. The Hex comes out from Ollie. There's the Overgrowth. QAQ might actually be a little bit too forward this time, but Shackle's doing some work. Bash up onto the Shadow
Spencer's all
Shaman.
alone.
He is all alone, but he gets the kill of one. Bash onto FY. He's got that Aegis. He missed. The evasion from the Tunic. All right, it's not going to be enough. FY able to hobble away. Fly. I don't know if he wants to stick around for this, man. That evasion might kill, or the dispersion might kill him.
Do the silver edge crits. Ow. Disengage. Out.
All right,
Oh my
Fly
God, this
is
so
still...
good.
Fly is scary. That's what we're learning here.
Yeah. And he's level 25.
That is 10,000 damage from the TA in that last fight, thanks to that Silver Edge as well. Yeah, that was good. That was a lot of work.
Yeah. What item to go next now? Just Swift Blink? Honestly, I wouldn't mind just more damage too.
Daedalus?
Potentially.
No, I'm sorry, not Daedalus. He has a
Pike.
Silver Edge. He's going to the Pike, I guess. Okay. You just
Yeah,
buy it out, right?
mobility-
Yeah, you did?
Yeah. He has a quiver too, of course. Always get one of those.
Yeah, that's a very good item.
Oh, Spectre changed his mind. He's going for straight up Abyssal Blade now. Now we'll see how that goes for him, because we just saw how fast the Spectre dies once Silver Edge is applied.
Yeah, I mean, it is... the idea, I guess, is haunt Abyssal Blade to TA, right? I mean, you just... If that works, if that's good enough... Meanwhile, the rest of your team has to control them.
Bottom tower.
It feels like her item build is sort of tailored towards controlling the Razor, right?
Yeah,
And
maybe.
then if you focus the TA instead, the Razor might just run circles
Yeah,
around
it's
the
like-
team.
can the rest of CDEC actually control up these other heroes and allow the Spectre to kill the TA? Or do you just save the TA for last? Which so far has been the game plan, and it's kind of been working. It is a 4,000 gold lead again for IG, but they have the late game on CDEC. And unless they can start taking away these towers, like there's still a tier 1 top, you have all your T2s up, the map is still pretty safe. Oh, there goes the courier. Blink dagger for the next assassin. That's going to be big.
Yep, Blink Yule's initiation now from him as well. Now, someone that has been super quiet this game has been the Emo on his Invoker. A lot of net worth, but not a whole lot of impact at all.
Dude, I feel like that's just the Invoker curse right now. I feel like there's just not a lot that this hero does. Every time I've played it, it's just... Even if you farm, it just feels bad.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't feel the greatest. Alacrity's
Alacrity's pretty sick this game, though. Oh, wait a minute.
He's all by himself, though, the Spectre is.
He is indeed. He needs help and fast. QAQ, he's got it in the form of the Tiny, the Avalanche onto Ollie. Goodbye. Haunt away from the TA, which they will use to get the space. And FY found inside the arena. He's not going to fall. So
JT's still daggered. They see JT.
Fly. They've got him as well.
No BKB, no BKB.
No BKB. Oh, he gets the blink out last second. JT's going to hit that refresher, turn it around onto Imitator the Force Staff. He does end up finishing off that kill, and now 7E in trouble. He's going to activate that second BKB, try and TP home. No chance. All right, JT, some big plays coming out here from the Razor, and they might get more. Yeah, they just take down Undyne as well, as he was hiding up on the high ground there.
Yeah, the battle of the carries right now. 12-0 on the TA, 7-0 on the Spectre.
That was like best case scenario for Razor too. I mean, towards the tail end of the fights when spells are already committed, I mean, he just shreds these heroes.
Yeah, but that's what I was kind of alluding to. Like, if you don't control the Razor as the Spectre, he will just destroy your team. But at the same time, if you are focused on the Razor, then TA can potentially destroy you. Oh, nice.
Oh, beautiful spike carapace, yeah. Sunstrike's there as well. Tiny, pretty tanky. But they got him. Tornado comes through from Emo. Plus the Deafening Blast. They finish off the Tiny. Beautiful kill.
Yeah.
And with that, tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
Alacrity, right?
Is what?
Alacrity.
What about it?
That's Invoker's best spell.
Yeah,
I mean, you pick him for nowadays.
Yeah, you kind of do, huh? It feels very strong, especially with a TA.
Alacrity me! Okay. How much is Alacrity now? 112 each. It's a lot.
It's a lot indeed. My god.
Swift Blink almost done on the TA. Now the sad news is he can't get a whole lot stronger. Whereas the Spectre still has 2 slots to go.
Almost 3. You get rid of boots eventually. It's like...
Yeah.
This hero can continue to scale a lot. They do have vision of the Spectre, though, in the trees. Question is, can they get there quick enough? It doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, mid lane, yeah, Imitator just absolutely blown apart by that TA. Beyond godlike now. This guy is crushing this game.
Yeah, but I feel like everything is like on the verge. You know, if he dies once, might completely tip the scales. Same with the Spectre, to be honest. If he dies once.
Trickster Cloak is pretty good this game. I don't know who needs this item, but that evasion might go a long way. Maybe just Razor, honestly. Just tank up on this hero. He's currently sitting on the Elven Tunic.
Yeah, the only problem is that even if attacks miss hit, dispersion damage still goes through that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But the Manta style now on Razor, I like it a lot. Obviously it counters Treant, but it also counters Spectre. If you have your own little friends around you, that dispersion or desolate damage won't really do anything. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. But you can just see the gold lead starting to grow and grow and grow, though.
Yeah.
Kind of like in game 2. If you don't get out of base soon, there will be a repeat.
Absolutely, and like that was the thing is like after the Roche fight, it was dead even, right? The game had finally evened up. CDEC was looking really strong, and then series of good pickoffs and fights from IG. They just take over the map, and CDEC are just afraid to get out of the base.
Yeah, I think that's what I've seen from CDC quite a bit. Like when things don't go their way anymore, they're very hesitant to make moves.
They're smoked up on the backside. The Avalanche toss on the high ground. They get that Shaman right away. Haunt, where is he going? He's looking for Fly, but the Swift Blink's going to get him out. You're going to try and turn their attention. FY's got him. QAQ needs help. The Silver Edge break. He's right on top of him with the Razor. Dagger to the low ground, though. He's going to be fine, and a nice spear will pin Fly away. He's going to continue chasing, trying to take down 7E. The Force Staff on forward. Undyne is dead. Trying to look for more. Avalanche toss. No BKBs available. JT almost falls. And Fly is going to activate his. There's going to be triple buybacks. Fly is on the low ground, just trying to lay into QAQ. Spear will find FY. And they'll find themselves at least something here at the tail end of it. I mean, granted, this cost you 2 buybacks.
Yeah, Roche is up though. And of course, Daya knows that. Can you fight this without the Razor, Refresher, and BKB though?
I mean,
Oli also bought back. And FY also, no, he didn't buy back. He's just dead for a long, long time.
They
That's
don't
a
have a sentry
4v5.
again. They don't have a sentry again for the pit here.
Oh my god, you can't... Like, you're giving him so much information.
There it is. There's
Someone
your
is definitely
sentry.
going in.
Wait, come on. They have to see
Out
them.
of range?
No.
I see it.
I think it's just underneath Roche. They couldn't click it. All right. The smoke up here from IG. They want to try and go into the pit. Fly, Avalanche. Toss back. He's not in a great spot, but he gets the blink out right away. The refraction's going to save him. Spear off the mark, but Emo trapped inside the arena. There's going to be the Abyssal, the bashes. He's down without buyback. A huge death. And Fly, he's got no BKB of his own. He needs space for now. Nice Hurricane Pike away to send the Spectre. They take down the Treant Protector. Clean up the wards in the center there. They are so worried about this Roche fight. Haunt is up in 20. The Roshan.
Anyone's game right now.
Dude, QAQ is like debating on what to buy.
Man, he needs to finish an item quick. You have 5k gold in inventory. Oh my god, they're going Roche.
They drop the wards inside. Yeah, they're going to go for it. Nice stun out from FY. QAQ sitting off onto the side here. Goes
Hey, you
into
can't
the
execute it! No!
He just snipes it! Oh my gosh, he grabs everything. They lose the trip, but who cares? They're getting so much more. JT not getting the right target there with the Spirit Siphon, but Fly pops the BKB, just stand on top of the Spectre, but that, I mean, the Dispersion just keeping him alive. Finally, they get him, but it's just going to be the Aegis. Fly has to leave 3 heroes dead on the side of IG, and JT needs to run and fast. The Blink Spear, it connects. The team's going to be able to follow this one up, and that Razor is super dead.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. They drop wards into the pit. Spectre was the only person inside the pit, and then Tiny joins her. No Dire hero at all in there. What was the thought process there?
I think they were trying to like find the kill outside the Roche, but QAQ was just positioned perfectly. They didn't have any vision on the backside of the pit. He just daggers over the wall and takes everything.
Invoker to Tornado MP maybe?
Ice wall, yeah.
At this point.
Oh, Spear gets dodged by the BKB, but there's the Abyssal in an arena. Fly can't help him. He's stuck here inside. He's gonna get isolated out. The toss back. Fly is in so much danger. That's a die.
No buyback.
That's it, man. Like, what can you do? IG are just crumbling to CDEC here. JT, the one-man wonder, can he do it? The bash out from QAQ. Just kited out that
Toss
BKB.
back.
There's the toss back. JT goes down as well. That's a dieback.
Is it over? Do they have enough building damage though?
I mean, you have 2 minutes. I hope it's enough building damage.
Well, you have Tiny, I guess. It's really nice. He has an AC as well. Yeah, that should just be it. What can the supports do? They have Glyph.
I mean, oh, backdoor protection for the moment. Don't break the item. It's a bait, right? I'm sure you're familiar with this. It allows buyback if you break it.
Yeah.
QAQ.
They don't care about it at all.
They don't. They're like, yeah, we're not falling for that trick before. We've seen it. We know how this works. Haunt on over from QAQ, bash onto Ollie. Ollie goes down. FY trying to hide, but there it is. The GG comes out. It's CDC, baby. On the back of the Spectre. We were talking about the late game, and they got there.
They were 15k down. I just can't believe how sloppy that Roche pit fight was from IG and how excellently executed that Roche pit fight was from CDC. Like, that should have never happened. again, these kind of comebacks, Spectre is the best hero to do it with, but from a team like IG that really wants to clinch the spot at TI through the qualifiers, like, I'm expecting more. But congrats to CDC. I never saw this one coming.
Dude, I mean, we were talking about going into this series, like, yeah, you know, like IG, probably like 75, 80% chance to take this series. And here we are, CDEC walking away the victors, now going up to 3-1 to tie IG at the top of the brackets, man. That is huge.
That's ridiculous.
That is huge. And Ricky, it wasn't 75%. I distinctly remember you said 90-10 in the series.
Yeah.
Gonna be IG, and that just shows us that 10% can still happen. And CDC, they snatched the victory from the jaws of defeat. Black, you just said it now. Before that Aegis fight, they were 18K down in net worth. They were at only 31% chance to win, according to Dota Plus. But they also managed to yank that back in the opposite direction. Stellar team fighting. They get the Roshan steal, turn that into a big fight that just allows them to somehow, some way, at the very end of things, come back into a victory. Heartbreaking for IG. They were winning for so long. They were in the control of the game for so long. And then, as we've often seen in China here, Ricky, against Spectre, one bad fight, you lose. And that's just it.
Yeah, I mean, the Spectre is arguably the queen of late game. Like, there's very few heroes that beat her. But in this game specifically, into TA, Razor, Invoker, like, all three of these heroes like despise playing into Spectre. So we knew if this goes late enough and the Spectre gets enough items, like, QAQ can carry this 100%. He can 5v1 their whole team at some point. Like, it gets that impossible of a matchup for IG. But honestly, shout out to 7E as well as Tiny. Like, they had some big finds this game. And it's just a rough one for the side of IG. Like, they were so close to getting this win, but couldn't pull it out.
It just looked so good. And Black, you wanted better execution out of CDC. And for a while, it felt like we weren't going to get it necessarily. But as they started to pick up the pace, you know, our Cryptic just mentioned it now. They got some very good connections from 7E as well as the offlane Tiny. However, on the other side of IG, things started to get a bit sloppy in terms of how they would take these fights as this game would go on. Their initiation wouldn't necessarily net them immediate kills. They found themselves getting countered. And like we just kept seeing in this match, which in this replay as well, which shows us exactly what's up, Emo, not that high impact in these fights on the Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, Emo's game was pretty much non-existent. Like, I feel the biggest impact he had was electrocuting people. And I don't know if that's Invoker's problem or, you know, if they just played really well around the Invoker. Not entirely sure. But what I did feel from IG's side is the closer the game got, the more execution mistakes they made. You know, which is kind of hard to believe that the team with so many veterans and TI, like second place holders even, is choking under the pressure. And the new quote-unquote team is not. They're thriving under the pressure and they're giving it to IG.
Yeah, they're giving it to IG in pretty much every respect there, and phenomenal stuff. I also think that one of the things CDC did really well on is creating enough space so that this QAQ Spectre wasn't as bothered throughout the game as he potentially could have been if this draft was different. Sure, it might not have been the case that they farmed that well on the heroes around him, but who cares? When you have this 4 protect 1 kind of style and you give this one this much space, it can really work out quite well for you. I do want to highlight something that he did quite well. How he itemized in this game was pretty decent. Sure, he found around himself in that last fight without having all the items he needed, but this rush on the Basher Abyssal Blade, Ricky, firstly, it's the fastest one in the patch generally, but as we're seeing in the game, it's usually much deeper in the item progression. I don't think IG were actually prepared for the fact that he'd be emerging with a Basher this early, right? It felt like they also got taken kind of off guard by this early purchase.
I mean, we were talking a lot about just going for like that Aghanim Scepter just to be able to fight more often, but I mean, it's like we said, it's as good as a Spectre game as it gets. Basher and Scotty go a long way, and he just ends up completing the Abyssal Blade as well. Like, his item build, I was a little bit of a hater initially, like a little bit of a doubter, but it was right on point. It worked. It did wonders.
Yeah, one of the few modern Spectres to not actually go in for the Aghanim Scepter, and in this game, it ends up paying quite heavy dividends for him. And the entire squad here of CDC will be extremely happy to get this dub. You can just see that killer instinct. As soon as they realize, wait a second, there's no buybacks, not going to bother with these racks anymore. We're just going to go straight for the tier 4, straight for the jugular. And IG had no real respite, opportunity to respond. Great game from CDC. One thing that I am a bit worried about for IG, Black, you mentioned it now, whether or not they actually have what it takes, right? The caliber they displayed when they beat 2 Infusion 2-0, they looked like, they look like they could easily challenge some of the top 4 teams in the Div 1 of the DPC. This game, though, they did not look that good at all. And they're looking like now suddenly we have to ask this question again, right? Do they actually have enough quality to get into Div 1 once more?
Well, what happened? Like, I didn't cast any of their first 3 games, but from what I've heard, they looked way better, right?
Yeah.
So is it just me? Should I not be doing their games? Am I the bad influence? I'm sorry, IG.
I will say the biggest stomps that I've seen so far in the DPC have been IG so far in Div 2. Like the amount of like a skill difference that they showed in some of their previous series have been ridiculous. This game, CDEC not only just played incredibly well, but this is the shakiest we've seen IG so far as well. So that's all. It's the combo.
Actually, with IG looking a bit shaky, right? I want to quickly talk about CDEC and not just the fact that they pulled off this upset, but it's been sort of reliable upsets from them, right? In the sense that we were casting the qualifiers, myself and Dragon Drop. They were honestly lucky to be here. They should have lost their series against IG Vitality, but they didn't. They eked their way into Division 2. And I'll be honest, I had fear that they'd find themselves immediately relegated again. But game on game here, Ricky, it feels like they're actually getting better. Like they're acclimating towards this higher level of Dota and being able to push IG, who's arguably the strongest team right now in the division, not just to the point of victory, but making IG look bad. Are we now starting to say, wait, maybe CDC, maybe they might be the ones that find a slot into Division 1 all of a sudden next season?
It's a good team, man. I mean, in my opinion, this should have been a 2-0. Like in all sense of it, probably. Like I think this should have been a 2-0 if they like just didn't last pick the Tidehunter. But really, I think today all around the better team is CDEC. Like in all 3 games, I think the better team is CDEC.
I gotta say, like if they just work on their drafting a little bit, it's gonna be so much better. Like their gameplay is really good. Like when it gets down to it. To those pressure scenarios, they're not half bad.
The best part about this, Black, is the fact that it's not just them as a new squad that's doing it, right? But the squad also has a lot of up-and-coming names who aren't necessarily as known in the Chinese region or to the wider world, right? QAQ, not the greatest carry in the world as in terms of his profile. Neither is the case for Undyne and Imitator on the supports. But with that, we actually have a word directly from the winning team, directly from the winning carry, as we have QAQ on the mic right now with Marshall helping us out on the translation. Greetings, good sir. Congratulations on the victory. And we saw a lot of celebrations in the team booth there. Tell us, what's the mood like in the atmosphere at the moment within the squad?
恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后也看到就是队内打完之后比较兴奋，一直在庆祝。就是你们打完之后现在的心情是怎么样的？
还好吧，感觉第2把应该就赢了。
We are all right. We feel like we could finish the series at game 2.
Ooh, that's quite interesting because we also had a similar feeling that you played really well and game 2 was where things went a little bit awry. From our side, we thought that we were a bit confused by the Tidehunter pick at the end of the draft. And what was the rationale behind picking that hero and what do you think went wrong in that second game?
其实我们刚才解说也在说，就是第2把感觉本来是有机会的，但是最后我们解说觉得潮汐猎人这个点选出来可能有些奇怪。就是你们自己的话，对第2把的整体的这个潮汐的选择，还有说你们整体的那个阵容，你们是怎么想的？就是你觉得可能是什么原因让你们第2把没有拿下？
第2把感觉主要是下路守得太久了，如果早点中打推了去上路的话，我们应该就很好赢。主要是对面把我上打飞了，对面上打不掉，我跟电魂没地方打钱。
这潮汐没什么太大的问题，对吧？
潮汐没啥问题啊，主要下路玩久了，好吧。
We felt like Tidehunter was not the problem. The main problem we lose game 2 is probably we try to defend bottom lane for too long. What we should do is we should probably go trade top tower or middle tower, get those tower down earlier so I can farm. So me and Razor can have a lane to farm. Instead, we spend too much time at bottom lane and we give too much economy.
That definitely makes sense. Black, this is obviously a fantastic performance that we saw from the Spectre here. Do you want to talk to your carry compatriot and ask him about how that game went?
Yeah, I just wanted to know obviously I know what the idea is now after watching the game, but most of the time we would see like a Manta style into an Aghanim Scepter. What made you believe this was like a really good Basher game?
就是想问一下你的出装，就是很多时候你是一般标准的话是那个分身斧，然后出 A 杖嘛，然后什么样的时候你会觉得这个是出晕锤的一个好的时机呢？然后你整体的这个出装思路是什么样的？
感觉局势很优的话，出一仗人上人吧。上把我们前中间没处理好，局势挺烈的。出晕锤打正面嘛，这边 BKB 来说。
So normally if you are having a good game, you go for Aghanims. So it's easier for you to get some kills. But for the last game, we didn't play the early mid game too well. So I went for the Basher. So because they have many BKBs, and I think Basher will be better. He is better that game.
Okay. I got 2 more questions. First, you play quite a lot of different carry heroes. Can we expect some carry patch soon, potentially?
然后就是想问一下，因为你1号位玩的比较多嘛，就是有没有什么时候打把1号位屠夫的想法？
我很想玩，教练不给我玩。
I really want to play the hero, but our coach does not allow me to.
Okay. Give me his number. I'll convince him. Okay. Then the second question is, if you could buff any carry hero that you really like, what hero would that be?
然后，如果你可以就是选一个1号位英雄去加强的话，你会选择哪个英雄？
水人吧，感觉水人现在好弱。我很喜欢玩水人，但感觉太垃圾了，是吧？
Okay.
I think it's Morphling. I think the hero is really bad right now. I really like play the hero, so I want to buff him.
Okay. Got you. Thank you.
Our Cryptic, while we still have QAQ on the line, we're trying to probe the mind of one of the up-and-coming players in China right now that we need to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, actually, my ask was going to be, being that you guys have some of these newer players, how is like the team dynamics? Like, who's doing your guys' shot calling, and who do you think is like the most kind of improving hero on your team? Who works the hardest?
就是想问一下，你们作为一个年轻的队伍的话，你们队内的沟通指挥是谁来负责的？然后想问一下，就是你觉得队内到目前为止哪个选手的进步是最大的？
我们队内没有什么固定的黑手呀，我们都是一起聊的，好吧？我们基本上没有，然后感觉进步都挺快的吧，跟刚开始还不一样的。刚开始我们挺快的吧，搞了几个月都还可以。
We don't have a certain in-game leader. We talk a lot and we make decisions together. As for improvement, I think the whole team improved a lot. Was for the beginning, for a couple months before, I think we play kind of bad, but now we become much better.
Agreed. You guys look amazing. This was like one of the most impressive series so far.
Yeah, really, really impressive series from them. And another question, actually, party to what Ricky was asking now. Can you talk to us about how the team formed? Not a lot of people are going to know that much about CDC as a squad. So how did you all come together, and what is going to be the future of the team at the moment?
那就顺便再聊一下队伍是怎么组起来的嘛？因为可能很多观众也不知道，就是你们现在这支 CDC 的这个阵容是怎么组起来的，然后你们未来的目标是什么？
咋说呢？之前的这 CC 主要就找了一些新人啊，然后就上个赛季因为好像 CC 打得不是很好，然后就重新找一些新人，然后看着打呗。然后目标的话应该是进 F 级吧。
这些新人是你们自己找的，还是就是打天梯教练什么帮你们推荐的，还是？
推荐的吧。
So last season CDC was not perform well, so the team decided to rebuild, and we just looking for some newer players, and our coach, our management decide to find some new players, and we make a new team together. And our goal is to moving to Division 1.
Well, with the kind of performances that we've seen out of your squad so far, that is not a goal that we can write off whatsoever. So we think it definitely can be possible, and we look forward to seeing your games in the future. Thank you so much for your performance today, for being with us this season, and we hope to see more of your team in the future.
希望你们以后也能保持这个势头，希望在未来你们有足够好的发挥和表现。
谢谢。
Thank you, thank you.
All right, that is QAQ of CDEC, of course, with Marshall doing the translation there. And gentlemen, we heard from them directly from the horse's mouth that this is a squad that feels they have a goal in mind of promotion, not just sticking in Div 2. From what we've seen today, of course, they are well on track for that. But before we go into the next series, right, given that we now are done with Div 2, we're going to be looking at these Div 1 games. One of the things that we had an issue with last season, Black, in Division 2 was the fact that a lot of these teams in winning positions were very much unable to close out their games. And hell, regrettably, we still see that with some teams here and there. With CDEC, that doesn't seem to be the case, right? When they are in a genuinely winning opportunity, they know how to close out games. That gives us a good sign into what their future can look like, right?
Yeah, I think that's actually the biggest problem of a quote-unquote talented team, that they just don't know how to close out games. And CDC doesn't have that problem. Obviously, IG doesn't have that problem. Team Fusion, even, when they're really far ahead, they will also just really shove the advantage in your face and make you tap out even if you don't want to. And I think it's super, super important to have that killer instinct, because the longer you sit back, the more opportunity you give for the enemy to make a comeback plan. So I really like what CDC is doing. And yeah, now beating IG, they might actually be the favorite to be top 1 or top 2.
Oh, this makes me very happy, because now there's pretty much 4 teams that are in the mix here, Ricky. With CDC having taken down IG still in the mix, Magma, Fusion. Quickly before we go on break, heads up prediction. I know I'm putting you in an unfair spot, but tell me the 2 teams at the end of the season that are going up.
IG, CDEC. I think in the order, though, would be CDEC first. I think at this point, if they can ride this momentum, I don't see them losing another series after this one, if they can keep this performance up.
Well, we've already seen here in the China DPC a team come from open qualifiers, dominate Division 2, and then go into Division 1 in the form of Dandelion Esports Club. And we'll be waiting to see if CDC can do the same kind of run. But with that, we're going to be taking a short break here, because we now have to head into Division 1 proper, as Aster Aries, another team promoted from Div 2, will be taking on the juggernaut of PSG LGD. An exciting series, to be sure, so you definitely do not want to miss out. Black, our Cryptic, thank you so much for your efforts today. And everybody else, please head on over to their social media. Thank them for their work at Black Dota 2 TV, and as well as our Cryptic on the Twitters. Until the next game, we'll be right back after a short break. This is the China DPC, the 3rd and deciding tour, and we'll see you in a minute.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. We're going to be continuing the hype, continuing the action, and continuing to build up towards TI itself. My name's Sne. I'm joined now by Nef Sensei and Bcop. Gentlemen, I hope you saw that last game, but in case you didn't, what's up? Good morning. And actually, what time is it over there for you, Bcop?
About to be 4 a.m. My normal time. I don't know what it's whatever. Sun rises soon, I guess.
Sunrise is soon. Nef Sensei, are you also occupying these degenerate gaming hours right now?
Well, it's 1 a.m. This is regular time for me. These are gamer hours, like you said. So
Plus
I got nothing to
MMR
worry
hour.
about. Yeah, exactly.
Early days, though, whatever time it is always going to be exciting because we're here, because we got that passion for the region, boys. And we are going to be very hyped for this next matchup. Personally, for me, this is one of the ones I've been looking forward to the most. And Nef, one of the reasons why is because whenever we talk about LGD, in the previous season, we always spoke about to beat them, you have to come up with something incredible, draft in a very interesting way, figure out something enticing about how to play the game that they haven't thought of before. But that was when they were at their peak strength. Now that is not the case. They're clearly not necessarily having their foot depressed completely on the gas pedal. So now it's not only an opportunity for you to win against them, but if you come up with some interesting kind of draft, you can actually have a legitimate chance of beating them. And as the Aries, there's a reason they're matched up with points with LGD right now. So they can actually go higher than LGD off the base of one good series against them.
Yeah, they potentially could. Plus, the script does say that all the teams need to each other by the end of week 4 here. So that means, in theory, Asta Aries should be coming out on top. Unfortunately, we have two teams that are going to be they're 2-1 so far playing against each other. So one team is going to be 3-1 and they completely ruin the script. So the schedule writer very clearly wasn't talking to the script writer on this one, Snare.
Not yet. No, they needed to come in quickly and say, yo, let's change the schedule around just to make sure that the script is completely followed. And the one thing I love about the fact that it looks like this, upper half being 2-1, bottom half being 1-2. Bcop, we often talk about how competitive the Chinese region is. We laud it as a reason to keep watching this particular iteration of the DPC. But PSG LGD, let's be serious, for the most part have completely tarnished that particular talking point. This time around, they're actually playing along. They're also in the mix, and they're also just even out with everybody else. Do you think that's going to change at any time? Or is this going to be a thing of, well, we've already qualified for TI, it is what it is, no need for us to reveal all of our cards right now?
Well, as Neff becomes a vlogger over there trying to get that focus on him. I don't know. I think LGD, I think people are freaking out. This may be the copium I was huffing before, but why not experiment, give time, and, do they have to go to Arlington? No. Does that mean they're a bad team? Also, no. I think
I'm hearing the copium. He's huffing it so hard right now.
I would think the best thing for the region is to send 4 teams that aren't LGD over to Arlington if they do go.
Listen, you guys, this is the B-Cop narrative. If LGD are winning, they're the best team ever. They're so great. If LGD are losing, they're just trying to make more slots for the region. They're so giving. They're the nicest guys in the world. Come on, B-Cop, come on.
I don't think they're off form or anything like that. If you've looked at their drafts, you've looked at their game style, I don't think it's them taking it all too seriously. Some may say that, oh, that's not good with the DPC. It's like, well, these guys are qualified. When teams get to the playoffs in baseball and hockey, they put their goaltenders on the bench. They put their good guys on the bench so they don't get injured, so they don't get burnt out or anything like that. I think this is fine. I think LGD is doing what they want to do. Like, putting 4 teams there in Arlington, especially when the most points are on the line at that major, as it's being progressively getting more, if those teams go, I think that's fine. I think that's like, LGD can then relax, or they could take a 4th place and then go to Arlington and play in an international land. Like, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I don't think LGD is like everybody's freaking out. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's see how the season ends. But I don't know if you guys remember, but last year LGD had a tiebreaker with Elephant, even though they were considered one of the best teams, and they won it and went to the major. And they won a major last year. So just because they aren't going 7-0 doesn't mean they're washed. Just saying.
Not at all. And I agree that they're not washed just yet. We haven't seen nearly enough to suggest that, especially considering that for the most part, they're still playing some very good Dota, just not necessarily perfect Dota, which is what we have come to expect from them. And before we start this game off, of course, most of the Chinese region in massive support of PSG LGD. But as the Aries, this is not the first time they've been in this situation where they are enjoying a minority of support that come out with an incredible game nonetheless. And one of the things that starts the trend for them, as we spoke to Red Panda last time, Neff, and he was talking to us about how important drafting is in their opinion. He's the one that pulled out that support Alchemist, which looked hella strong. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to be pulling out today. Before we get into the draft, are you expecting any surprise picks? Any rabbits up the sleeve here of As the Aries?
Absolutely not, especially given what our translator Marshall ended up posting to us. He said that, he's not the coach of Aster Aries. He's the coach of Aster. Lanham apparently said that LGD's style of Dota is the strongest and everybody copies their ideas. So I imagine that Aster Aries is going to pick the usual stuff that they see PSG LGD picks. LGD goes slightly outside the norm, and they pick up the Warlock as their absolute first pick. They've been doing this a little bit. I think it's been more popular in the Chinese region than anywhere else, but I'm still not a fan of this one. This is a hero that does not set plays up.
We had this argument the last time we were on together, and I was telling you that this is first pick, first ban material, man. This hero is hella busted right now. 100% win rate in China at the moment. Hasn't lost, secures your lane, broken Aghanim Shard, great counter initiation. What more could you want? Neff, what the hell is this? B-Cup, I'm going to talk to someone reasonable, fam. Put me on this hype. Tiny Dawnbreaker, what do you make of this opener from As the Aries?
I like the Tiny. Maybe it's leaning towards potentially picking up that puck, getting that toss out of the coil. Dawnbreaker seems really strong, especially when you've got the double Starbreaker, the shard that's giving magic immunity, that with the BKB. All of a sudden, you're pretty magic immune for a while. Like, I like Dawnbreaker. The damage early, too, is pretty strong. Like, this hero does well. And I truthfully don't mind Dawnbreaker in all the games I get to cast. It's fun. I think the hero is real strong. I think it gives you a little bit of global presence if you want to play that with something else. Who knows? But we'll see how it does. LGD, comparatively, Void Spirit, which could be Jinkyu's hero, doesn't have to necessarily be nothing to say at the moment. We've seen Jinkyu play, weird fours before, especially last year. He was playing your Embers, your Void Spirits. He was playing a bunch of different things. Techies was on that list as well. Hopefully they, fingers crossed, pull that out today. But we'll see how it goes. I like Dawnbreaker. Techies is fun, man.
No, it's not. What am I hearing? One
Grow up!
Is telling me Techies is
There,
fun.
grow
Someone
up!
else is telling me Warlock is bad. What is this? I'm muting everybody. We're going to be solo doing this panel. What the hell, boys? On a real note, Neff, Void Spirit, he did mention it now. This doesn't necessarily have to be the nothing to say hero. But if it is, it's kind of surprising that they've gone this deep in the draft without addressing the puck, which is normally seen as not just the best overall mid hero, but a decent hero into the Void Spirit as well.
That is surprising. I imagine they're going to get rid of it next. I'm not surprised they get rid of the Brewmaster. That's, in my opinion, one of the stronger, if not strongest, heroes in the current patch we're in, especially if you have like decent draft to play against it. Plus, you'd have like way too many heroes that are way too tanky, and a hero like Warlock does struggle to deal against it. Yes, you can argue the Fatal Bond's pretty good against tanky heroes, but when you have Dispels, when you have things like Lotus Orbs, the Warlock very much falls off. It doesn't provide too much damage himself as a support hero in these team fights. Then they're going to go back in that direction, just tanky to support to couple up with the Dawnbreaker and the Tiny that they have so far. It is a little bit surprising they go all in on this strategy, because this is a lot of melee strength heroes here. Even though they've gotten rid of the Timbersaw, there's still some things that are pretty powerful against it left for the draft. But you kind of messed yourself up going for the Warlock. I feel like Abaddon would be a very solid support this game. You wouldn't be able to jump the backline with the Tiny and blow it up. Treant Protector, not amazing against it either. But then you just have like this Warlock Wind Ranger support duo. It makes things pretty easy for Asteroids. I do not like PSG LGD's draft at all.
Words that you often don't hear on a panel about PSG LGD. But of course, we have to see how they make it work with the next couple of heroes for themselves. I love this Aster Aries that they have so much sustain. In the last game we just saw, we did come away with 4 melee heroes being played up by CDEC, and they managed to win their game against IG. So Aster Aries, definitely there's template for them to do similar kind of strategy. And in this kind of game, when you are playing into this Warlock Void Spirit, just any instances of interrupting burst damage, massively, massively favored towards helping you win these fights. So just need a hero that can survive and hold on to this Treant Protector alt. There is still DP in the pool. There's still Ember in the pool later on. Instead, they go for this Rubik. So this turns the Tiny into a core hero, whether it be off lane or mid, we do not know just yet. But the spells are still not that great, honestly, in the world. What do you make of this, Bcop? This Rubik here to come in for the Tianming as the Ares player.
I thought I was the Rubik player. Go ahead, Bcop. Tell us about this Rubik.
Hey, whoa, it could be, we could see Yi playing it. I'd love to see that. Come on, let's set up the mid Rubik, see what's going down. I'm always a fan. I'm always a fan of Rubik. Ever since FY, anybody who plays Rubik, though, in China is always under the FY microscope, where you have to play it like an absolute god. But we'll see. TMing, obviously, I'm a big fan of his, especially since, not TMing, sorry, TK.
TK, my bad. Yeah, that was on me. Yeah.
Sorry, TK. I'm a big fan of his ever since I saw him pop onto the scene, which hasn't been that long, but we'll see how he does with it. I think that's a lot of pressure to put on yourself when you're playing Rubik into the Chinese region. But I don't know. Maybe it's not enough at the moment. Feels like they're kind of lacking something big. So we'll see where it comes from.
Mars is the response here. A hero that we've been seeing not enjoy that much success in recent times in China. Did just win a game from the mid lane for 7E. I suppose that actually might be the direction, because we've seen some more and more of these mid Marses having some degree of impact on the off lane Marses do not. Suppose it's not really an option for them here since they already have Void Spirit. How do we feel about this here, Neff? You know at the very least that you're not going to have the most challenging lane on planet Earth. Between Treant Protector and Rubik, you can still lane perfectly fine. There's no like one hero I can imagine them picking on Aster Aries that's going to muscle you out of that lane. But do you like it overall for what it provides LGD in the game?
I think it's great in the laning phase. Outside the laning phase, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be, though. Again, it's one of those heroes that does very well against melee heroes. If you come up to him, it becomes easier to land your spears for that reason. You're always to be able to get the Gods of Bukes off. You trade favorably because that little bit of extra attack range you have. Mars is very good here. It's most likely going to be off lane, and Wind Ranger and Mars is your support duo. You're just not sure what you're playing it into. It is reasonably safe, though. It's one of those heroes that can do well enough in lane regardless of what you're playing against. It is always going to be able to set up plays after the laning phase ends, which makes it very popular all over the place. 70's been an absolute beast on it, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like we skipped by that when we mentioned that 70 has been playing it in the mid lane. He has been absolute beast mode on the hero. They get rid of the Chaos Knight and the Juggernaut, which are two of the better picks against that. Lifesteal is another one that's quite popular, but that one's already been banned out by Aster Aries themselves. I feel like you just pick whatever you're most comfortable with here. TB and Templar Assassin got rid of. Certainly they're not thinking about going anti-mage, right?
Even Medusa that they might go for here at the end. And Spectre. Okay. We just saw a Spectre win a game, and it has still 100% win rate in China. So all of these carries would be deciding that Spectre is a way to go. But this is very intriguing. Arme Alchemist. Okay, this is not the first time PSG LGD has done this. It would be practically the first time they win with it, though, if they get success out of this game. All right, talk to me about this, B-Cup. You're our resident PSG LGD man. What do you like about this Alchemist pick?
It's something unconventional for Ame. I feel like we were expecting him maybe to play something a little bit just down to earth with him. Maybe the Monkey King would have come out if it was available, or maybe he'd want the Jug if it was available. But hey, everything you want to play right now is banned out. He goes to the Alch. Ame is a great farmer. We've seen it. And when you get the boost in farm, hopefully he starts handing out hags like it's 1999. But I don't exactly think that that'll be the case. It would be fun to see. But I think LGD are playing loose. I get it. Copium, whatever. But Safe Lane Nature's Prophet didn't really work that well for them either. We'll see if this Safe Lane Alchemist does it for them.
Nefgun, no, we see this Alchemist, but we lack burst damage on the side of Aster Ares. All their damage is sustained over the course of a fight. Well, they have a mid-tiny, so that covers that a little bit. But in this particular situation, given that this Alchemist will have a lot of survivability in his favor, what do we make of this carry-to-carry matchup between the Alch and Spec under these conditions of the draft?
I think PSG LGD is going to outpace Aster Ares. Spectre comes online a little bit too slow, and if you build up things like Scotty, which are natural counters to the Alchemist, he is going to have like a Silver Edge online, be able to do a lot of damage himself, and kind of negate the effects of your draft. We just wanted to go too tanky for these heroes to be able to burst through. Void Spirit, limited damage output unless you itemize just right. Everyone else on your team not able to burst down these really big strength heroes like Dawnbreaker, Tiny, and Train Protector. But Alchemist is one of the better solutions with how quickly it can come online and start participating in fights, as long as you have a decent lane. And I don't think they should struggle too much inside their lane. So after seeing the last pick, I prefer PSG LGD a little bit. I know it's kind of like a cop-out with how I was going earlier. You're welcome, B-Cop. I think PSG LGD own again. I'm going to stop shit-talking them so much. They're going to own. They're going to be first in the region. They're going to go to the Arlington Major. It's Brumbling time, baby.
Let's see if that is going to be the outcome of this upcoming matchup here. PSG LGD, last pick Alchemist, as the Ares with the last pick Spectre. This is China, so these carry matchups are extremely important. To see which direction it will go, we of course need to get into the game. And to do that, we've got the premier voices of B-Cop and Nef Sensei. Take it away, boys. Talk to you after the game.
Can't wait to talk to you after we see who wins this game. Going to the Arlington Major potentially. I know, you said, well, give it to B-Cop. Hey, I'm still rooting for good Dota. Everybody thinks I'm just rooting out here for LGD. When the game starts, the bias leaves. Because, I mean, honestly, Aster Ares, they have one of my favorite mids, Yi, from his time with Keen Gaming and eHome. I love this dude. I've always wanted to see him do well. I've been a big advocate for him for so long. And, well, also Uwu's been impressive for me. I enjoy watching my boy Uwu. That is a great spray.
Sorry, I thought you were saying Uwu.
Oh, yeah, my boy Uwu. Or Uwu. Who knows?
This is exactly what the people want to hear.
Of course. That's my voice line. Uwu. There we go. I'm ready. Maybe
next season. Anyone can take a clip of this one, like your voice line that was added last time to the game. I believe that was, Infamous?
Oh, TK. In some trouble. Hit with that early stun from Ame. And they've got the Fatal Bond, so just trying to get a stun again. Not on TK. They'll change the direction. They'll go for Dawnbreaker instead. Not really too terrible in terms of mana cost. He's already back to about 2/3 his mana.
Yeah, but it is kind of bad during the laning phase. I mean, this Alchemist is supposed to be your position 1, and in the laning phase, you either want Gravel's Greed or Acid Spray to start your game off to be able to zone the enemies out or build yourself up a bigger gold advantage. I'm not crazy about them when they go for this Unstable Concoction as the first blood because it slows down your skill build.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how how it progresses, I guess. But I do agree with you. Again, I'm wondering, is this more of a DPL kind of thing for LGD where they're using different builds and whatnot? But I guess, that, again, is just the copium. Although the Fatal Bonds, I talk about it nonstop, all the time, every broadcast. I mean, how can you not miss it? I mean, there was one season where there was like 36 teams. It was crazy.
Man just wants her back. TPL, I'm sorry.
I should call her. Yeah, DPL is great.
Maybe you'll get DPL or something similar the next DPC season. We'll see. There might be something during the downtime of... speaking of downtime, it gives us a lot of time to talk about DPL, B-Cop. There could be something during the downtime before TI.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love it. Listen to this. Back DPL Season 1. I was a very green caster at the time, jumping onto the scene with 3 CDC lineups in CDC Avenger, CDC Youth, 3 eHome lineups, 2 FTD lineups, 2 IG lineups, 2 newbie teams, 2 Vici squads. Tong Fu still had a squad. Wings Gaming was in it. I mean, the only thing you're missing is Energy Pacemaker. Like,
Yeah. This is
it was
B-Cop's
crazy.
multiverse of madness.
Bring in all the teams. I mean, it was so fun. Please bring it back. You had Sylar leading Vici. You had End, aka Never End, and aka Gaze of Death playing for Vici Reborn. Like, there was just, I don't know. Bring it back, please. I beg of thee.
All right, we got to bring it back to this game, buddy. Pause time's up.
Okay, sure.
No, you've
we're
exhausted your
back then.
DPL time. Yeah.
I could do H Cup next.
Well, we'll keep it on topic. We'll discuss what are we looking at? This bottom lane here. I mean, not much is going to happen down here. You've got Spectre plus a defensive support. Unfortunately, Mars does struggle a little bit with playing up on the Spectre. He hasn't got any points in Leech Seed because he realized they're not really going to approach Ulu in this lane. Otherwise, it's the more common build. You go like 1-1, and it's maybe the second point in Leech Seed, then you start maxing out Living Armor afterwards. But I am happy that Chain Protector's seen a little bit more popularity recently, because I feel like this is one of the stronger supports of this patch.
It's felt very strong, and Red Panda needs to be just a little bit careful with where his health's at, and we are taking a look at top at the moment, but really the big question right now is the fact that Nothing to Say is just slamming the hammer down on Yi. Absolutely demolishing in the CS, almost doubling his CS. It is getting pretty close. Now also, Ame's gone for this 1-1-1 build. He's got the Grievel's Greed going. The Fatal Bonds have been a constant pain for Aster Ares. It's okay at the moment, but the 3 top on the CS are all LGD, so you kind of have to worry if you're rooting for Aster Ares on this one.
Yeah. You weren't surprised about this one, though, are you?
With where it's at right now, I thought you would be giving a bit of a harder time to Nothing to Say. I really do respect his mid. I think he's been one of those guys who's just been overlooked by a lot of teams, especially since his Keen Gaming days. It's been just really exciting to watch him.
Let's talk about Yi's item build / skill build. He's going for the Avalanche max, so he's probably going to go the Toss build, but he's got Power Treads queued up as his first item. You think this means that he isn't planning on going Blink Dagger? That's usually what we see from mid-Tinies. They go Avalanche, Toss, Blink Dagger, I think right after the Brown Boots. So him going the Power Treads, I think he's a little bit more unusual, and if he's this far behind, he's not going to get that Blink Dagger in a good time and be able to blow up these heroes.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a bit of a struggle to get that blink, right? Like, so now you're saying that your movement, which is your blink for a Tiny, is going to be slowed down, whereas Nothing to Say and just the level is going to have his big movement spell. And that could be a big difference here, especially getting off the mid lane and making something happen. Red Panda down bottom, hit with the spear and getting locked down. Not dead, but certainly taking an influx of damage that is going to push him off the lane for a second.
Yeah, he's going to play a little bit further back. And thankfully, he's Trained Protector. Nature's Guide gives him extra regen. There's one thing... Oh, he started to recover here mid on Yi. CS was very heavily in favor of Nothing to Say, but he's managed to bring it back a little bit right now, as you can see. Now 17 and 7 to the 23 and 5. Impressive recovery.
Yeah, constantly throwing out those avalanches, tossing, just trying to use those abilities to get as much CS as he can. He's denying really well too. He's got 8 denies, which is slowing down Nothing to Say. With the levels, he's kind of even it out quite a bit.
One huge benefit you have of playing, Tiny against any Spirit hero is it doesn't really leave that much room for outplay from the Spirit heroes. Usually, you'd like to dodge some abilities out, harass them down, and then be able to burst them all of a sudden. Somebody like Tiny, who has such massive base strength and 4 strength growth per level, it's just impossible to ever burst without a hero rotating in. Speaking of, Xin Q ends up making rotation over to the mid lane. Against a Tiny, I really don't think you're going to be able to set that one up. Even with 2 Astral Step charges, it is very difficult. Actually, rotate both their supports and be able to secure the 6-minute rune.
All you need is an Aether Remnant near a tree to get a shackle, right? Well, there goes that Aether Remnant.
Unfortunately, it doesn't end up securing the rune. It goes the way of the Tiny. This is basically like a free kill if he rotates to another lane. Well, I say that, but Mars nor Alchemist are that easy to set up that free kill onto. A little bit too tanky for just 3 points toss Avalanche.
Ame already has his phase boot, by the way. Things are really quiet. I'm really quite surprised.
I'm not. I mean, this is kind of what you'd expect at the very beginning of the game, in like an Alchemist on one side, Spectre on the other, defensive support like a Treant Protector, defensive support like a Warlock. These heroes don't make things happen.
I was just expecting a First Blood.
No.
But we're back to the days of 8-minute First Bloods.
I think it's just the patch not the patch, the heroes that are in this game. This is a relatively low action game. Wind Ranger could set some things up, but you're never going to be able to do that against a Treant Protector who's going to put multiple points into his living armor and dispersion from Spectre. Or
Well, he's only got 1 right now, but that's also because he's still just level 3.
Yeah. You've got a okay kill potential of the heroes on PSG LGD, but everyone on Aster Ares is just so tanky, it feels impossible to bring them down, so they're probably not even going to try. Bottom, ult comes out.
Yeah. Well, they're going to go get this First Blood kill off. Ooh, that's while Mid was getting attacked by Yi. They're going for nothing to say, and Faith Beyond getting that First Blood, and it's a 2k lead, but of course that's via the Alk. Alk taking a lot of damage from the jump in there from SS. They'll throw the stun and put some damage onto this Dawnbreaker.
This might just kill her. She's going to TP back.
Nah, fine. 1,260 health at just 8 minutes into the game. It's A-okay.
Oh yeah, it's just level 1 fit up on a 12% damage share. That wasn't going to bring her down. I exaggerated.
You were thinking that Y had gotten like all the farm and he was level 7.
Yeah, 24% damage share. Big damage share. All right, Y is going to have none of the farm.
Oh man, well that's not fun. Also, the problem now is he gets to spot these stacks. So they really need to go and defend these because these are all for the Alchemist, and that's exactly what Ame is going to do. He's going to go and spot Yi, walk into basically a trap because that's going to be the ulti from the Dawnbreaker, the Solar Guardian, and with the Celestial Hammer, he still ends up dead, and now the stacks are theirs. That's
you get the stacks
really
anyways.
Good for Aster Ares.
Yeah, you get the stacks anyway. It's like Halloween candy that you're picking up, and you also get like a full chocolate bar right there.
A full Mr. Good bar? It's the best day of my life.
Yeah, you went to like some doctor's house like that, just handed out full chocolate bars.
Doctor's house? He's definitely a dentist, and you're definitely getting Crest toothpaste. Can't the dentist just understand it's Halloween?
You'd think so. You'd think they'd invest more in giving the kids cavities. Maybe that's not cool.
Yeah, here's my bill for your future inspection on your teeth. Here's the candy bar.
Okay, let's take a look at Spectre. That one's been... Oh, no, we don't get an opportunity to.
Ame again in some trouble, and...
Yeah, they planned this one.
That feels pretty good.
Okay, they planned this one. Did you see where TK was standing? Oh no.
The 90-degree shackle. It always feels good. But they only get 1 out of it. What? You know what? Not that great for LGD. Way better for Aster Ares.
This is true. That was super sick how they set that one up. They saw him coming because of this observer ward. They stood the Rubik right beside the cliff there. Tiny tosses him over to him. They queued that one incredibly fast. They're like, you know what we're going to do here? It's going to be really funny. Trust us.
Yeah, we're about to alley-oop it.
Yeah. Follows up with that telekinesis up on top of the cliff. That's good Dota right there, Bcop.
Yeah. All right. Tiny, I'll be Scottie Pippen. Rubik, you put him up as Michael Jordan, and then we'll throw him right down onto the cliff for 3 points.
Yeah.
Ready and break.
What do you call that play, though? You got to have like a name for it. You call it out on the court.
The Clifty Oop.
The Clifty Oop. I like it. You're on point today.
I'm trying. Clifty Oop. Double damage in the bottle, nothing to say. So I'd like to see them make a move there. But Aster Ares, I mean, again, what's the biggest worry when you used to play against Alchemist back in the day? When the net worth was close and Alchemist wasn't really pulling away. Now, of course, he's only got one level in Grievel's Greed, but I think Aster Ares have played the map really well. And I think they've done a good job in all their lanes, despite the fact that they were behind on CS in all of them.
Yeah. This isn't what you like to see, though. Wait. What's going on here? He's going to pass Ulu the salve that he dug up with the shovel. All right, this is the tech. This is the tech B-Cup. He passed him the shovel that he dug up, so it's going to last the full duration of 10 seconds. He's got the chip fest. He's clearing out Ancients. He can't do this, can he? He's going to die.
He can try.
He's got to run away.
He could try.
Oh, no. He needs the blade mail to be able to do this.
He's still trying.
All right, mid lane, we've got action going on. This is more important.
The shackle always hits. Lone Tree, of course. That shackle up in the jungle, too, was pretty ridiculous. And I'm completely honest. It went like 90 degrees. That shackle cone, I don't really... Whatever it is nuts.
Like the search radius on it? Yeah, it is not okay. In fact, he's going to go backboard again. You are not building up net worth compared to this Alchemist. Look at you. You had 3.9k here 12 minutes into the game. I feel like your lane wasn't that unreasonable. The Alchemist even died twice in pretty quick succession, slowing down his game a lot. Yeah. And now he's just about got to his Radiance. He spent the last several minutes of the game clearing out a 3-stack of Ancients that had no business taking that long. You should have just left this to somebody else and cleared out lanes or other jungle camps in that time.
I will say, though, getting those kills, especially for Yi, that brought his Blink Dagger into a decent timing.
Yeah, it did. He was pretty far behind prior to that. I was worried about how quickly he'd get that done. But, when you get the Mr. Good bar, you get nice and big.
Such a good chocolate.
They Radiance. See the Warlock, but they don't go for him. They want this Alchemist, and yeah, he does get the Radiance complete. It doesn't make him any tankier, thankfully. So if they can still find kills on him, they're going to be worth a lot of money when he's sitting at 7.8k net worth. But, if they don't find kills on him, he is going to accelerate out of control like crazy.
Technically not tankier, but 15% evasion... Semantics tankier, maybe. Kind of tankier.
Plus the 10 miss
your shots. Yeah, if you're missing your shots, kind of a tank. Going after Tiny real quick, but here comes the Dawnbreaker with a heal, and it was like a 5-man stun kind of coming through on LGD, but it's not really going to matter much just yet, but the Overgrowth is really well placed. They still get E, they still get the Dawnbreaker of SS, but Ame falls, Red Panda's dead, through here it's gone to the side of Aster Ares as Ulu with a double damage. That may not be the place you want to be there, Ulu, because they're saying ooh-woo, not ooh-woo. And they'll get the kill on everybody. LGD with a full 5-man team wipe, despite the fact that they lost Ame a little early on.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they know real items on the Spectre. As they went to take that team fight, the double damage room didn't help you that much there. He got on top of your target, did a bit of damage, but you weren't putting out that much in that last team fight. And yes, everyone on your team was relatively tanky, but you weren't hitting anyone, then it doesn't really matter how tanky you are. Thankfully, Alchemist did die relatively quickly, but you have to keep in mind he has no defensive items. As soon as he has himself the BKB that he's working on next, I don't see how Aster Ares wins this next team fight.
So, what are your thoughts about Spectre in the build these days? Did you like Spectre more when Ame or and other carries were going first item Ags? Was that something that you enjoyed? Now Blade Mailman to Basher feels pretty standard Spectre.
My favorite Spectre build, and you're going to make fun of me for this, was the Eternal Envy one, where he bought 2 rings of regen, he forced his ally to buy a headdress and tangos for him in the lane, and he would go first item Blade Mail, and then usually Egg Scepter right after that. And the reason this was my favorite is because it was such low execution, but it was so good. It was the lowest skill Spectre build I had ever seen, but it was so effective.
So you'd say the execution was about 50-50?
Yeah. You win or you don't. It was crazy. They just played it the exact same way every single game, and how well it worked.
TK in some trouble. Aether Remnant lands. That lines up the spear. Overgrowth committed on this. They've got the arena. Here comes the Dawnbreaker. And we'll slam down on these heroes with a Starbreaker, but it's just not enough damage yet. Celestial Hammer should burn out Faith Beyond. They do, in fact, get Nothing to Say away, but I don't know if they really wanted that trade if you're LGD, support for a core. You get the Overgrowth out, though, so control in the next fight, if they want to go again real quickly, might end up working in their favor. I say that, but Ame stunned himself. The toss is there, and he just dies. Nothing to Say, looking to clean up with the BKB being popped here by SS. They've got the Shard working. The Gale Force from Windrunner on Jinkyu, or played by Jinkyu, and that'll stop them from chasing.
Yeah. I wanted to say, you're completely fine with this on PSG LGD losing the Mars there, because, they expend the Dawnbreaker ultimate, they end up expending the Overgrowth, just wait for the BKB to come online with the Alchemist and go and run these heroes over. But unfortunately, the Alchemist ends up getting caught immediately after that. Thanks to this, I think that was the Observer on the high ground that caused that Alchemist going down there, right?
Yeah, I think so. You're circling it. Saw him stun himself. If they didn't know that, they probably don't get that kill.
A little bit of a bizarre Observer ward at this point in the game. I did miss if they had vision of that one, how far forward he was, but I imagine would have been sitting right on top of that hill there.
That ward spot's actually pretty decent considering where people normally throw sentries for that.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like
they'd have to cut out some trees for it, though.
It feels like it would eke out some sentries and then survive. It does get a good look at mid as well. Gale Force Arena, and then immediately they'll go to the Haunt. Ooh's trying to get away, but he gets shackled, and here comes the follow-up control. The Overgrowth is there, but is it enough? Blade Mail pop by Ooh. Here comes the Chaotic Offering from Innocence. They have the Solar Guardian going down out onto Ooh to keep him alive. They'll focus their attention on Nothing to Say, who goes into the Dissimilate. Surviving for now. Everybody gets out of this one. It's just a back and forth of ultimates, and, well, nobody wants to die. Ame, meanwhile, just rubbing his hands together and saying, yes, please fight up top while I farm all bottom. Thanks.
Yes, continue, little people.
And they'll still get one. They get Yi. That's the big one to grab, at least for now. TK in some trouble. The Celestial Hammer forward. The Starbreaker out onto Y. Ooh, right-clicks him down. And it ends up being a trade. And again, Ame still grabbing more gold.
Well, they need to slow this guy down.
Somehow.
He's getting too big to fail, my man.
That's not true. Everybody can fail at some point.
I don't know if he
fail. It's a misnomer.
Look, being rich is better than having a superpower. You've seen Batman, right? This guy almost has double the net worth of the Spectre.
Yeah, but Batman gets his butt whooped on the regular.
They've left this healing salve on the ground here. Surprising. Bottom lane?
There's no Haunt, so at the moment there's no way out. They've got the follow-up control with the Shackle. They just don't have the follow-up heroes. They're not exactly committing to this.
Yeah, I mean, they see that Spectre is right beside the tier 2 tower there. He's reasonably tanky. He has a blade mail on. He goes, bonus armor from the tower. Easy place for them to teleport onto. I don't know about this one. So they back off instead. A little bit surprised that Ame isn't going for a Silver Edge as his next item. Maybe he feels like the Spectre isn't enough of a threat. He's going for the Assault Cuirass instead. Just be able to rip everyone apart in these team fights. This is what I was talking about in the early game, post-draft. How Alchemist is going to be the answer for the fact that everyone on Asta Ares has reasonably tanky heroes. As long as he snowballs post-laning phase, he's going to be able to tear through like their high HP advantage, and he's going to do that with the assistance of his Assault Cuirass. Make up for the fact that some of his teammates' damage don't scale amazing into these tanky strength heroes, but Alchemist does deal with that fairly well.
I'd say if Ame doesn't commit to the blink, I'd be a little bit concerned if he does that. Obviously looking to make sure that he doesn't stun himself again with the Unstable Concoction. The blink gives him that opportunity. He can have that confidence with the BKB this early on, so he might go that direction. And it looks like his courier is not going out. Maybe he does. Let's see. I don't know.
He has so much money. Yeah, he's going to buy all the ingredients, fly it to the secret shop.
Secret shop, yeah.
No, they're heading out to him. All right. This is, look, he's got the farming pattern all down.
Because he's
gonna
top.
clear
He's
out
right
this
by the
wave.
secret shop.
Yeah. He's gonna go back to the small camp, clear that, go to the big camp, get that, and then he'll have the money for his hyperstone.
Or he might even just send the courier across the river. Or
There's no
neither.
way he does that. He's gonna do that himself. He's gonna head back. Come on.
Will
You've got
he?
the farming
Let's
pattern.
see.
This guy is
Let's
doing
see.
it IQ. He's run the numbers. All right, he cleared those. Yeah, big camp.
Okay. And he sent his courier. That's right. Oh yeah.
Oh,
If you
okay,
had- if you had
whatever.
your money on him sending the courier across the river, you have well, you got to go pick up your points at the cash desk.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That being
He
said,
knew
the game
that
is slowed
it'd be-
down.
Yeah, he knew it'd be too predictable if he sends himself out there. You know, the enemies would know his farming patterns, or he sends a courier instead. The man's just smarter than I am. What can I say?
Not smarter than I am. I said it.
Radiant's top
But let me tell you, he probably outs my MMR by at least 3 times.
At least. I think mine too. Maybe.
Whoa.
Maybe
No, not you by 3. You by like 1.5, maybe?
Double, 1.5, double.
Close enough.
He's 10k,
And,
right?
and all of chat by 10 times.
Got him, buddy.
Yeah, take that, chat. I love you guys.
All right, they're finally getting the tier 1 mid. They're going to have map control all of a sudden. And after this, they can start setting up around the Roche pit. In fact, they already have. You can see that observer ward they have over by the hill. Or, sorry, on top of that cliff there, nearby the tier 1, the Radiant side. So very little chance for them to actually fight into the Roche. They've got some decent abilities for it with like Spectre Hunt and whatnot, but this Alchemist is overwhelmingly strong with the BKB at 9 seconds in the Assault Cross. Actually, he's going to finish up the Satanic before he even goes to the Roshan, it looks like. It just really looks like based on their positioning, that's what they want to go for as their next objective and not wait for the next item. So it's bizarre to see them move back to the jungle like this.
I think if
This monk,
they're not feeling the pressure from master areas at all, right? Like, why force Roche, I guess, when you don't feel it necessary and you can just go for the items and you know Ame's kind of got the farm down pat at the moment? Both teams are going to smoke. Ame's going to be the one in between this tug of war, potentially. And there's the Blink as well as the Avalanche coming through with the Telekinesis, but they've got the Solar Guardian coming down out onto these heroes. They've got the arena down. They'll take out Yi. The Starbreaker's not going to be enough. They have the damage to get the kill on the Red Panda. They'll take out Ulu. And now SS trying to get away with that. Celestial Hammer gets onto the high ground, but here's Faith Beyond. He's got the God's Rebuke. He'll land the spear onto the trees. There's the Unstable Concoction being thrown over onto the Dawnbreaker. Shackle to follow it up with the power shot. Jinkyu gets the kill, and Nothing to Say takes out TK. It's a full team wipe. They've lost nothing, and LGD get ahead even further.
yeah, and then right to the Roche pit afterwards. Man, that was such sick team execution by them. They know that Alchemist is able to play as far forward as he wants. They don't have the damage to be able to burst him down anymore, especially after he has the BKB completed. So he just stands his ground. Doesn't matter the Solar Guardians coming in. They don't have enough damage at that point. And even the execution out from Faith Beyond there, he toggles his Bulwark immediately after dropping spells. So Rubik just ends up stealing Bulwark there. Gives him nothing extra to work with. And the Roshan goes their way.
Areas at the moment.
No, 15k net worth advantage. I mean, you just weren't able to play fast enough with this lineup, despite the fact that you went for this this blade mill. There was very little margin for errors. And when the Spectre does things like, tries to whack away at the Ancient stack at like 7 minutes in the game and isn't able to clear that one out, they're wasting too much time.
Yeah, and then trying to get in that fight by the river. Honestly, I thought the first 7 minutes or so were fine from Master Ares. They had gotten multiple kills on Ame. I thought they had the right tools for success, and then they tripped over that little step that's like right at the garage door, and they dropped everything. And it just kind of went the way of LGD very quickly. Not to say that it's completely over, because you do have the Manta, you have the Blade Mail. If you can turtle a little bit, Alchemist lineups at times can find themselves losing power very quickly. But it's not just the Alchemist this time. Nothing to Say feels really strong. He's heading towards an Ags. You've got the Mars going for the Refresher. And now you've got more problems because Red Panda gets obliterated by Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond.
Yeah. So you don't have that living armor. You don't have the overgrowth to work with either. This tower is going to fall fairly fast. They will fortify here, probably. there at the catapult.
And buy
please?
back. So that means
He
they
buys
wanna make
back
a
the living
defense.
armor of the tower, yeah.
It means they want to make a last-ditch effort defense.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the living armor, this tower would be dead by now. So they stall out the Alchemist ultimate, and that might buy them enough time to get a reset. In fact, they're backing off now. They realize that Tiny's managed to push this creep wave to the tier 2. Nothing to say, backs off. Rest of the team does as well. They've got excellent team coordination in LGD, like no doubt about that. They don't give Asta Ares the opportunity to, punish them for Nothing to Say
Nobody's
TPing to that
lingering.
tower. Yeah.
Ooh, I say that Avalanche comes in. They've got the Solar Guardian falling through. Y ends up dead. Shackle comes out. Jinq trying to help out Ame. Ame, he ends up getting a kill on a TK. The Dawnbreaker forced to run, so SS goes out, and the rest of the team starting a retreat. That's a lot kind of getting used in terms of the Solar Guardian as well as the Haunt to get just the kill on the Warlock.
Yeah.
So that really makes this defense a lot harder.
You don't have a defense now. It looked amazing. Like, you see the opportunity to, Nothing to Say doesn't have the ability to get on top of us. We've got, the global potential with Spectre coming in and Dawnbreaker ulting in after that. But now you've given up all of your abilities. You have to actually defend the tier 3 towers. You've used up your Fortify as well. So now they're taking out all of the outer tier 2s. And I imagine they'll just walk up the high ground down the bottom or something like that afterwards. They still have 2 minutes left on this Aegis. And these huge abilities are still on cooldown.
Yeah, they have a lot of time to make things happen. I will say I would be a little bit shocked if they didn't force the push on this Aegis, if they didn't go to the high ground.
They will. You give Big Up more confidence. Give yourself more credit, okay?
What did I do?
You said you'd be shocked if they didn't go on the high ground, all right? You've got a decent understanding of what's going on, Big Up. Come on.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. We're gonna build you up, buddy.
Build me up, buttercup. Bottom tier 3, that's gonna fall. He has the BKB, he's rebuilt into the Echo Saber. They're going to look for the Telekinesis. They've got the Starbreaker that lands on it too. They're charging up the Unstable Concoction. They don't have the damage to get the kill. Nothing to say just yet. The Unstable Concoction thrown over onto Uru with the BKB being popped by Ame. He's just able to run through these heroes at the moment. The Overgrowth comes in, but it's going to be Red Panda falling after Yi. So Asta Ares can only just watch as LGD invade their base. They look at Ame, who stunned himself with the Unstable Concoction, and they've charged one up of their own. They throw it. It's only on a 2. Here comes the Dawnbreaker once again. SS in with Starbreaker. Has the Celestial Hammer, but the sun comes out from Ame. The damage is starting to follow it up. They have a lot of it. The Gale Force is going to be thrown. They got the GG call already. They try to finish off Uru. They'll be successful in doing so and successful in taking game 1. LGD wiped the floor with Asta Ares in this first one.
Solid performance out of them. I'm not surprised after seeing the draft. And PSG LGD, they executed it very well. There was a couple times I was concerned. Alchemist started to get gone outside the jungle. He died twice in a row, but Spectre didn't manage to make that good use of that space. We saw him wasting a little bit of time at the beginning, and against his PSG LGD lineup, that was just not an option. You couldn't have any mistakes here. If the Alchemist ends up getting out of control, finding too much farm, well, you come online a little bit slowly, you will just get run over, and that's exactly what happened. They didn't have enough damage at the end, couldn't deal with the BKB on Alk. Asta Ares was not equipped to deal with the draft PSG LGD.
Yeah,
they did their best here, Neff. They tried, but they failed. And ultimately, B-Cup, when we saw it happening here from Asta Ares, there was a bit of a sliver of a chance, right, where there might have been an opportunity. They recovered that early Blink Dagger from Yi in the mid lane. We thought that they were going to be able to find some good kills. But regrettably, and this is the reason why I'm going to keep talking up this hero, when they went for these early initiations and trying to connect with that Blink Dagger, you know who's there on the other side? Warlock just presses R, and the fight's over, and it's done. It's like, all right, what can you do? They don't have the damage necessary, nothing to say can interrupt the backlines, and even Faith Beyond had some impact on this Mars hero. So Asta Ares just really didn't get off the line all that much. It really did feel like it was, in retrospect, too much to anticipate that this draft would be able to do what it needed to do, given that it required, like you said in the game, literal perfection to pull off this kind of strategy.
Yeah, they needed a lot of perfection to come from them. I thought Asta Ares, there were some things that they were doing really well. I enjoyed TK's performance. You know, he is the hope that they need, but unfortunately without Patamon, he wasn't able to get it done. It's just not going to happen for TK in that game and the rest of Asta Ares. LGD, though, I think they played their lanes pretty well. Ame obviously having those back-to-back deaths, and overall, I think the game was quite clean from them. But I don't know. I don't want to take too much away from Aster Aries. I thought they played the first parts of that game pretty well considering the circumstances of the lanes.
Allow me to take something
Considering
away.
the circumstances. Yeah.
Please.
Holla at us.
I want to complain about Warlock real quick, okay? The man did his job. He pressed his W button to heal people. He had 16k hero healing this game, but he builds Arcane Boots and then Wraith Pact. A bot could be doing this job. Why is a player of Innocence caliber being delegated this role on a low skill hero and then building a Wraith Pact? This is one of the best players in the world. Give him something high skill to play. Please,
Listen.
it hurts me watching this.
That's how good the hero is, that you don't necessarily need to build high skill items. Just pick Warlock, build Wraith Pact, and win the game. What's the issue? What's the problem? Our boy Innocence is good enough here, and if he realizes that, look, I could either play at maximum skill to win, or I can just cruise to victory without worrying about it. Which is actually the higher skill play, Nev? You tell me, fam.
Which, by the way, it's Innocence from Wings Gaming who played in DPL. We got back there. We've come full circle. Let's go.
God, he managed to bring us to DPL again.
Of course,
I had
PSG
to.
they're bringing us back into a position where we are no longer thinking, well, are they slacking off? They had a dominant game. And also, Neff, one of the things that they did do, as much as we might complain about Warlock, they also have been the first team in China to win with Core Alchemist. Several other squads have tried. Aster Aries, of course, have won with Support Alchemist, but nobody's been able to make the safe lane Alch work, especially with the build that he went for, just this direct heads-up carries type of build here. I think one of the reasons, though, that it worked so well for them was that in the 10th pick position that they had it, there were practically no counters from Aster Aries, no burst damage to come in from them. Could Aster Aries have itemized differently to try and at least have some kind of kill threat onto this Alchemist?
I'm not sure what it is they build. Like, maybe a Spirit Vessel slightly earlier, but again, the solution was playing faster. As ridiculous as that sounds, like, Spectre's item need to come online a little bit sooner. If the Blade Mill comes out at a faster timing, you are able to clear out those Ancients like he was trying to and failing to do. I'm not sure what else you changed there. Alchemist was just like too good of a solution. What Aster Aries was doing with how fast it's able to play and get like the Assault Cross online to be able to take down the strengthy tank, the tanky strength heroes, the tanky strength heroes on Aster Aries that punishes things like I don't know, say the Void Spirit and the Warlock so well. It was just a good last hero that could get these items very quickly and punish that lineup where you didn't have a solution previously. LGD, they understand drafts very well, so maybe B-Cop was onto something when he's saying they were experimenting with a couple of things. I don't know, maybe it's still just
I
a
thought they were there too.
We'll have to see.
I enjoyed the strengthy tank heroes or the tanky strength heroes. It does sound like a Super Auto Pets team name. You know, you get a little juice, you get a little squeeze, and then all of a sudden you're in there with LGD, and they looked good. They looked strong. Again, am I a huge LGD fan? Are people going to say whatever I say about LGD positively is bias? Sure, go for it. I do like Aster Aries. I thought they did a good job, but again, you have to think about what they were doing right, which was killing the Alchemist. But at the same time, like, Nothing to Say had an amazing game, and then all of a sudden you're using all these spells to kill Alk, and Nothing to Say is just like, all right, well, eventually we'll have that moment where I'm needed, and then he was needed, and then he's cleaning up kills because there was that fight by the river where Ame dies very quickly, and all of a sudden the rest of the team's like, oh, well, you focused your 2 minutes or 3 minute window on Ame, and now we're here. Like you guys said, Warlock pressed R. Did his thing with arcane boots and his read back. Yeah, perfect Warlock play. You know what's up, Snare. Come on.
Oh, shout out PSG LGD for playing perfectly with this. But going back to that mid lane, you were talking about Nothing to Say. He, of course, enjoyed a game with 0 deaths, going 6-0-7, doing a ton of hero damage at 16k. But unfortunately, Aster Aries didn't really feel like they had any kind of way to address him. I thought that the idea with having this much more beefy lineup as well will prevent Void Spirit from being able to kill any of these heroes. But when you get off to a strong enough start, you have enough levels with this early Witchblade build that you kill these heroes anyway. Neff, should they just not have picked Puck for the mid lane? I know that they went early on for the Tiny, I get it, but would Puck just not have been a lot better setup for Aster Aries, also given the rest of the heroes in their draft instead of this mid Tiny?
I mean, I think it just comes down to them opening with the Tiny, them wanting to flex with it. We've talked to some other teams in interviews about it. The Tiny is valued quite a bit in China due to how flexible it is being picked up at the very beginning of your draft. And then they wanted to run this other stuff elsewhere. So they go, okay, well, Tiny has to go into the mid lane at this point. We can't fit a puck into our draft due to how we, selected the rest of these heroes now. Otherwise, the Tiny has nowhere to go. So they kind of set themselves up for failure with this one, drafted themselves into a corner, rather. I will say, though, I don't think Nothing to Say saw like a lot of success playing the Void Spirit how you traditionally see Void Spirit, because these kills happened not from pickoffs that you see a lot of the time with this hero, but rather team fights. He did a lot in the team fights. Not very much was by himself, and his hero damage was actually like very similar to Faith Beyond and Alchemist. So it's not like he popped off and made a bunch of solo plays happen all over the map like you see on Spirit Heroes. It was just like clean Void Spirit play in team fights.
Yep. I think PSG LGD identified that, well, if we actually just group up en masse and all that Asta Ares has is a ton of sustain, but we have W and that matches their sustain, and then suddenly we have damage in the team fights over and above what they can bring to the table. One more final thing on the Warlock, because I know Neff loves hearing about that hero. Fatal Bonds plus Radiance, fun times in this game. So they did everything that they needed to on PSG LGD to secure this one out. The question is, will they turn this into a 2-0? Which is usually the case when PSG LGD wins game 1, or if Asta Ares will bring us a comeback here, which we've seen obviously earlier on today, a underdog story, but different circumstances, and I'm hoping that Asta Ares can make that happen. But with that, next draft is about to get ready. Gentlemen, what surprises are we expecting? B-Cup, are we going to have Asta Ares go back to like the draft that they won with against Team Asta was really special? This draft, not so much. Do you think that they still have enough in the tank here, ideas-wise, to challenge PSG LGD in the next game?
They could go very simple, because Puck was still available in that draft, I believe. Tiny 4, Puck mid. I feel like that draft does so much better. Like, you just, minus the Rubik there, maybe? I don't know. But I thought if you just had the Puck mid, you would have been fine. Like, that draft kind of rounded out that way, but I don't know. Maybe Asta Ares throws something a little bit more from mid. I think he has to be utilized the right way. I think he's a flashy player, as is basically every mid in China. They seem to play these flashy heroes. So, like, give him something to flash in. Give him something to be, flashing in the pan and making a name for himself again, because this guy is a threat. He's a killer. He's so good, and I want to see him succeed. And I want to see it go to a game 3. Where maybe LGD win. Potentially. Who knows? Copium.
Oh, lol. Well, we'll be seeing whether or not that does go to a game 3 once the second game does resume. For now, though, we're going to be taking a very short break. And when we come back, the game 2 matchup between Asta Ares and PSG LGD will be back in right a second.
不曾拥有姓名。冲向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the China DPC as we continue with today's matchup of PSG LGD versus the side here of Aster Aries. So far, it's a 1-0 lead for PSG LGD, back to their winning ways, and they hope to continue today's domination. Obviously, Aster Aries, not only do they want to come back into this one, but we want them to win so that we get that all-important Game 3. I'm Snare, joined by Nef Sensei and B-Cup. And Nef, we're into the draft very quickly here. You know why I'm very happy about this draft. Can you take a guess of why this draft is so great from PSG LGD?
The tiny, it's flexible. Is that why? Is that what you're getting at here, Snare?
Sure.
They've banned out the Brewmaster, which is a popular hero, so they're not going to be able to get ratted like the first game in the series that we saw tonight.
Which was ridiculous, by the way.
The Tiny's too tanky for the Tusk to reasonably be able to take down with gangs and tag team.
I'm loving the creativity that you're digging into here. Like you're going all the way in to try and figure out ways to avoid praising the Innocence Warlock, man. This stuff is so good. It's so hype, but we already know all the reasons why it is so good. Talk to me instead, Neff, on a real level about this Aster Aries Tusk that they've picked up here. We've seen Yi himself play the Tusk. We've seen TK play Tusk. Where do you think the Tusk is going? What do you think it brings to the Aster Aries lineup so far?
I think it's going on position 4, although we have seen it played on 3, and I think once flexed into the mid. Which team was that again, B-Cup? Maybe you don't remember. Nomad would know because he's such a Tusk fanatic. But we did see it flexed into the mid a single time in the CNDPC. However, I think they pick up the Tusk this game to address the problems in the previous game where they weren't able to play fast enough or deal enough damage to some of these heroes. So they go all in with this Tusk pickup, be able to make the rotation to 6-minute runes and punish PSG LGD for what they did, rotating 2 heroes in. When that happened, maybe they'll come out the lanes a little bit stronger. It does fall off, but with the change to the Aghanim Scepter that happened somewhat recently, some 0.31, the vector targeting Walrus Kick, I think it scales in the late game and is a lot better for defending your base as things end up going on, even pulling the enemies out of their own base. And this pierces magic immunity as well. There's very little counters to it. Tusk does a lot of things very well, and I think against a team like PSG LGD, playing fast is better because odds are they're going to outplay you in the late game.
The last time we've seen this mid was from ZC's Tusk on Dandelion Esports Club, and he played this mid in a losing game against RNG. So it is something that we've seen in that direction, but obviously Aster Aries have lots of flexibility with these 2 heroes. I'm liking and I'm very happy that they are trying to address, at the very least, some of the mid potential that can come out from NCS. Does seem to me with these bans, unless they ban Void Spirit now here, B-Cop, that they're probably going to pick it themselves on Aster Aries. There's no way that they're banning Puck, Queen of Pain, and then just leaving Void Spirit for nothing to say to play on the other side.
I guess that's true, but also Yi's one of his like old classics used to be Razor. Though that being said, I'm more so thinking that like it could be offlane Razor with a 4 Tusk. That feels very similar to when teams were playing like Tusk Death Prophet. It felt very strong where you're just have this chase potential, especially static link level 2. You go in, snowball shards, static link level 2, and all of a sudden you're outputting a lot of damage into the opponent's safe lane. I don't necessarily think they need to pick up Void Spirit. Also, what I'd really love to see is nothing to say Tinker again. I know. I asked for toxic
You
heroes.
want Tinkies and now Tinker.
What is wrong? What is wrong with you?
These heroes have been changed multiple times since they were toxic, guys. Come on, get with the times.
I want to see people hurt.
Yes, I do. Well, I guess that answers what I was saying before, right? The Death Prophet comes out, and I was just saying, hey, that used to be a big thing in China, which still leaves available the Tinker, not the Void Spirit. Come on. And, what about Broodmother too? Why don't we just pick Brood and have a great time?
Production, I think B-Cop's mic is malfunctioning. It needs to be muted with immediate effect so that we can stop hearing this madness.
Wait, we can do
into our
that?
ears right now. If only it was an option until now. I hope we don't see those heroes, real talk. What I do hope we do see, though, is a Treant Protector to back up this Razor Death Prophet. We've already seen these two heroes do decently well when Tree is in the mix. Obviously, we did have a Tree losing today with the Death Prophet, but I could still see it working out in this circumstance. Here, what's interesting, though, Neff, this Zeus pickup. I've seen a lot of this hero. There's not necessarily agreement as to where the best position is to play him. Most of the time, it has been played support. We sometimes do see it in the mid lane. This game, how are you feeling? You want to see a Shin-Q Zeus, or do you think this is going mid for NTS?
Absolutely not. I don't think it's a good mid hero. I want to see probably Xin Q played, as you already have Innocence here on the Warlock. But then you have two position 4s that don't really stun or catch people. Actually, Zeus is a little bit better that now he's got Heavenly Jump, isn't he? Pickup.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll give you a yes on that one. You got it.
Totally, yeah. My man. Absolutely.
Mahalo, totally.
Yeah, Zeus is a little bit better at chasing people down now that he's got Heavenly Jump. He trades reasonably well. They pick up a Beastmaster alongside. Okay, this is a fast-paced lineup here. You need AoE clear in order to deal with the Warlock and what the Beastmaster has going on. And this is just like really good at fighting into people with lots of sustain. It pushes towers relatively fast as well. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yep. Very fast-paced lineup that they can actually set right now from the side of PSG LGD. Suddenly, I'm thinking that this tree becomes a little bit more value for some recovery onto your towers if needed. But BKB piercing disable that PSG LGD have right now. 2 ways to be able to cancel out BKB TPs. Feeling hella strong. And it's just a lot of different damage types. Okay, now you wanted CM, Neff Sensei, but you know what you're going to be getting? The Red Panda Alchemist, it feels like. I'm not sure this is going to be an Ulu hero, given that they have the last overall pick, and it's very atypical to expend that on a support. And we've seen this Red Panda Alchemist being played by them before. In this game, let's see, Acid Spray, I guess, is okay. They get an additional stun. We wanted some activity from their team. What do we make of this? You like this Alchemist pick?
Love it.
Okay. The Alchemist is okay. Pickup loves it. I think it's okay. It needs to clear out these. You need someone who can clear out these units from Beastmaster and Warlock. You need someone who can tear into, Tiny, who's relatively tanky. Alchemist kind of solves those problems, assuming you're playing this as a core role. Why are they banning out? Why do they ban out for the? Why do they ban out Darkseer? Yeah, Terrorblade's already been gotten rid of. They plan on taking Medusa or Luna as their last pick on PSG LGD.
Maybe they're envisioning that this Razor goes safe lane, and then that's why they banned this out. I don't know. I'm really expecting this Alchemist to be support, especially because I'm expecting this Tiny to be off lane. So that Acid Spray is very useful in a lane against a Tiny hero, but Darkseer Underlord. So they're convinced that this is going to be safe lane Razor, mid Death Prophet, or maybe even... Pickup?
It could be 5 Death Prophet. The people were playing that back in the day. It could be 5. Like the Alch leaves it pretty vague overall because we've seen Red Panda play it, but it could be the one position. I think they've done a good job in their draft by leaving a lot of things open. They're banning the off lane because they want to protect their safe laner. I don't really think it has too much to do with what they want from Aster Ares. They've left their draft too far open. Like, we'll see. I think that the 2 bans now protect that Luna, and it didn't matter what Aster Ares had. There's so much open about this draft where you have potentially 5 Death Prophet, 5 Alchemist. We'll see what they really want to do. At the end of the day, I don't really mind the 1 Alch with a 5 Death Prophet. I actually don't even think that that's really that bad. But we'll see. It could, again, be like mid Death Prophet and off lane Razor. It could be safe lane. Like, I love this. I love when teams find a spot in the draft where the last pick could literally be anything. Yeah. I don't know. I'm in love with that.
I mean, Red Panda has played all 4 of these heroes. Ulu has played 3 of them. Yi has played 3 of them. And Shang-Chi has played 3 of them, all within the last 3 years. So, yeah, it could legitimately be anything to end out the draft with. What do you want to see, though, Neff? You were anticipating somewhat of this Luna pick from LGD. What do you think matches well into it, given what Aster Ares has right now?
I wanted a Crystal Maiden previously to shut down the Beastmaster in lane, and I think the Mana Aura is actually pretty good. Crystal Nova slows down 5-man Dota pretty well too, but I don't see a perfect solution as this Luna's come out. I think CM isn't like an amazing pick. I go for the CK.
That doesn't have to be safe lane either.
Yeah, not good here. I mean, they have a lot of clear for illusions, right?
They have Illusion Clear, of course, from LGD. I suppose
Safe lane Razor.
safe lane Razor, it's going to be off lane CK. Maybe the rationale was that, look, we want some kind of hero that in the midst of the fight, once he presses BKB, can get onto Zeus or to Warlock and kill these heroes super quickly. A hero that's not going to get like wholly muscled out of the lane by the Luna, at least not like the first 3 levels, and that can play decently with this Tusk and present some kind of kill threat with that hero. I don't know though. Y'all were both saying that this is a bit of a dated pick, and BCOP, now that they have played the CK and decided to pick this one up, it does mean that Aster Ares has pretty much given up any potential of scaling into the late game versus LGD. There's just no way that they can win this game if they play slowly. Do you think they have what it takes? Although they do now put the Zeus in the mid lane for the side of LGD, do you think that changes anything from them? And do you think Aster Ares can play fast enough with this draft to win this one out?
I don't think Aster Ares necessarily need to play that fast. Like the end game, you could be throwing Ags at everybody if you really wanted to. Like that could be a thing here to give them a little bit of an extra boost. And I feel like CK can maybe find a spot. I'm more just disappointed in the CK pick. Like I thought they had plenty of options that looked a lot better than CK. And maybe they fell back on a comfort pick here where they threw CK into the mix when they had a lot of options. I kind of wish it was just anything else. I think, like Neff said, it's a little bit of a dated pick. I think they might pay for it. I think LGD, while doing things maybe a little bit different because there's only been one Zeus pick, LGD have the advantage in my eyes. I just don't like the CK enough.
What do you think here, Neff? You're also hating on the CK, and also, what do you think about their team fight prospects? The fact that they have gone CK means that there's only really one hero in their team that can start fights for them and can create opportunities for engagements. So what can they do here? And can they get out of these lanes in strong enough stead that it doesn't really matter that they lack that initiation?
Well, first of all, I'm going to have to disagree with your assessment that it's only CK that starts. I think Tusk is amazing at beginning fights. So they will be able to fall back on that, and Death Prophet can kind of secure them objectives, even though it does less damage to towers now. It forces people away from you when you press it ultimate, so you can take things. However, I think PSG LGD are going to run them over. And oh my god, they're starting now.
Avalanche on 3. They're going to go right in onto the CK. Ame gets first blood, and that's not where you want to be if you're Aster Ares.
Yeah. Not at all. Right now, Aster Ares are going to be in a difficult position, having already given up a kill to the Ame Luna. So this game is going to be very interesting to see if they can recover from this very tepid start, to see if they can make that happen. We've got B-Cup on the mic. We've got Neff Sensei. We've got some Dota. Take it away, boys. See you after the game.
I'll see you there. We'll have some coffee.
Yeah. You think you're going to need the coffee here, B-Cop, or is this going to be a quick game?
I'm probably drinking coffee after this anyway, so it doesn't matter. We'll see. Maybe I'll find myself at the time when the sun rises, take a little nap. A nap you do, as you do. Beef Beyond, here with Innocence. We'll see if he really wants to fight this.
Yeah.
Not entirely.
All right, so this is a support Alk, not a core one, up in the top lane. It's Red Panda playing, and he's got an Acid Spray here instead of Unstable Concoction. Are you a fan of this one? Wait, no, you're supposed to be reverse that. Ask me that question.
Okay, so Neff, we've got ourselves an Alchemist, and Red Panda doing things a little bit differently than Ame, goes into the Acid Spray. Are you a fan against 2 melee heroes here in the lane?
You know, they do have to get pretty close to the wave in order to trade, so this Acid Spray is decent in this lane, B-Cop. It is an excellent question. You know, a lot of the time they would group up. Unstable Concoction is decent for trading with these people, but, you know, this area denial here, you see them utilizing this as they try to commit on a Ulu already, so smart plays ahead of time by Red Panda. Thank you very much, B-Cop.
Yeah, great original question by me. I only have original thoughts. Obviously.
Right, of course. All right, let's look at this creep wave action happening. This is the jungle lane. When you subscribe to Dota Plus, you actually unlock this one. That's why you see a lot of the time people at higher MMR that spend more money on Dota tend to secure themselves a little bit more CS because they have this extra lane enabled here.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Fun fact. On a more serious note, though, they're trying to counter what this creep pull and whatnot. Tusk isn't a very good support inside the lane. So, Innocence dragging the lane like the enemy lane back and forth over this one stops him from pulling it between the tier 1 and 2 towers, like you like seeing melee supports like Earthshaker, Earth Spirit, and Tusk doing sometimes. And it allows Ahmed to continue to secure CS over here. High level tech here, despite the fact that he's playing Warlock.
Well, it's always high level tech with Warlock. Come on, give the man some credit.
Yeah. True. It is always very funny when you see like the counters to like creep shenanigans going on, because it ends up being even like bigger shenanigans from your support player. But this is like optimal for TK, and it's optimal for Innocence to pull it back and have the lanes meet each other instead of like losing the entire way between that tier 1 and 2, like I was just talking about.
You know, I've been giving it some thought. I know there are some cosplay contests at some LAN events. I feel like I'm the right height to do Warlock.
Yeah. How's your mana bar though?
Low. I need arcane boots and then a Wraith Pact.
Yeah, instead of a golem, you're gonna carry a Wraith Pact along with
a lot of damage on Ame, and they are going to get this kill with ease. And that is the power that I talked about with a Tusk in your lane, and I guess you get that little bit of a boost when you've got the Reality Rift, you've got that armor reduction, and then the stun coming in as well. So good job there by Aster Ares to get that kill, especially because Ame got first blood. Up in the top lane, though, Unstable Concoction thrown over onto Faith Beyond. Ooh, taking a lot of damage and will end up dead. Faith Beyond getting that kill, so both carries dying. At the end of the day, it seems like a bit of an even trade between them.
Yeah. Ends up taking how many tower shots there? I think like 4. It ends up doing like nearly 400 damage to the Razor there, so easily enough. You get too close to that building, you do end up getting punished for it, so the loose game slows down a little bit off of that one.
Do you like the Razor 1 as in, like, instead of seeing it in other positions? Like, we've seen Razor off lane. I feel like it does well there. We've seen Razor mid, safe lane, all of it. Like, would you prefer it in one position over the other?
I think it depends who you're laning against for how good it is, and yeah, I guess who you're playing against in the late game. Here, I don't mind it so much in position 1. It's just like reliable, and that's all. It'll do pretty well no matter what it lanes against. It's great against melee heroes. It is not amazing against the Beastmaster for the first couple of levels, however. Once you have a couple points in your plasma field, you can sort of take out these boards like 1 or 2 right clicks afterwards, but right now he's going to struggle against Faith Beyond here. Which is kind of why I mentioned the Crystal Maiden I would have liked to see come out as a position 5 for this game.
Warlock in trouble bottom. Y stuck in with the shards. Ame's doing a lot of damage. He tries to get the kill there on a TK, just can't finish him off. And it ends up going the way there of SS again.
I mean, this is just one of the strengths of these strength heroes down in the bottom lane. The Toss is able to get on top of someone and blow them up very quickly alongside the CK, and it makes up for the fact that you have this sustain to keep you always maxed out on the Warlock. Doesn't matter how high your HP is if they can take you down in one burst.
Yeah, you're not acting like a strengthy tank hero.
Thanks, buddy. You're never going to let me live that one down, huh?
No, it's not letting you live it down. I love it. I love that phrase. I'm actually more so just in love with the phrase.
Of course. We're not laughing at you, Neff. We're laughing with you.
100%.
Guy.
I would tell you if I was laughing at you right now. It's a very whiff. Yeah, like I'm gonna say that to you months from now and be so joyous in my emotion.
Good stuff. I'm glad I'm providing entertainment not to just the viewers, but also you, B-Cup.
And to the internet, as you were gonna say. Entertainment to the internet. Internet entertainers. Top lane, static link, Avalanche comes out. Ooh, no, getting turned on, and maybe he doesn't want to be there because Zeus ult now. Thunder God's Wrath comes down and strikes Ulu down.
Yeah, I think
being the almighty smiter.
Yeah, I think Ulu realized what was happening there, like partway through. Oh, mid lane.
And he might be in a little bit deep. Ame's here. They will get the kill onto Y, but if he doesn't get out, it's certainly not the best trade. We got the Lucent Beam. They have the extra damage from Nothing to Say, and it is more than enough to get the kill. Right now, seeing this Zeus build, it's no Lightning Bolt, but you've got the Heavenly Jump. You have your Arc Lightning. Doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's the Lightning Bolt that we see maxed out on support heroes and Arc Lightning on regular ones, mid-core heroes, right? Just to be able to farm up. I wanted to call it Chain Lightning. Here's a fun fact for you, B-Cop. Do you know, prior to 6.60, there were 3 different heroes with the Chain Lightning ability.
Go on.
Razor, Medusa, and Zeus all had Chain Lightning prior to 6.60.
Damn.
Yeah.
And that's
come a
the
long
facts
way.
with them.
Is under attack.
I still always call this ability Chain Lightning, regardless of that, because 3 different heroes had it. It was very easy to remember spells.
We should just call every stun.
Every spell that, every zap that jumps is Chain Lightning. Every stun is just
Stun.
Stormbolt.
Rocky stun, electrical stun. Just, yeah. Dota for first graders.
Yeah.
It would help the new game, the new player experience.
It would help me, as I don't have to remember every Oracle ability.
Radiant's middle tower is under
That one throws you in for a loop. All right, they're gonna go on to Luna here.
Yeah, they're trying to get Ame as Top's getting jumped on for a split second, but now Shadow Word, Snowball, Shards off the mark. Ooh, they were not expecting the Shards to push him that way, and they ultimately pay for it by not getting the kill on Ame, who is top of the CS chart.
Yeah, up in the top lane, Roar comes out, and he's got the Helm Dom, so it follows it up with a Centaur Stomp. You're not going anywhere, Alchemist. It's just a support, though. Well, makes quick work of him. Now, I talked about this with a couple of people. All right, yeah, he's got the Helm of the Overlord queued up. I think the fact that Wraith Pact Totem was so good in the previous patch, it made heroes like Beastmaster or Lycan, like picking up Helm of the Overlord, a lot less valuable because you wouldn't want to double dip on that Vladimir's offering. But after the nerf to Wraith Pact Totem, suddenly you're not building it just every single game. I think it's more reasonable not to build it, so you can go Helm Dom into Helm of the Overlord instead of Vlad's into Wraith Pact Totem. Innocence might still get one this game regardless because that damage reduction is just so good, but it's not so good as in you need to pick it up every game after the nerfs to it in 7.31D.
So
Top tier 1 gets cleared out, and it's not surprising that we see them playing very fast like this, and I think it only gets worse as this Luna begins to ramp up. She does need actually, I'm not sure a BKB will help, but it won't be like the end-all be-all this game. In fact, they're setting up on a Luna here.
And I'm going to try and go for Ame as the rest of the team heads towards it looks like it's going to be a trade in carries, and it will be at the same time.
Yeah. They commit exorcism for this one. Yi pings out the tier 1 tower over here. Wants to be able to get on top of this one as quickly as possible, take advantage of the last of this exorcism time. They got to fortify to buy themselves a little bit, and in fact, Red Panda's leaving. They want to be able to defend mid instead of trade. They realize that this is not the trade they want. The offlane tower for the mid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Red Panda, by the way, going for Ags, no surprise.
Are you a fan of this one, Peacock? Are you
I don't mind it.
Only eggs or anti?
I really don't mind it. I think it's kind of funny. Although I'm not on the give Ags train. I think honestly it should be like give the most priority Ags and then build something for yourself.
Who is the most
Otherwise,
priority eggs? It's Tusk, right?
Maybe Razor.
Really?
Because if he gets the BKB and then you're getting the Eye of the Storm striking 2 different units, it's a boost to him. I don't know if the Tusk. I don't know. Like, I love Walrus Kick. I know Nomad does, but I don't know. I would say either Razor, probably not CK.
CK would be funny, but not good.
No.
Everyone gets illusions. So's Discord enemy ranks. I think it'll be Walrus Kick, especially if they're losing. That'll be the first thing they get. That way they're able to kick people back further into their base. Just due to the vector targeting change being so good. If you can jump on top of this Luna by getting an early Blink Dagger and then kick them back, the game all of a sudden starts to turn around and becomes a lot easier for you. TK is pretty far forward here.
Yeah, Primal Roar, toss up into the air, and he should be dead. The only reason I don't agree with the Walrus kick being the Ags you want to give first is because then that's coming with the mindset of conceding the game to that point, being behind by that much. But at this moment in time, you're kind of not that far behind. I think the first Ags, Razor, second Ags, Tusk.
Okay. We will see. Tusk, I don't think he changes his items based on whether he's expecting to get this eggs or not. He got the Blink here queued up next, and that is normal for Tusk.
Yeah.
On position 4. So it's kind of what you'd expect. We will see. But enough of this, enough of this eggs talk. We can talk more about Red Panda once he starts having a higher impact in the game, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Steph will talk about this Luna. We'll talk about this Beastmaster, who is pretty far forward at the moment. This could be punished. They've got decent positioning with this Observer Ward, though, so it will scout out any enemies trying to wrap behind him. In fact, he'll get back now as the enemies are off the map for him. Like this deep Observer Ward they have inside... just as I'm saying that, TK ends up clearing it out. They pick him out. And ZinQ TP's in as well. All right. I'm going to need more to happen in the next couple of minutes here, B-Cup.
Those feel a little bit slow, but I don't think they're too upset about that on LGD. Like, it's a 5-position Alchemist. He's only got level 1 in the Grievous Greed at the moment, so you're not too worried about him kind of getting off and up to a great start in terms of giving everybody those Ags. And I think overall, LGD, they're happy with Ame just getting the farm. He'll go for the Manta, then he might feel confident to fight afterwards, so we'll see how it ends up going, because they are wrapping around on Faith Beyond, and they are going to pinch. I don't think anybody's going to be there for OG.
As well. Yeah, Faith Beyond just dead. He's going to know they smoked for this.
Morris punches in. Faith Beyond on the run. Throws a Primal Roar, but again, nobody coming over. They still haven't gotten the kill yet. Eventually, the Crypt Swarm flies in from Yi, and they do end up getting the kill. But it's a bit of time, nothing too crazy. I guess Ame's taking a stack, so gold-wise, it's good for him. He's also got a little bit of an Ancient stack left to go. And on top of which, I think Nothing to Say is farming really well. He wants to get this shard, but it's not available for another 37 seconds.
Yep, I think that was kind of expected for PSG LGD. If you looked at what was happening down the bottom lane, Luna was shoving the lane, and ZinQ was mirroring the Luna from within the trees. So would be able to scout out anybody and throw like an avalanche toss out in order for Luna to be able to get away. And the Beastmaster was shoving and placing his units in such a way where it would have scouted any rotations onto him if they didn't smoke up. So he knows that they rotated onto him with the smoke there.
Avalanche toss. They have Zeus going in. Thunder God's Wrath. And I'm going to say he's on a mega kill streak. They have just not been able to get into the face of this Zeus. Of course, considering they have someone like the CK who does want to go. He does want to go on Nothing to Say this time. And they've got a Reality Rift. But here comes the Chaotic Offering. And you've been baited. That was the target that they wanted, but unfortunately not the target that they're going to get. They'll toss the Zeus on a TK, get a 3-pointer, and now look to take this bottom tier 1.
Yeah. That was a really big Mario jump there. It looked like a toss, but he jumped that.
What?
I'm joking. It's okay.
You're going to confuse Twitch chat if you've confused me.
Yeah, my bad. Nice setup there and turn around. They did actually bait him out. Go on.
No, you got me. I've been got. Now he does have the shard. So the static field is there, and Nothing to Say going to be doing a little bit more as this game goes on. They're up 5,000 again. It's an Alchemist lineup, but it's not like a very crazy Alch lineup. It's not a position 1 Alch lineup. So big net worth lead. Truthfully, net worth is just leading LGD. It's not like they're like super down or anything on Aster Aries like if it were a position 1 Alch.
Yep. One thing I want to point out is in that last fight, they used the Thunder God's Wrath in order to finish off the Razor, which looked a little bit unnecessary, but they also scouted the enemies moving in on them at the same time, and they were able to back up and get into a better position based on the information that one gave them.
Yeah. Well, back before Thunder God's Wrath, cooldown timer got way longer, He used to be one of those big scouting abilities, and Red Panda, he's been scouted, and it's looking like he might die here. Goes to the pig pole and is successfully able to run. As I was saying, you know, when you have a chance to use it, especially with a claustrophobic fight like that, you can just go to the Thunder God's Wrath and get something out of it. TK is going to go down here to Ame, Silver the tier 1 mid. And I think LGD, again, just rolling, and they're just rolling as a crew at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Again, they've got a lineup for this. This Luna is like the crown on super aggressive lineups. They've got the Beastmaster as well, who's got the Humley Overlord finish. Look how quickly they're taking Roshan right now.
Oh God, Red
Panda. Nothing say going to find a kill on a Red Panda while they take the Roshan. Everything is going right for them. There it is. Point area is completed on Tiny at the exact same time as well.
A lot's coming in Millhouse right now for LGD, and Asteries have to find a way to hold on.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've got two parts of this Aghanim set for the support Alchemist is working on. I've not been impressed by the support Alch in any of these games that I've watched.
He hasn't gotten a lot of gold. He's just not getting priority in this game, and everywhere he's tried to farm even a little bit has just not really worked out for him. And you're only working with level 1's Grievel's Greed, so if you want to go Ags, I feel like you downscale getting Unstable Concoction to 4 and upscale getting Grievel's Greed if you want to be grabbing more gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, I just don't think it's like yeah, it's max damage is a difference of 70. But truthfully, I think that's negligible enough where you can have that extra point in the Grievel's Greed and be doing something a little bit more with it, right? Red Panda caught again, tossed over to Faith Beyond. Doesn't even need the Primal Roar. It's a quick kill on the support Alchemist.
Yeah, I believe that's the Blink Dagger reveal.
No, I mean, they probably saw it, but I'm pretty sure.
No ways NQ gets away. There's no ways NQ gets away with this. There is just.
He might. He's got a toss to the rest of his team. They used Eclipse for that. I think they were thinking they were going to get the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
And not the Tusk.
Yeah. This Death Prophet has a BKB completed in 9 seconds. That I'm not sure you can fight into these heroes even with the BKB.
Like, here's the big issue. You've never even gotten out first, Ags. And there it is again. Blink toss, Red Panda. You just alive. And you were just dead a second ago. Now you've used Exorcism. If this doesn't turn into anything, they just take the base.
I think they take the base anyways. How do you turn this into something right now? Death Prophet needs to walk all the way back. Half the duration of Exorcism is already expended at this point. And you have these illusions sitting super far back in the base scouting this one out. There's forced to smoke in order to get close to them. And it might work.
They're going to go in, but the Chaotic Offering on the 4 with the Primal Roar on top of it. They have the Walrus Punch that hits on a Jinky, but it's not going to do anything. They get the gun to TK. They'll look over EE. They'll take out a second. And here comes the rest of your base going down. The whole base will explode because, well, Aster Aries, they've called GG. LGD just 20 minutes into the game have taken game 2 and the series. Steamrolling this series over Aster Aries.
20 minutes. I was expecting fast, but not this fast. I mean, they ended up using that Exorcism PSG LGD, they realized they could just go in and close this one out. They're able to take the base so fast thanks to this Luna and this Beastmaster. This is what we saw at the beginning of 7.31 before teams started slowing it down a bit, but LGD playing fast once again. Kind of what people expected when this patch first hit. Wow.
Yeah. It's definitely, we've been seeing a solar LGD in the past, and now they're playing a little bit faster. That was definitely the fastest they've played in those last 2 games. And it worked out for them. Like, this looked really good from LGD in both games. And, I may have huffed a little bit of copium before, but now I can exhale. And it's been a 2-on. I think that was probably their best showing to this point.
Yeah. Well, definitely within this particular season of the DPC here, B-Corp, it was beyond a good showing. It was just stellar performance, absolute perfection. They demolished Aster Aries. They didn't even make it look like they had a chance in this game. And of course, the performance looked great from how they played, but the draft set them up for success well in advance of this. At the end of the day here, though, Neff, Aster Aries, you could see the rationale behind some of how they decided to run this one out, but they found almost zero success in the game itself. And every single fight that they found themselves getting involved in, not only would they find themselves getting turned around on, LGD's execution, it feels like they're back up to their excellent level. Like they're creeping up to that perfect degree of play that we used to see from them in the prior seasons.
Yeah, the first game, I think the draft heavily favored the side of PSGLG. The second one, they just managed to play this one incredibly clean and fast. They stopped Alchemist from being able to hand out any of these eggs, so it basically felt like he only had one ability, which is Unstable Concoction. They didn't have the armor on these heroes, Ulu or Death Prophet. They played as fast as possible, so they just had the BKBs and nothing else, while you had to fight into a Warlock Golem, into a Luna, into Beastmaster's Menagerie. They just understood what Aster Ares was trying to run super well and played against it amazing, which is kind of what you expect from PSG LGD. They're experimenting, they're trying things that other teams aren't, and they're doing very well with them.
Yeah, doing incredibly well with them. And one of the things that they did so well in this game here at Peacock is we were speaking to Black earlier on when we saw, I think it was a Beastmaster pick or ban. It was a pick, yeah. And one of the things that he mentioned about this hero is that it punishes mistakes very, very heavily. You make one mistake, suddenly that side of the lane is just gone in a flash. One of the things we saw in this game was that PSG LGD could do that to Aster Ares, punish mistakes if there was any kind of overextension. Even the few times that Aster Ares got something out of a fight or got something in the lane, it didn't really feel like they could get much going forward, right? Which is kind of surprising given that they had this Death Prophet, they had this Razor. What do you think happened in the game for them that even when they got that advanced positioning, they were like, well, we can't do anything from this position?
I mean, there weren't many times where they had like advanced positioning for Aster Ares. I think that there was like one or two exorcisms that was used to more so get kills and not towers. Like the play up top when they went for the Beastmaster exorcism was used for that. By the time you're getting to the tower, it's half duration. You're not really getting anything out of it because now they want to shift their attention over to mid. So instead of being able to go for that top tower, put the rest of the exorcism there, they're going mid. And then the next one, I want to say the next one was in a fight where he just dies really quickly. And then the one after that was the one up top where, that fight ended the game. And I think there was a point where you needed to slow down LGD. They didn't do that at all. And then LGD started playing as 5. And they just went through them pretty quickly. I'm actually surprised we have highlights for this game. I thought it was just I'll be honest. I mean, we're at 15 minutes. The game ends in 5 minutes from now. Here's the highlight. Yeah. Here comes them chasing. Like Neff said, Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Doesn't only get the kill, but it does spot them coming around. Good chaotic offering. Warlock doing his job, and everybody's going to die here.
Warlock, perfect play, which of course Neff loves the most. Another thing though, Neff, we were talking about this before the game started, where the Zeus was going to go. And the initial anticipation was that he was going to go into the support position where we've seen him enjoy the most success for the most part, not just across the DPC. He's only had a second game here in China, so very limited data set, but across the DPC, mostly only winning when played support. This game, nothing to say, making a very strong argument for being able to play this hero from the mid lane. Fastest timing on the Aghanim shard with the Sanjay Yasha that got picked up this patch. Did really well to also know when and where to utilize his ultimate, not just throwing it in all willy-nilly. And hell, there were several times where they were able to secure dual objectives based off of Zeus throwing magic damage on one side of the map whilst his team is fighting elsewhere. Is this a specialty for this game alone, or do you think there's any viability for this hero in the mid lane overall?
I think in this game in particular, it was very good just due to the fact that it was great for scouting and doing a lot of damage to these enemy heroes, be able to assist like the Beastmaster Global and whatnot as well. I don't think it's that viable, or the Zeus is that viable as a mid laner still. Nothing to say, made it look damn good this game though.
Yeah, nothing to say, just did everything perfectly, honestly. Like, one thing though that is a bit worrying and concerning for me is that Aster Ares, off of being able to take a very surprising series, I think 2 weeks ago, where they did go with a very cool draft, it must be said, they haven't been able to enjoy much success since BCOP. And it is feeling like, every season in China, we get one of these teams that's on the lower end, able to take a game off of one of the top contenders, but it doesn't always necessarily result in that team actually being an overall contender. Is that the fate now of Aster Ares? Because now they've lost 3 games so far in the league. And we've seen that normally 4 is where you start to get very concerned about your prospects of staying in the division. 5 onwards is just a wrap. Does Aster Ares still have more chips to throw down here, or are we already looking at the potentially first team to be relegated from the division?
I'm not sure I would scream relegation yet. I think the standings are too tight to really say so. I think in the past we've seen 0-7 and 1-6 be relegation. Obviously, we can't see 0-7 in this division this season. They got a win over Extreme, which is one of the big four. They've played LGD now. They lost to RNG, and their other losses to Aster. So now the rest is really up to them. Their fate's going to be decided on what they're able to do against these lower teams, the E-Home, the Dandelion, and who else do they have left from that? Vici, who look pretty strong. Like, I think their fate's in their hands. Obviously, 3 and 4 feels to be like the number, but now that everything's pretty close, I'm kind of already dead set on there being tiebreakers for relegation. It feels like it's just going to be that way. It almost feels like it's just going to be tiebreakers at the top, tiebreakers at the bottom, and then like let's fight out this season all over again. Because it really, with how close it is, it seems like it's going to fall that way. I wouldn't be surprised. eHome, they've had a win over LGD again. They're in the same boat. They had that win over LGD, and then they lost the next two, and they could be losing their third as they're playing Aster later. Like it's just not that easy for them. So at the moment, it's looking as though it's going to be Aster, Ares, eHome, potentially Dandelion. I kind of think Dandelion have a chance of being middle of the pack, but I don't know. Their win is over RNG. Like they're all in the same boat. They all beat one of the top four, in my opinion. And we'll see how it goes.
Well, they're all in the same boat, and I mean, we will see how it goes. But one of the players that we need to be talking to right now, B-Cup, is a person who's just won out their game itself. PSG LGD, Ame. We welcome him now to the panel. Congratulations on your win, good sir. Well done for the victory. And what do you make of this, given that you had two very interesting drafts and two games, Ame, where you played heroes that you haven't played in quite a while? Talk us through the psychology in your team when you decided that, you know what, now is the first time to pick Alchemist, for example, for the first time since TI.
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后就是想问一下，因为你个人的话，就是拿下这2场比较轻松的胜利之后是什么样的一个心情？尤其是在你们现在的话，其实队伍里很多1号位给你选的都是之前你也没有上场过的1号位，比如说今天炼金的话，其实 TI 之后正式比赛里你还是第一次使用。
打得太快了，有点无聊。
The series ends too fast. It's kind of boring.
Oh, lol. Obviously, not all of the games that you've played so far in this season have been boring, Ame. You've had to suffer some losses against some teams that you normally would have beaten in the last season. Can you talk to us about how the team's been looking? Is the team actually taking things a bit easy? Have you been experimenting more often? Why do you think it is that it's taken up until this series this week to look as strong as you did in the last season again?
这个赛季的话，之前输给了一些以前可能不大会输的战队，是不是因为队内氛围最近的话比较这个随意一些，就是轻松一点了？然后还是说你们这个赛季的目标可能就是更多的想去开发一些新的思路，然后去开发一些新的英雄？
可能版本更新了，就没学到牛逼东西。
I think it's about the new patch, and maybe we pick some thing we thought it's strong, but it's actually not.
Neff, you often made the point about how LGD has not always been the fastest team on the new patch, right? Given that they've been this dominant at least this week, do you want to talk to the man, Ame, ask him some questions about it?
I want to follow up to his answer earlier. He said the games were going too fast. He wasn't able to enjoy them. Does he want games that are more challenging, or does he just want to farm more kills onto the enemies, whether it be on the map or in their fountain?
就是想回到第一个问题，之前你说这个结束太快有点无聊，那对你来说的话，就是你更喜欢就是去那个比赛往后打，刷更多的钱，还是只想就是更想去那个到处去把对面英雄做击杀，不管是在地图上还是在泉水里面？
那肯定20分钟把对面推完爽呀，这个时间。还说很棒。
Actually, it feels it's good to end the game at 20-minute mark. The time was just on time, 20-minute mark.
20 minutes just right? Okay.
Oh, just the perfect time. Resident PSG LGD fanboy B-Cop, what you got to say to the man right here?
Ame, there's rumors, of course, that you're thinking about retiring at the end of the season. How set are you on those thoughts? Is it something that you have been constantly thinking about throughout the season? Has it been something you've thought about since season one? Is this TI going to be your curtain call?
一直有那个传言说你有想过考虑要退役的事情，然后你其实这方面你自己平时有想吗？就是你是第一赛季的时候可能会想的比较多，还是说现在还有这种想法吗？还是说这个今年可能是你最后一年，就是打 TI 了？
我保密，不告诉你们。
I keep it as a secret.
Okay. That's fair enough. A follow up to that is you've spent a lot of time of your career, all of your career really, with LGD and CDEC. Is there a team throughout your history of playing Dota professionally that you would have loved to have been on as well?
然后你职业生涯的话，所有的时间都给了这个 CDEC 跟老干爹嘛。如果有机会的话，就是有没有哪一支队伍你比较可能就是如果就是架空来说的话，你有想去加入一下，一起跟他们一起玩的
？RNG
哪个版本的 RNG？
只有现在的版本吧。
RNG with the current squad.
Oh, that would definitely be interesting. That would definitely be interesting. Final question for you, Ahmed, before we let you go. You've played in a lot of different heroes over the last couple of years as one of the best carries in the region. Who else do you see in the region that you think, if we don't want to ruin the secret as to whether or not you'll be retiring, but who do you think has the skill to carry the torch as best carry hero or carry player in China after you?
就是这些年，我们也看到你在国际赛事上的各种高光表现。然后你觉得，就是年轻一辈的核心选手里面，如果有一天就是你选择退役或者不管怎么样，你会觉得谁能够去接下你这个就是DEC 的这种名号呢？
甚至华恋。
I pick 华恋 God King.
Alian, oh, the God King. Well, you are in good company because you're among some God King fans right here. But with that, we thank you for your performance, Ame, and we're going to be letting you go to continue practicing with your team. Thanks for today's games, and we hope you're not retiring because you brought us some much excitement in this region. So we continue to root for you, and we hope that you have some success going forward. Thank you so much for your time.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望能继续职业生涯为我们带来更精彩的比赛。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
All right, that was the premier carry of the Chinese region, PSG LGD's Ame, with Marshall on the translation. And B-Cup, I saw you smiling there when you saw him mention who's going to be carrying the torch forward. It's our boy, the God King. We've always had a lot of good things to say about him, even if some poor games. In this situation, quick talking point is whether or not we think the way the patch is going is going to favor those style of carries instead of the hyper carry of Ame, because normally I would have said yes. Normally we've been seeing these longer games in this patch right now, but this game, Ame is showing that maybe you can actually still end games in 20 minutes with a fast enough carry hero.
Yeah, it definitely feels like maybe this fits into God King's wheelhouse a little bit. He's always trying to innovate on the patch. I mean, for Ame, he's certainly showing that there are different things to be played for him. I think it's not just the expected carries that are coming from him. It's a little bit different with like a Nature's Prophet thrown in, an Alchemist there. Maybe we see that Pudge along the lines. Honestly, may it be a little bit weird, but I'm glad he's keeping thoughts of retirement a little bit of a secret, because Ame is one of my favorite players, and thinking about him retiring actually gets tears in my eyes. I love this. Like, I love him as a player. I love this region. Like, you see him grow past like other carries that have been in the region, like Sylar, Freeze, so many others. Like, obviously those are two names out of a massive amount that I could have chosen, but like, I don't know. I don't want this to be the current call. I want him to stay in the region and stay playing. I think there's so much more for him to do, but obviously that's just my thought and not his perspective. I don't know what he's really thinking at the moment.
I mean, it must be a bit frustrating for him at this point, not having won TI, despite coming so close and being generally one of the best performers at the biggest tournament of all time. So he is. I also hope that this is not the curtain call for him this season. But speaking of Ame and some of the things he said to us here, Neff, you keep saying to me, and we kept talking about this like many times, right? About how teams like LGD and LGD specifically don't start the patch on a strong foot. They take some time to fully understand and develop their ideas about exactly what to do in the upcoming meta. And I think there was a phrase that you use about how they might not start a meta, but they often perfect it. And it sort of feels like as we've been going week by week, PSG LGD has been getting closer to that kind of mark. Do you think by the time we get to the very end, let's assume they get to the major, right? Will they be, how strong do you expect them to be once we are in a more deeper into the life cycle of this particular meta?
I think they'll be strong as they always are. LGD is always a top contender. But Dota becomes such a game of small margins once you're at the very top that you can end up losing by just a little bit to a team that has figured out something just a little bit better than you have. You haven't had time to implement it at a tournament at like TI, for example. That one's different from DPC. The phrase that I used previously was whether they're masters of the game or masters of the meta, and I think that PSG LGD is a team that is a master of the meta, which is a little bit different than what you mentioned, but I imagine they'll be very strong.
I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress as time goes on. But right now, they, of course, are going to be enjoying top billing in the leaderboard right now. 2-2 is going to be their scoreline. They're matched up with RNG and Team Aster, as well as Vichy Gaming, who have also amassed 2 wins apiece, with Extreme Gaming just underneath them. Now, regrettably, we have the first 1-3 squad in the side of Aster Aries, but with a lot more Dota to come, these scores are certainly not going to be the final word for either of these two squads. Before we sign this one out and end the day of Dota 2, because we only have these 2 matchups for the evening, Beakup, what do you say if you are the coach right now of Aster Aries? How do you try and get them back into a winning mindset, back into a position where they can beat some of these top 4 squads?
I think you just have to keep your hopes up. Like, I think it's very tight. It's going to be a tight race for the bottom 4. I think it's all going to be very close. You can't be too depressed about it here at 1-3. Theoretically, 4-3 can make it to the major. It always has made it to the major for the Chinese region, and in that 4th slot or have a tiebreaker. I think that Aster Aries, like, there's more to play. You've played a lot of the top teams. You have the middle of the pack teams coming up next. Very winnable games. Just got to keep your heads up. I don't think they played too poorly overall.
And Neff Sensei, PSG LGD only have the upper echelon left to play in RNG, Team Aster, and Extreme Gaming, teams that have always enjoyed top 4 here in the Chinese region. Based on what we've seen, do you think you have what it takes for them to beat them up and still earn a spot at the major?
Listen to there. Every team here in the CNDPC is top echelon, in my opinion. All of them are very near peak Dota. I think that the difference between some of the squads that they've already faced and Extreme and whatnot isn't massive. So I think that we'll see similar results to what we've seen so far. But I do think that, like we mentioned, PSG LGD is getting a little bit stronger as they become more familiar with 7.31D.
Let us hope that one of these squads is going to have what it takes within them to give a challenge to this reigning juggernaut of PSG LGD. And let's, of course, hope that Aster Aries can find it within themselves to remain competitive, even after suffering this very heavy loss. And with that, we are going to be closing out the day of Dota 2. Thank you all for joining us over the last several hours. And just a reminder of the day's proceedings and how everything went. IG found themselves going down 2-1 against the side of CDC. And of course, PSG LGD reigned supreme with this 2-0 victory over Aster Aries. Now, as we go, make sure that you show some love to both Neff Sensei and B-Cop here, who have given us some stellar Dota 2 casting. Follow them on the Twitter for Neff Sensei. B-Cop, make sure you just follow them in your heart for now, and make sure that you're following Perfect World Esports on Twitter as well. With that, we're done. We're out. We'll be back again in a couple of days, Sunday morning, bright and early, to continue with this Dota, continue with the hype, and continue the road towards TI. This is the Chinese Regions DPC. We're signing out. We'll see you next time. Bye. Love y'all and see you then.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。 奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。